In a desolate land where the wind whispers of buried truths, a grand manor stands as both fortress and prison, its shadows hiding a dangerous past. A stranger arrives, cloaked in deception, to unravel a web of greed, loss, and betrayal that threatens to consume all within its walls. As secrets stir and alliances shift, every step deeper into the darkness risks everything. Dive into a tale of courage, cunning, and the unrelenting pursuit of truth, where nothing is as it seems, and the cost of revelation could be life itself. Chapter 1. Shadows on the Threshold. The wind carried the scent of dust and something older, something like dry bones bleached under an unforgiving sun. Emma Reed clutched the worn handle of her valise, its cheap cardboard sides offering little comfort against the chill that snaked beneath her plain wool dress. Before her loomed Blackwood Manor, less a home and more a stone sentinel against the vast, indifferent expanse of the prairie. It rose from the earth like a monument to ambition, or perhaps folly, its gray walls absorbing the fading afternoon light, its windows' dark eyes staring out across the lonely miles. The iron gates, scrolled and imposing, had groaned open at the stagecoach driver's reluctant call, the sound echoing like a closing trap. She adjusted the drab bonnet that hid most of her auburn hair, the coarse fabric scratching against her temples. Emma Hayes, she reminded herself, tasting the lie on her tongue. Emma Hayes, seeking honest work as a housemaid. Not Emma Reed, 22 years old and already too familiar with the shadowed corners of men's hearts, dispatched by the Pinkerton Agency to unravel the secrets coiled within these formidable walls. Secrets whispered about in hushed tones back east, fortunes vanishing, untimely deaths, whispers of betrayal clinging to the Blackwood name like the ever-present dust. The stagecoach rattled away, leaving her in a sudden, profound silence broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the sparse, skeletal trees flanking the long drive. The air was thin and sharp, biting at her cheeks. She could taste the grit between her teeth, feel the emptiness of the landscape pressing in. This was the edge of civilization. A place where fortunes were clawed from the stubborn earth and just as easily swallowed by it, where law felt distant and justice was often a matter of who held the faster gun or the heavier purse. Blackwood Manor seemed the very embodiment of that precarious power. Taking a breath that felt both too deep and not enough, she started towards the massive oak front door. Her boots crunched on the gravel path, each step sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. She noted the state of the grounds, vast but showing signs of neglect. Weeds pushed through the cracks in the flagstone path, and the rose bushes near the porch were tangled and thorny, their blooms long since surrendered to the harsh climate. It spoke not necessarily of poverty, but perhaps of preoccupation, of energies directed elsewhere, or simply of a household fraying at the edges. Her instructions had been clear: observe, report, blend in. The Blackwood patriarch Silas had built an empire on timber and railroads, but his recent death, officially ruled an accident during a hunting trip, had cast a long shadow. His widow, Eleanor, was said to be frail, lost in grief. The eldest son, Marcus, was grasping for control of the inheritance, while the younger son, Alexander, was an enigma. Reports painted him as restless, often absent, more comfortable on the range than in drawing rooms, yet rumored to possess a keen mind and a volatile temper. And then there was the missing fortune, a significant sum Silas was supposedly bringing back from a clandestine deal, vanished along with the guide who accompanied him. Accident? Or something far more sinister? Her knock echoed against the heavy wood. Silence answered. She knocked again, harder this time, the sound absorbed by the thick panels. Waiting, she felt a prickle of unease crawl up her spine. The house felt watchful, secretive. Even the air seemed heavy with unspoken things. She pulled her thin shawl tighter, though the cold was as much internal as external. This was the most dangerous part, the threshold. Crossing it meant entering their world, becoming part of the fabric she was meant to unravel. Finally, the scrape of bolts being drawn echoed from within. and the door opened a crack, revealing a sliver of a woman's face, framed by severely pulled-back gray hair. Sharp, suspicious eyes peered out. "Yes?" The voice was clipped, devoid of welcome. "Emma Hayes," Emma said, keeping her tone meek, respectful. I was told to report here for the housemaid position." The eyes swept over her, taking in the cheap dress, the worn valise, the air of weary travel. It was a swift, brutal assessment. "You're late. The stage was due hours ago." "There was a delay, ma'am. A thrown wheel near Bitter Creek." A plausible lie, common enough on these rough roads. The woman sniffed, unconvinced, but opened the door wider. "Mrs. Albright, I'm the housekeeper. See, you remember it." She stepped back, allowing Emma to enter, but her posture remained rigid, unwelcoming. The entrance hall was vast and cold, dominated by a sweeping staircase of dark, polished wood that climbed into shadow. The air inside was still and smelled faintly of beeswax, old paper, and something else. Something like stagnant water or sorrow left undisturbed for too long. Heavy velvet curtains, the color of dried blood, covered the tall windows, plunging the space into a perpetual twilight. A grandfather clock ticked loudly in the corner, each tick echoing like a heartbeat in the oppressive silence. Portraits lined the walls, stern-faced ancestors staring down with judgmental eyes. The wealth was undeniable, but it felt joyless, suffocating. "Wipe your feet," Mrs. Albright commanded, gesturing towards a rough mat inside the door. Emma obeyed quickly, acutely aware of the housekeeper's scrutiny. "Your belongings will stay here for now. Follow me, and keep quiet. Mrs. Blackwood is resting." Emma followed the ramrod straight back down a long corridor, her footsteps muffled by a thick, patterned runner that looked expensive, even dimmed by dust motes dancing in the slivers of light piercing the gloom. They passed closed doors, each one seeming to guard its own secrets. Emma's senses were on high alert, absorbing every detail. The faint scuff marks on the polished floor near one doorway, the almost imperceptible scent of cigar smoke lingering near another, the utter stillness behind a third. They entered a large, functional kitchen at the rear of the house. It was warmer here, dominated by a huge cast-iron stove that radiated a comforting heat. Copper pots hung from hooks, gleaming dully. A sturdy wooden table stood in the center, scrubbed clean. Yet even here, the atmosphere felt subdued. Two other maids, older women with weary faces and guarded eyes, glanced up briefly as Emma entered, offered no greeting, and immediately returned to their tasks, one peeling potatoes, the other polishing silver with fierce concentration. Their silence was as heavy as the velvet curtains in the hall. "This is where you'll take your meals, and where you'll spend most of your waking hours when not attending to your duties," Mrs. Albright stated, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Your duties will include dusting, sweeping, polishing, fetching, carrying, and anything else I deem necessary. You will rise before dawn and retire only when your work is done. You will be silent, efficient, and invisible. Is that understood?" "Yes, Mrs. Albright," Emma murmured, keeping her gaze lowered, playing the part of the dutiful servant. Inside, her mind was racing, cataloging the layout, the staff dynamics, the palpable tension. Invisible was exactly what she needed to be. "Good. Your quarters are upstairs in the attic, small but clean. You'll share with Bessie and Martha." She gestured vaguely towards the two silent maids. "They'll show you later. For now, there's mending to be done." The mistress's lace shawl snagged. She pointed to a delicate black shawl draped over the back of a chair, a small tear marring its intricate pattern. "See to it. Your needlework was mentioned as adequate in your reference." The reference. Another fabrication. Carefully crafted by the agency, painting Emma Hayes as a plain, hard-working girl with few prospects but nimble fingers. Emma picked up the shawl. The lace was exquisite, impossibly fine, likely imported from Europe at great expense. It felt cool and fragile against her fingertips, a stark contrast to the rough wool of her dress. She sat at the table, threading a needle with deliberately slow care, forcing her usually quick, decisive movements into the hesitant rhythm of someone unaccustomed to such finery. Bessie, the potato peeler, sighed heavily, the sound loud in the quiet room. Martha continued her polishing, her cloth moving in relentless rhythmic strokes. Shh, like a secret being whispered over and over. Mrs. Albright watched Emma for a moment longer, her lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line, before turning abruptly and leaving the kitchen. The silence stretched, thick and uncomfortable. Emma focused on the tiny stitches, her mind working behind the mask of concentration. Silas Blackwood, a ruthless man, by all accounts. Eleanor Blackwood, grieving widow or something more? Marcus Blackwood, ambitious, impatient, and Alexander, the wild card. Where did he fit into this web of suspicion? Was he entangled in the family's troubles, or an outsider looking in? The Pinkerton report had been frustratingly vague about him, mentioning long absences and a strained relationship with his father and brother. She risked a glance at the other maids. Bessie had watery blue eyes and skin like wrinkled parchment. Martha's face was closed off, her expression stony. Neither looked inclined towards gossip or friendship. They seemed worn down by service, perhaps, or by the oppressive atmosphere of the house itself. Were they privy to the family's secrets? Did they suspect the truth behind Silas's accident? Getting them to talk would require patience, subtlety. Her fingers, more accustomed to the cold steel of a lockpick or the reassuring weight of her concealed .32 caliber pistol, currently hidden deep within her valise, fumbled slightly with the delicate thread, a genuine awkwardness, useful for her disguise. She needed to be Emma Hayes, slightly clumsy, overwhelmed by the grandeur and the demands of the position. Not Emma Reed, who could track a man across 3 territories and spot a lie in the flicker of an eye. Hours seemed to pass in the rhythmic monotony of kitchen work. The mending was followed by polishing brass fittings until her arms ached, then helping Bessie carry heavy buckets of water from the pump outside. The wind had picked up, howling around the corners of the house like a restless spirit. Dusk bled into true night, the darkness outside the kitchen windows absolute, pressing against the glass. Lamps were lit, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist familiar shapes into monstrous forms. Dinner for the staff was a somber affair. Stews, bread, weak tea, eaten in near silence at the big wooden table. Bessie and Martha exchanged only necessary words, their conversation sparse and functional. Emma ate slowly, listening, watching. The tension was a physical presence, coiling in the air. It wasn't just the fatigue of hard work, it was something deeper, a shared understanding of unspoken rules, of dangers best left unnamed. Later, as she followed Bessie up the narrow, winding back stairs towards the attic rooms, the older maid finally spoke, her voice a low murmur. "Keep your head down, girl. Don't ask questions. Don't see what you're not meant to see." "See?" Emma asked, feigning naive confusion. "See what, Bessie?" Bessie shot her a sharp look, her watery eyes suddenly shrewd. "Trouble. This house. It's full of it, like damp in the walls. Best stay clear." She said no more, turning away and shuffling down the dimly lit attic corridor. The room Emma was assigned was small, tucked under the eaves, with barely enough space for 2 narrow cots and a rickety washstand. A single small window looked out onto the dark expanse of the prairie, a sea of blackness under a sky just beginning to show faint stars. Martha was already there, sitting on her cot, unlatching her worn boots with a sigh. She didn't acknowledge Emma's entrance. The air was close, smelling of old wood and damp plaster. Loneliness washed over Emma, sharp and unexpected. She was under cover, yes, but the isolation felt profoundly real. This was the price of her chosen path, living in the shadows, wearing masks. Trust a luxury she could rarely afford. She unpacked her meager belongings from the valise, carefully placing her folded clothes into a small chest at the foot of her cot. Her fingers brushed against the false bottom where her pistol, lock picks, and a small coded notebook lay hidden, a silent reassurance. She was not entirely defenseless. As she straightened up, a sound drifted up from downstairs. Music. A piano playing a melody that was both intricate and melancholic. It seemed wildly out of place in the heavy silence of the house, a fragile thread of beauty in the oppressive gloom. "Who's playing?" Emma asked softly, turning towards Martha. Martha paused, one boot half off. She looked towards the door, listening. A strange expression flickered across her stony face, something like wistfulness, quickly masked. "Mr. Alexander," she said, her voice flat. "He plays sometimes, when he's here." She pulled off her boot with a decisive tug, dismissing the subject. Mr. Alexander, the enigma. Emma moved closer to the attic door, straining to hear. The music flowed, complex and moody, full of unresolved chords and sudden shifts in tempo. It wasn't the cheerful, straightforward tune of a saloon piano. It spoke a depth, of turmoil, perhaps even of sadness. It hinted at a sensitivity that seemed at odds with the reports of a restless, potentially volatile man. Who was Alexander Blackwood? Suddenly, the music stopped mid-phrase, leaving a silence that felt even heavier than before. Emma held her breath, listening. Footsteps echoed faintly from the main staircase below, firm and unhurried. Then, the sound of the heavy front door opening and closing. He was going out? Into the black, windswept night? Where? A new layer of intrigue settled over the house. Emma Hayes, the timid maid, retreated from the door and prepared for bed, her mind buzzing. But Emma Reed, the detective, felt a surge of adrenaline. The game was afoot. The shadows in Blackwood Manor were deep, and they seemed to be stirring. She lay down on the thin, lumpy mattress, pulling the coarse blanket up to her chin. The wind moaned under the eaves, a lonely counterpoint to the silence left by the piano. She thought of the music, the abrupt departure, the warning from Bessie. Trouble, like damp in the walls, and she had just stepped inside. Sleep would be a long time coming. The weight of the unseen, the pressure of secrets yet uncovered, pressed down on her as surely as the darkness outside. The threshold had been crossed, and already the house was beginning to whisper. Chapter 2. Whispers in the Walls. Dawn arrived not with gentle light, but as a grudging concession from the oppressive darkness. A thin gray illumination seeped through the attic window, revealing the stark reality of Emma's new existence. The floorboards were cold beneath her bare feet, the air carrying the chill of the night. Martha was already stirring, moving with the quiet efficiency of long habit, her face set in the same impassive mask as the night before. Bessie mumbled in her sleep, a low, unhappy sound. Emma swung her legs over the side of the narrow cot, the thin mattress offering little comfort. Her body ached from the unaccustomed labor and the tension of maintaining her disguise. This wasn't the familiar discomfort of a long ride or a stakeout in a cramped city alley. This was a bone-deep weariness mixed with the grating irritation of servitude. Emma Hayes, the maid, had to feel this ache, accept it as her lot. Emma Reed, the detective, had to ignore it, push past it, her mind already sifting through the impressions of the previous evening, the heavy silence, the wary staff, the melancholic piano music, Alexander's abrupt departure into the night. Downstairs, the kitchen was already humming with a low, tense energy. Mrs. Albright stood by the stove like a sentinel, overseeing the preparations for the family's breakfast. The air was thick with the smell of frying bacon and strong coffee, but it did little to dispel the chill that seemed woven into the very fabric of the house. Bessie, her eyes puffy from sleep, was kneading dough with forceful, rhythmic punches, while Martha moved silently between the pantry and the stove. Emma was immediately set to work scrubbing the massive hearth, the rough stone scraping against her knuckles. "Mind you get every speck of soot, girl," Mrs. Albright snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. "The master, Mr. Marcus, that is, notices everything, and he's not a patient man." Mr. Marcus, the elder son grasping for control. Emma kept her head bowed, scrubbing with feigned diligence, but her ears strained to catch any nuance, any undercurrent. Bessie grunted in agreement, slamming the dough onto the floured board. "Not like his father," she muttered, just loud enough for Emma to hear. "Old Silas. He roared like a lion, but you knew where you stood. This one, he's all cold calculation." Martha shot Bessie a warning glance, a silent command that passed between them with practiced ease. The kitchen fell silent again, save for the sizzle of bacon and the rhythmic scrape of Emma's brush. Cold calculation. It fit the image of a man trying to secure an empire, perhaps by any means necessary. Breakfast for the staff was another hurried, silent affair. Afterwards, Mrs. Albright delivered the day's orders. Emma was assigned to dusting the main library. "And don't touch anything on the desk," the housekeeper warned, her eyes narrowed. "Mr. Silas's papers are not to be disturbed, not by anyone." The library was even more imposing than the entrance hall. Floor-to-ceiling shelves crammed with leather-bound books lined 3 walls, their titles hinting at broad, if perhaps unread, knowledge. History, philosophy, engineering, ledgers bound in identical dark green covers. The 4th wall was dominated by a massive stone fireplace, cold and empty, and tall windows draped in the same heavy, light-absorbing velvet as the rest of the house. A large partner's desk, crafted from dark, heavy wood, sat squarely in the center of the room, its surface surprisingly clear except for a neat stack of letters bound with ribbon, an ornate inkwell, and a blotter. The air smelled of aging paper, leather, and faint, lingering pipe tobacco. Silas Blackwood's ghost, perhaps. Emma moved slowly, deliberately, running her cloth over polished surfaces, the spines of books, the ornate carvings of the mantelpiece. This room felt like the heart of Silas's power, the place where deals were struck, fortunes managed, perhaps conspiracies hatched. She let her fingers trail, feeling for hidden latches, inconsistencies in the wood grain. Her eyes scanned the shelves, noting the titles, looking for anything out of place. A recently disturbed book, a hidden compartment. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, its sound filtering faintly through the thick wooden door. But it wasn't an empty silence. It felt listening. The house itself seemed to hold its breath, watching her. Was it just her nerves? The strain of the deception? Or was Bessie right? Was trouble truly seeping from the walls like damp? She paused near the desk, her gaze drawn to the stack of letters. Silas's correspondence. What secrets might they hold? But Mrs. Albright's warning echoed in her mind. Touching them was too risky, too soon. She dusted around them carefully, her eyes flicking over the addresses visible on the top envelope. Business contacts, mostly, names she didn't recognize, nothing obviously incriminating. Her attention shifted to the floor near the desk. Beneath the heavy velvet curtains by the window, half hidden in the deep shadows, she noticed something, a small dark stain on the rich Persian rug, almost invisible against the intricate pattern. It looked like dried blood, old perhaps, but distinct. She knelt, pretending to adjust the drape of the curtain, her fingers brushing lightly over the stiffened fibers of the rug. It was small, easily missed. Had Silas cut himself? Or was it related to something else? An argument? A struggle? His accidental death had occurred miles away, on a hunting trip, but the stain felt like another whisper, another secret the house refused to fully surrender. Straightening up, she forced herself to continue dusting, moving towards the fireplace. The stone was cold, smooth beneath her cloth. Above the mantelpiece hung a large oil painting, Silas Blackwood himself. Stern, imposing, with eyes that seemed to follow her around the room. He held a rifle loosely in one hand, dressed in hunting attire, the backdrop a romanticized, rugged landscape. He looked like a man accustomed to getting his own way, a man who carved his destiny from the wilderness. But there was a hardness around the mouth, a shrewdness in the eyes that hinted at the ruthlessness Bessie had mentioned. A floorboard creaked outside the library door. Emma froze, cloth in hand. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate. Not the brisk, authoritarian tread of Mrs. Albright, nor the shuffling gait of Bessie or Martha. These were measured, confident steps. The doorknob turned. Emma quickly resumed her dusting, adopting the posture of a humble servant caught mid-task. The door opened, and he stood there. Alexander Blackwood. He was taller than she'd expected, lean but broad-shouldered, dressed not in formal attire but in sturdy range clothes, worn denim trousers, a dark cotton shirt, scuffed leather boots. His hair was dark, longer than fashion dictated, slightly unruly as if he'd recently run a hand through it or faced the prairie wind. His face was striking, angular, with high cheekbones and a strong jawline, but it was his eyes that captured her attention. They were a deep, startling blue, intelligent and disconcertingly direct. They swept over the room, taking in everything before settling on her. There was no flicker of recognition, no sign that he'd noticed her arrival the previous day. He simply looked at her, a faint frown creasing his brow, as if mildly surprised to find someone there. He didn't look volatile, not immediately. He looked contained. A stillness about him that contrasted sharply with the restless energy suggested by the reports and his piano playing. "You're new," he stated. It wasn't quite a question. His voice was low, resonant, smoother than she might have expected from his rugged appearance. "Yes, sir. Emma Hayes, sir. Started yesterday." She kept her eyes lowered, clutching the dust cloth like a talisman. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a betraying rhythm she hoped wasn't audible. This was him, the enigma, the younger son. He stepped fully into the room, closing the door softly behind him. The click of the latch sounded unnaturally loud. He moved towards the desk, his boots making little sound on the thick rug. He didn't look at the letters or the pristine surface. Instead, his gaze drifted towards the fireplace, towards his father's portrait. An unreadable expression crossed his face. Not grief, exactly. Something more complex. Resentment? Regret? Or perhaps just weariness. He stood there for a long moment, bathed in the gloomy light filtering through the windows, seemingly lost in thought. Emma remained frozen by the mantelpiece, unsure whether to continue working or simply disappear. She opted for stillness, trying to blend into the shadows. He finally turned his attention back to the desk, his long fingers idly tracing the rim of the ornate inkwell. "My father spent half his life in this room," he said, his voice quiet, almost reflective. "Building his kingdom, shutting out the world." He paused, then looked directly at Emma again, his blue eyes sharp, assessing. "Did Mrs. Albright warn you about touching his things?" "Yes, sir. Strictly forbidden, sir." A faint, humorless smile touched his lips. "She runs this house like a fortress. Always has." He picked up the stack of letters, weighing them in his hand. "Fortresses tend to have secrets, don't they, Emma Hayes?" The question hung in the air, charged with unspoken meaning. Was he testing her? Fishing for information? Or simply making an observation? Emma kept her expression carefully blank, her gaze fixed somewhere around his boot tips. "I wouldn't know about such things, sir. I just do my work." He held her gaze for a moment longer, his scrutiny intense, making her skin prickle. It felt as if he could see right through the cheap dress, the meek demeanor, to the calculating mind beneath. She forced herself to remain still, projecting nothing but humble obedience. Then, as abruptly as he'd begun, he seemed to lose interest. He placed the letters back on the desk exactly where they had been. "See that you do," he said curtly, his tone shifting back to dismissive authority. He turned and walked towards the door. His hand was on the knob when he paused again, his back to her. "The piano," he said, his voice low. "Last night, did it disturb you?" The question caught her off guard. No, sir," she stammered, genuinely flustered for a moment. "It was very beautiful, sir." He didn't turn around. She saw his shoulders tense almost imperceptibly. After a beat of silence, he opened the door and was gone, leaving behind only the faint scent of leather and the lingering echo of his presence. Emma let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Her hands were trembling slightly. Alexander Blackwood was more complex, more observant than the reports had suggested. That stillness, that direct gaze, it felt dangerous. And his question about the piano, why ask a new maid if his playing had disturbed her? Was it a casual remark or another subtle test? She forced herself back to her task, her mind racing. Fortresses tend to have secrets. He knew. He knew this house was hiding things. Was he involved? Was he investigating on his own? Or was he simply a cynical observer of his family's dysfunction? His interaction left her with more questions than answers. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of physically demanding, mentally numbing tasks. She polished silver under Martha's silent supervision, beat rugs out in the whipping wind behind the house until her arms felt like lead, and scrubbed floors on her hands and knees. Through it all, she listened. The house seemed to breathe around her, settling, groaning. Floorboards creaked overhead when no one should have been there. Drafts whispered through unseen cracks, carrying fragments of sound, a raised voice from behind a closed door, quickly muffled. A woman's soft weeping, abruptly cut off. The clink of glass somewhere in the upper reaches of the house. Whispers in the walls, both literal and figurative. During the midday meal, eaten again in strained silence in the kitchen, she noticed Bessie watching her with a speculative look. When Mrs. Albright left the room for a moment, Bessie leaned closer, her voice barely audible above the clatter of cutlery. "Saw Mr. Alexander leave the library earlier," she murmured, not looking directly at Emma. "He didn't seem pleased." Emma kept her eyes on her plate. "He spoke to me briefly, Bessie, just asked if I was new." "He doesn't usually notice the staff," Bessie said, her tone implying significance. "Especially not the new ones. Keep your wits about you, girl, that one. He sees more than he lets on." Before Emma could respond, Mrs. Albright returned, and the moment was lost. But Bessie's warning reinforced her own uneasy feeling about Alexander. He was a piece of the puzzle, but she couldn't yet tell if he was a piece that would help her solve it or one that would stand in her way. Later that afternoon, while fetching clean linens from a large cupboard in the upstairs corridor, Emma heard voices from behind the closed door of what she assumed was the master suite, presumably Marcus Blackwood's room now. One voice was sharp, angry. Marcus, she guessed. The other was lower, placating, but strained. "Don't understand the delay. The creditors won't wait forever, Thorne." Marcus's voice was tight with frustration. "These things take time, Mr. Blackwood. Transferring assets, liquidating, especially with the questions surrounding your father's departure." The other voice, Thorne, a lawyer, a banker, sounded cautious. Departure? It was an accident, a tragic accident. Marcus snapped back, but his tone lacked conviction. "The point is, the funds are needed now. Alexander is no help off playing cowboy God knows where, leaving me to handle this mess. And Mrs. Blackwood, is she amenable?" A harsh laugh from Marcus. "My mother is indisposed, lost in her grief, or her laudanum bottle. She's irrelevant. Just get it done, Thorne. Find the liquidity, and be discreet." The voices lowered again, becoming an indistinct murmur. Emma slipped away from the door, her heart pounding. Creditors? Liquidity? Laudanum? Alexander playing cowboy? It was a cascade of confirmation and new questions. The Blackwood fortune wasn't as secure as it appeared. Marcus was desperate. Eleanor was medicated, perhaps willingly oblivious. And Alexander remained detached, absent. Where did the missing fortune fit into this? Was it the key to solving Marcus's financial woes? As she carried the linens down the back stairs, her mind worked furiously. Marcus had motive, desperation. Eleanor was potentially incapacitated. Alexander was an unknown quantity, seemingly removed, but perhaps hiding his own agenda. And Mrs. Albright, Bessie, Martha, they watched, listened, survived within this web of tension. That evening, exhaustion weighed heavily on her, but sleep remained elusive. Lying on her cot in the stuffy attic room, listening to Martha's soft snores and the relentless sigh of the wind outside, Emma replayed the day's events. The bloodstain on the library rug, Alexander's unnerving presence, his cryptic words, the overheard conversation revealing Marcus's desperation and Eleanor's state. The house felt charged, humming with secrets just beneath the surface. She thought again of Alexander's question. Fortresses tend to have secrets, don't they, Emma Hayes? He knew. The question was, what did he know, and whose side was he on? Suddenly, a faint sound drifted up from below, not music this time, a soft scraping noise coming from the direction of the library. It was late. The house supposedly settled for the night. Who would be in Silas Blackwood's library now? Driven by instinct, Emma slipped out of bed, her bare feet silent on the wooden floor. She crept to the attic door, easing it open a crack, listening intently. The scraping sound came again, furtive, cautious. Someone was in there. Someone was disturbing the forbidden desk. Chapter 3. The Weight of Inheritance. The scraping sound came again, a furtive, insistent noise that set Emma's teeth on edge. It wasn't the random creak of an old house settling. It had purpose, direction. It came from the library, Silas Blackwood's sanctuary, the room Mrs. Albright had declared inviolable. Someone was disobeying the fortress's rules. Someone was searching. Adrenaline, sharp and cold, cut through the fog of exhaustion. This was it, the first tangible crack in the facade. Emma swung her legs silently off the cot, her bare feet finding the chill floorboards. Martha snuffled in her sleep, oblivious. The thin walls of the attic room offered little soundproofing, but years of training had taught Emma to move with ghost-like quiet. She eased the ill-fitting door open inch by agonizing inch, the hinges groaning faintly. She froze, listening. Below, the scraping stopped. Had she been heard? Silence stretched, thick and suffocating, broken only by the mournful howl of the wind outside. Then, after a heart-stopping pause, the sound resumed, softer this time, more cautious. Decision made. She had to see. This was why she was here, embedded in this cold, watchful house. Slipping out into the narrow, dark corridor, she felt the familiar thrill of the hunt mix with the very real fear of discovery. Discovery wouldn't just mean dismissal. In a place like this, with stakes clearly high, it could mean far worse. She was Emma Hayes, the insignificant maid. Getting caught snooping in the dead master's library late at night would shatter that persona instantly. The back stairs were treacherous in the dark, narrow and steep, each tread threatening to creak under her weight. She descended with painstaking slowness, testing each step before committing her full weight, one hand trailing along the rough plaster wall for balance. The air grew colder as she left the relative warmth of the attic, carrying the stagnant scent of dust and old secrets from the lower floors. The house seemed alive around her, breathing in the rhythmic sighs of the wind, its bones groaning under the pressure. Every shadow seemed to shift, every faint noise magnified in the profound silence. Reaching the ground floor corridor, the one that led past the main staircase to the library, she paused again, hidden in the deeper darkness where the back stairs emerged. The scraping sound was clearer now, accompanied by the rustle of paper. Definitely the library. She crept forward, hugging the wall, staying low. The thick runner muffled her footsteps, but the floorboards beneath occasionally whispered protests. Moonlight filtered through the tall windows of the main hall, cast long, eerie stripes of pale light across the corridor, creating islands of visibility she had to dart across between concealing shadows. The library door was slightly ajar, just a sliver of darkness against the deeper black of the room within. A faint line of light spilled from under it, suggesting a low lamp burning inside. The scraping had stopped again, replaced by the soft slither of drawers being opened and closed with careful precision. Someone was being methodical, trying not to make noise, but their urgency was betrayed by the occasional impatient rattle. Emma edged closer, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She needed to see who it was. Crouching low beside the doorframe, she angled her head, trying to peer through the narrow gap. It was difficult. The angle was sharp, the darkness within profound beyond the immediate vicinity of the desk lamp. She could see a section of the large partner's desk, illuminated in the warm, isolated glow of a single oil lamp turned down low. Papers were strewn across its surface, a stark contrast to the neatness she'd observed earlier that day. A hand, masculine, with prominent knuckles and short, clean fingernails, riffled through a stack of documents with controlled haste. The sleeve covering the wrist was dark broadcloth, expensive, tailored, not the rough homespun of a servant. Then the figure shifted, leaning further over the desk, and Emma caught a glimpse of his profile in the lamplight. Marcus Blackwood. His brow was furrowed in concentration, his lips pressed into a thin, hard line. The cold calculation Bessie had mentioned was etched onto his features, sharpened by anxiety. He wasn't just looking, he was hunting for something specific, discarding ledgers and correspondence with flicks of his wrist, his movements betraying a desperate impatience beneath the attempted stealth. He muttered something under his breath, a low curse of frustration. He opened another drawer, deeper this time, rummaging inside. The sound was louder, metal scraping against wood. He seemed less concerned with silence now, his desperation overriding caution. Emma pressed herself flatter against the wall, scarcely daring to breathe. If he came out suddenly, Marcus pulled out a long, narrow metal box. A deed box, perhaps? He fumbled with the lock, inserting a small key. It clicked open. He lifted the lid, his shoulders tense. Emma strained to see what was inside, but his body blocked her view. He sifted through the contents quickly, papers rustling. A sharp sigh of frustration escaped him. He slammed the lid shut, the sound echoing slightly in the quiet room, making Emma flinch. He hadn't found it. Whatever it was, the key to his financial salvation, perhaps, remained hidden. He ran a hand through his already impeccably neat hair, messing it slightly, a gesture of profound agitation. He scanned the desktop again, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting the missing item to materialize out of the shadows. His gaze swept towards the door. Emma instinctively pulled back, pressing herself into the alcove beside the entrance, praying the deep shadows would conceal her. She held her breath, her muscles screaming from the crouched position. Did he see movement? Did a shadow shift unnaturally? She heard him take a step towards the door, then pause. The grandfather clock in the hall chose that moment to chime the hour. 2 solemn, resonant bongs that reverberated through the silent house. The sound seemed to break the tension, or perhaps cover any faint noise she might have made. After a moment's hesitation, Marcus turned back to the desk. He began gathering the scattered papers, attempting to restore some semblance of order, though his movements were hurried, clumsy. He shoved the metal box back into the drawer, closed it, and quickly extinguished the lamp, plunging the room back into near-total darkness, save for the faint moonlight filtering through the heavy curtains. Emma heard him move towards the door again, his footsteps heavier now, less cautious. She had seconds to retreat. Scrambling backwards on silent feet, she melted back into the deep shadows near the turn for the servants' stairs, just as the library door opened fully. Marcus emerged, pausing briefly in the corridor, glancing left and right. Emma held perfectly still, tucked into the angle of the wall, her dark dress blending with the gloom. He seemed satisfied the corridor was empty, and turned, heading not towards the main staircase and the master's suite, but deeper into the house, perhaps towards a back office or a private study. His receding footsteps echoed faintly on the polished floor. Only when the sound had completely faded did Emma allow herself to release her breath in a shaky sigh. Her legs trembled from the strain. That was close, too close. But she had seen him. Marcus, the desperate heir, searching his dead father's private papers in the dead of night. He hadn't found what he sought, which meant the search wasn't over, and whatever he was looking for was likely tied to the missing fortune, the creditors, the very survival of the Blackwood Empire. She retreated up the back stairs, moving more quickly now, driven by the need for the relative safety of her attic room. The house felt different on the ascent, charged with the residue of Marcus's frantic energy, the weight of his desperation. The whispers in the walls seemed louder now, charged with meaning. Back in the small, stuffy room, she sank onto the edge of her cot, her mind racing. Martha hadn't stirred. The weight of inheritance. It wasn't just land and money. It was secrets, burdens, perhaps even blood. Silas Blackwood had built his kingdom, but he had seemingly left behind a crumbling foundation and a map to ruin that his son was now frantically trying to decipher. Marcus's actions confirmed his motive and desperation. He was clearly capable of breaking rules, of acting ruthlessly when cornered. But did that make him capable of arranging his father's accidental death? It was a chilling possibility. And where did Alexander fit into this? Marcus's frustrated comment, "off playing cowboy God knows where," suggested genuine distance, perhaps estrangement. Was Alexander truly uninvolved, or was his absence strategic? His earlier cryptic comment about secrets in fortresses took on a new light. Did he suspect his brother? Was he conducting his own, quieter investigation? His presence remained an unsettling question mark. Emma pulled the thin blanket around her shoulders, shivering despite the close air. The blood stain on the library rug flashed in her mind. Silas's death was ruled an accident out on the trail, but that stain? It felt like an anchor, tying the violence back to this house, back to the people within it. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow and dreamless, offering no respite. She woke again before the first hint of true dawn, the events of the night replaying vividly in her mind. As she dressed in the cold gloom, pulling on the drab uniform of Emma Hayes, she felt the duality of her existence more sharply than ever. She was a servant, expected to be invisible, yet she carried knowledge that could tear this family apart. Downstairs, the morning routine began with the same tense efficiency. Mrs. Albright's sharp eyes seemed to miss nothing, but she made no comment that suggested she suspected anything amiss. Bessie and Martha were their usual subdued selves. Emma wondered if they heard Marcus moving about in the night, if they knew or suspected his nocturnal activities. Their silence was a wall she hadn't yet breached. As Emma served coffee in the formal dining room, a vast, cheerless space dominated by a long, gleaming table and stiff-backed chairs, Marcus entered. He looked pale, drawn, shadows under his eyes betraying his lack of sleep. He barely glanced at Emma, his focus entirely on the stack of newspapers beside his plate. He radiated a nervous energy, his fingers drumming impatiently on the tabletop as he waited for his breakfast. He barked an order at Martha for more toast, his voice sharp with irritation. The desperation she'd witnessed hours earlier was still palpable, barely contained beneath a veneer of autocratic control. Later that morning, while dusting the gloomy upper hallway, Emma saw her, Eleanor Blackwood. The mistress of the house emerged from her room, leaning heavily on a cane. Though she didn't appear frail enough to truly need it, she was dressed in elaborate mourning weeds, black silk and crepe that rustled like dry leaves as she moved. Her face, visible beneath the heavy veil, was pale and puffy, her eyes vacant, lost in a fog that seemed thicker than grief alone. Laudanum, Marcus had said. It seemed plausible. She drifted down the hallway like a ghost, her gaze fixed on some distant point, seemingly unaware of Emma's presence just feet away. She clutched a small, lace-edged handkerchief in one hand, bringing it occasionally to her lips. There was a fragility about her, but also an unnerving detachment, as if she were merely a spectator in the unfolding drama of her own life. She disappeared down the main staircase, leaving behind the faint, cloying scent of lilies and something medicinal. Emma watched her go, a pang of something akin to pity stirring within her. Was Eleanor a victim of circumstance, drowned in sorrow and drugs? Or was her withdrawal a calculated performance, a way to avoid confronting unpleasant truths? Another layer of complexity, another locked door in the fortress of Blackwood Manor. Her duties took her back to the library later that day, tasked with polishing the already gleaming wood. The room felt different now, charged with the memory of Marcus's frantic search. She approached the desk cautiously. It looked exactly as it had the previous morning, neat, orderly, the stack of letters undisturbed, the inkwell gleaming. Marcus had cleaned up meticulously, but Emma's eyes scanned the floor around the desk, searching for anything he might have missed in his haste. Near the leg of the desk, partially concealed by the shadow of a carved pedestal, lay a tiny, crumpled ball of paper. It was easy to miss, looking like nothing more than a stray scrap. Her heart gave a small leap. She glanced towards the library door, ensuring she was alone, before quickly stooping to retrieve it, concealing it in the palm of her hand. It felt insignificant, weightless. Continuing her polishing, she worked her way around the room, her mind racing. What was on the paper? Was it trash or a clue? She resisted the urge to look immediately. tucking it safely into the deep pocket of her apron. Later, when she was safely alone, she would examine it. As she worked, her thoughts kept returning to the weight of inheritance. It was more than Silas's fortune. It was the legacy of his actions, the consequences rippling outwards, trapping his family in a web of debt, suspicion, and fear. Marcus wrestled with it desperately. Eleanor hid from it, and Alexander remained aloof, his connection to it still undefined. Emma felt the weight of it too, the burden of the secrets she was uncovering, the dangerous path she trod. The crumpled paper in her pocket felt suddenly heavy, a tangible piece of the mystery she now held in her hand. Whatever it revealed, she knew it would pull her deeper into the shadows of Blackwood Manor. The house was slowly yielding its secrets, but she had the chilling feeling that the most dangerous truths were yet to surface. Chapter 4. A Fragile Trust. The crumpled paper felt simultaneously insignificant and immensely heavy in the pocket of Emma's apron. Throughout the morning's relentless chores of scrubbing floors until her knees were raw, polishing furniture that seemed to gleam with smug indifference, fetching and carrying under Mrs. Albright's hawkish gaze, the small ball of paper was a constant secret presence. It was a tangible link to Marcus's nocturnal desperation, a fragment of the mystery she was here to solve, and potentially a spark in the powder keg of Blackwood Manor. Finding a moment of true privacy to examine it proved maddeningly difficult. The house, despite its size, felt claustrophobic, eyes seemingly everywhere. Bessie and Martha worked with a silent, synchronized rhythm that offered little opportunity for unobserved moments, and Mrs. Albright materialized in doorways with unnerving frequency. Finally, dispatched to the chilly, echoing pantry to inventory dwindling supplies of flour and dried beans, Emma found her chance. The pantry was windowless, lit only by the lamp she carried, its shelves lined with sacks, tins, and earthenware jars. The air was cool and smelled of burlap, dried herbs, and mouse droppings. Closing the heavy wooden door behind her, she leaned against it for a brief second, listening. Only the muffled sounds of the distant kitchen reached her. Safe for now. With trembling fingers, she retrieved the crumpled paper from her pocket. It was cheap stock, slightly rough to the touch. Carefully, smoothing it against the rough wood of a shelf, she angled her lamp closer. It wasn't a letter fragment or a name. It was a series of numbers and a single hastily scribbled word. 47, 112, redemption. That was it. No context, no explanation. Just those stark figures and the word, redemption. Her mind raced. 47, 112. Coordinates? A map reference? Land survey numbers were often formatted similarly, denoting township, range, section, though the EU was common, indicating west of the principal meridian. Could it be a specific plot of land? Silas Blackwood owned vast tracts of timber and ranch land. Perhaps this referred to a particular section, one Marcus believed held significance? And the word, redemption. It resonated strangely in the cold, silent pantry. Redemption Creek? Redemption Mine? There were countless abandoned claims and struggling settlements scattered across the territory, many with names born of hope or desperation. Could it be a place name, linked to the coordinates? Silas was supposedly returning from a clandestine deal when he died, carrying a large sum of money. Perhaps this location, this redemption, was where the deal took place, or where the money, the missing fortune, was now hidden. Marcus hadn't found cash or deeds in the library desk, but maybe he sought directions, a map reference leading to the fortune. This scrap of paper, dropped in his haste, could be the very clue he was searching for. Emma committed the numbers and the word to memory, her mind already working through the possibilities. If it was a location, finding it would require access to maps, survey records, resources far beyond the reach of Emma Hayes, the humble maid. She needed to find a way, subtly, to gather more information. She folded the paper carefully, tucking it into a small, hidden seam inside her bodice, a safer place than her apron pocket. Possessing it felt like holding a live coal. It was knowledge Marcus desperately wanted, knowledge that could expose the truth behind Silas's death and the missing money, knowledge that could get her killed. Returning to the kitchen, lamp in hand, she forced herself to resume the mask of quiet diligence. She measured flour, counted bean sacks, her mind miles away, plotting, calculating. Bessie was scrubbing pots at the large sink, her movements methodical. Martha was nowhere to be seen, likely attending to duties elsewhere in the silent house. Emma hesitated, then moved towards the sink, picking up a damp cloth to wipe down the already clean counter beside Bessie, an attempt at camaraderie, however small. "Quite a bit of land the Blackwoods own, I reckon," Emma commented idly, keeping her tone light, conversational. "Must stretch for miles." Bessie grunted, not looking up from her pot. "More land than sense sometimes." "Lots of creeks and hills out there," Emma pressed gently. "Heard tell of some strange names folks give places, like, I don't know, Whispering Falls or Devil's Gulch." She watched Bessie's reflection in the murky water. "Ever hear tell of a place called Redemption?" Bessie stopped scrubbing. She turned slowly, wiping her chapped hands on her apron, her watery blue eyes narrowed, suddenly sharp and suspicious. "Why you asking about place names, girl? Stick to your work. Less you know about what's out there, the better." Her voice was low, rough, carrying the same warning as before. "Some places, they hold bad memories, best left buried." Emma immediately backed off, lowering her gaze. "Sorry, Bessie. Just making talk. Gets lonely, don't it?" Bessie sniffed, turning back to her pot. But the shutters were firmly back in place. The brief flicker of suspicion, the instinctive warning, it confirmed Emma's feeling. Redemption wasn't just a random word. It meant something here, something dark. Bessie knew or suspected more than she let on, but gaining her trust would be a slow, painstaking process. Fragile, indeed. The rest of the day unfolded with meticulous, soul-crushing routine. Emma cleaned grates, polished brass until her reflection stared back, dull and unfamiliar, and tried to make herself invisible whenever Marcus strode through the house, his presence a storm cloud of contained fury. Eleanor remained a fleeting ghost in black crepe. Late afternoon found Emma tasked with sweeping the wide front porch and the steps leading down to the neglected gravel drive. The wind had eased slightly, but the air remained sharp, carrying the scent of distant wood smoke and the vast, dry emptiness of the prairie. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the western sky in bruised shades of orange and purple, casting long skeletal shadows from the manor and the few gnarled trees. It was a landscape of stark, lonely beauty, overwhelming in its scale. Working outside, even performing a menial task, felt like a brief release from the oppressive atmosphere within the house. She swept methodically, the rhythmic scrape of the broom against the wooden planks a counterpoint to the sighing wind. She paused, leaning on the broom handle, gazing out at the immense rolling land stretching towards the horizon. It seemed impossible that a single family could claim dominion over so much, could try to fence in such wildness. Yet the Blackwood name was stamped across this territory, a brand of ownership and ambition, where in all that vastness was 47-112 to W. Where was redemption? Admiring the view or just contemplating escape? The voice, low and unexpected, came from behind her. Emma started whirling around, her heart leaping into her throat. Alexander Blackwood stood leaning against the porch railing, just a few feet away. He must have approached soundlessly from the side of the house. He was dressed as before, in practical range clothes, a layer of dust dulling his boots and the hem of his trousers, suggesting he'd been riding. He held the reins of a sturdy-looking bay horse loosely in one hand. The horse shifted patiently beside him, its breath misting in the cool air. Unlike his brother, Alexander seemed perfectly at ease in the outdoors, a part of the landscape rather than fighting against it. His startling blue eyes watched her, a faint, almost imperceptible amusement lurking in their depths. Or was it suspicion? It was impossible to tell. "Sir!" Emma dropped into a clumsy approximation of a curtsy, lowering her gaze, clutching the broom handle like a shield. I was just finishing up, sir." "Were you?" He didn't move closer, but his presence felt encompassing. He tilted his head slightly, studying her. "You don't look like the other girls Mrs. Albright hires. They usually have less fire in their eyes." Emma's breath caught. Fire? Had she let the mask slip? Was her concentration on the landscape, her inner thoughts, so visible? She forced a look of mild confusion onto her face. "Sir, I don't understand." He gave a slight shrug, turning his gaze towards the darkening horizon. "This land, it demands something from people. Resilience, stubbornness. Sometimes it breaks them. Sometimes," he paused, his voice softening almost imperceptibly, "it sets them free." He looked back at her, his expression unreadable. "Which will it be for you, Emma Hayes?" His directness was unnerving. He wasn't making small talk. He was probing, testing her reactions, just as he had in the library. She felt pinned by his gaze, the rough wool of her dress suddenly suffocating. "I'm just here to work, sir," she mumbled, focusing on a loose nail in the porch floorboards. "To earn my keep." "Are you?" He took a step closer, the scent of horse, leather, and dust reaching her. He stopped beside her, not touching, but near enough that she could feel a subtle warmth radiating from him, a stark contrast to the chill air. He followed her gaze out towards the vast prairie. "It's a hard place for a woman alone." "I manage, sir." "I'm sure you do." There was a strange note in his voice. Respect? Sarcasm? He reached out, not towards her, but towards the broom she held. His fingers brushed hers as he took it gently from her grasp. The brief contact sent an unexpected jolt through her, electric and confusing. "Allow me," he said quietly. With a few efficient sweeps, he cleared the remaining dust from the corner of the porch. It was a simple gesture, incongruous for the son of the manor, yet performed with a natural grace that suggested he wasn't entirely unaccustomed to physical work. He leaned the broom against the wall, then turned back to her. "Why did you come here, Emma Hayes?" he asked, his voice low again, almost intimate in the twilight. "To Blackwood Manor? There are safer places, easier work to be found, even out here." This was dangerous territory. Her carefully constructed backstory involved hardship back east, a need for a fresh start, a distant cousin who'd heard of the position. She started to recite the rehearsed lines, but something in his direct, searching gaze made the lie feel flimsy, inadequate. "I needed the work, sir," she said, meeting his eyes briefly before looking away again. "And perhaps I sought something different, a place where the past couldn't find me so easily." It was close enough to the truth of Emma Reed's life, if not Emma Hayes's. He seemed to consider her words, his expression thoughtful. "The past has long shadows out here," he murmured, "especially in this house." He looked towards the imposing silhouette of the manor, its windows like dark, vacant eyes reflecting the dying light. Sometimes the hardest thing to escape is family. Was he talking about himself? His strained relationship with Marcus, his dead father? The air crackled with unspoken things, with shared burdens hinted at but not named. For a moment the barrier between master and servant, between detective and suspect, seemed to thin. There was a weariness in him that resonated with her own, a sense of being entangled in circumstances not entirely of his own making. A fragile connection, tenuous and fraught with risk. He held her gaze for another long moment, then seemed to withdraw back into himself. The brief flicker of vulnerability vanished, replaced by his usual guarded watchfulness. "Mrs. Albright will be wondering where you are," he said, his tone becoming brisk, dismissive once more. He turned towards his horse, gathering the reins. "Sir?" Emma said, the question forming before she could stop it. "Redemption. Do you know of a place called Redemption?" He froze, his hand halfway to the horse's mane. He turned back slowly, his eyes narrowing, the blue darkening like a prairie storm gathering. The air grew suddenly cold again. "Why do you ask?" His voice was flat, devoid of inflection, but laced with an underlying tension that hadn't been there moments before. Emma's heart hammered. She'd pushed too far. I overheard the name, sir. Someone mentioned it." A feeble recovery, but the best she could manage. "Just curious." He stared at her, his face a mask of stone. The fragile moment of connection, the tentative flicker of trust, shattered instantly. Suspicion flared in his eyes, sharp and dangerous. He searched her face, looking for the lie, for the hidden motive. "Curiosity can be a dangerous thing in these parts, Emma Hayes," he said softly, each word dropping like a stone into the silence, "especially when it leads you to places best forgotten." Without another word, he swung himself easily into the saddle. He didn't look back at her as he nudged the horse forward, riding away from the manor, not towards the main gates, but angling off across the darkening land, disappearing into the vast gathering shadows. Emma stood frozen on the porch, the wind whipping stray strands of hair across her face, her hands clenched at her sides. She had made a mistake, a serious one. Mentioning redemption had tripped an alarm within him, transforming the complex, intriguing man into a figure of suspicion and potential threat. Bessie's warning, his own cryptic words, redemption was clearly a place tied to the Blackwood secrets, a place Alexander knew, and a place he guarded fiercely. What had happened there? Was it connected to his father's death? To the missing money? And why did the mere mention of it provoke such a strong reaction in him? He wasn't just detached, he was actively concealing something. The fragile trust, if it had ever existed, was broken. Alexander Blackwood was no longer just an enigma. He was an adversary, or at least someone whose secrets were now directly counter to her investigation. And he knew she was curious. He was watching her now, not with faint amusement, but with sharp, calculating suspicion. She picked up the broom again, her hand trembling slightly. The house loomed behind her, darker and more menacing than ever. The whispers in the walls seemed to grow louder, mocking her blunder. She had gained a vital clue, the coordinates, the name. But in doing so, she had potentially exposed herself to the most observant and perhaps the most dangerous member of the Blackwood family. The weight of her deception settled heavily upon her shoulders, colder and more isolating than the prairie wind. The path forward had just become significantly more treacherous. Chapter 5. Cracks in the Facade. The morning after her ill-advised mention of redemption dawned colder, the gray light pressing against the attic window pane like a shroud. Emma felt the shift in the house's atmosphere almost immediately, a subtle tightening of the already present tension. It wasn't just the weather or the usual oppressive silence punctuated by the house's groans and sighs. It was him, Alexander. As she moved through her early morning duties, fetching water, helping lay the fire in the kitchen stove, setting out the coarse crockery for the staff breakfast, she felt his presence even before she saw him. It was a prickling awareness at the back of her neck, a sense that she was being observed, catalogued, assessed. When he did enter the kitchen briefly to collect a canteen of coffee before heading out again, presumably to the range, his gaze swept over her with a chilling lack of expression. The brief flicker of connection, the shared weariness she thought she'd glimpsed on the porch the previous evening, was gone, replaced by a cool, evaluating distance. He didn't speak to her, didn't even acknowledge her presence beyond that swift, encompassing glance. But the message was clear. He was watching. His suspicion, once ignited, burned with a cold, steady flame. The interaction, or lack thereof, left Emma feeling exposed, vulnerable. Her blunder felt monumental, a careless flick of a stone that had started an avalanche she couldn't yet see. She had alerted the one member of the family who seemed to possess genuine perceptiveness, the one whose motives remained utterly opaque. Now, every move she made, every word she uttered, would be weighed, measured, potentially misinterpreted. Blending in had just become exponentially harder. The strain was evident elsewhere in the household, too. During the family breakfast service in the cavernous dining room, Marcus Blackwood was a study in barely suppressed agitation. He sat stiffly at the head of the long, polished table, Silas's vacated throne, looking diminished rather than empowered by the position. His pallor was more pronounced than the day before, the skin stretched taut over his cheekbones, his eyes darting constantly towards the doorway as if expecting bad news at any second. When Martha, moving with her usual silent tread, placed his plate of eggs and bacon before him, he flinched as if startled. "Careful, woman!" he snapped, his voice sharp and brittle. "Must you creep about like a phantom?" Martha froze, her face impassive, but Emma saw her hands clench briefly at her sides before she murmured a quiet apology and retreated. Marcus poked at his eggs with a fork, his appetite clearly absent. He took a gulp of coffee, then slammed the cup down, rattling the saucer. "Is the post in yet?" he demanded of Mrs. Albright, who stood rigidly by the sideboard, overseeing the service. "Not yet, Mr. Marcus. The stage isn't expected for another hour or so." "Useless," he muttered, pushing his plate away. "Everything in this godforsaken territory runs late, except the creditors." He threw his napkin onto the table and rose abruptly, scraping his chair back harshly against the polished floor. "Inform me the instant it arrives, Albright. The instant." He strode from the room without a backward glance, leaving a wake of unease behind him. Mrs. Albright's lips thinned, but she merely directed Bessie, who was clearing the dishes, with a curt nod. The facade of aristocratic decorum was cracking under the pressure of Marcus's desperation. His outburst wasn't just impatience, it was fear, raw and poorly concealed. The weight of inheritance, the crumbling empire, was crushing him. Later that morning, Emma was tasked with dusting the upper hallway, a long, dim corridor lined with more stern-faced ancestors and closed doors. As she worked her way along, running her cloth over gilded frames and carved wainscoting, she heard the faint rustle of silk. Eleanor Blackwood emerged from her room, moving with that same spectral drift Emma had witnessed before. Today, however, the heavy veil was pushed back slightly, revealing more of her face. The puffiness was still there, the eyes clouded, but as she passed Emma, her gaze flickered sideways. For a fleeting, startling second, Eleanor's eyes met Emma's, and the fog seemed to momentarily clear. There was a spark of something sharp, lucid, almost appraising in their depths. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, submerged again beneath the vacant haze. But it was enough to send a jolt through Emma. Was the laudanum-induced stupor entirely real? Or was there a keen, calculating mind hiding beneath the layers of grief and medication? Was Eleanor Blackwood a passive victim or an active participant in the house's secrets, using her mourning weeds as a shield? The encounter left Emma more unsettled than ever. The women in this house, from the formidable Mrs. Albright to the seemingly broken Eleanor, possessed hidden depths and guarded their positions fiercely. Seeking refuge in routine, Emma focused on her tasks, trying to appear utterly absorbed in the mundane. She polished silver until her fingers cramped, swept floors with meticulous care, changed linens, always aware of the undercurrents, the watchful eyes, both real and imagined. She thought again of the coordinates, 47, Durden 12, and the word redemption. She needed a map, but asking for one or being seen looking for one was now incredibly risky. Alexander's suspicion was a barrier, making any deviation from her role as a simple maid potentially catastrophic. An opportunity arose, cloaked in the mundane. Mrs. Albright, apparently displeased with the previous day's dusting, sent Emma back to the library. "And this time," the housekeeper instructed sternly, "see that you move the books on the lower shelves. Dust accumulates behind them shamefully. The library, Silas's domain, the scene of Marcus's frantic search and her own near discovery." Entering the room felt like stepping back into a charged silence. The portrait of Silas seemed more imposing than ever, his painted eyes following her. The faint bloodstain near the window drew her gaze, a stark reminder of the violence underpinning the family's wealth and secrets. Following Mrs. Albright's instructions gave Emma the perfect excuse to examine the lower shelves more closely. She knelt, pulling out heavy volumes of geological surveys, historical atlases, and bound collections of territorial maps. Her heart beat faster. This was it. Here, amidst the records of Silas's empire building, might lie the key to redemption. She worked slowly, carefully, dusting behind each row of books, her fingers tracing the spines, her eyes scanning the titles and the shelf labels. Many maps were rolled and stored in tubes, labeled vaguely. Timber Holdings, North Sector, Railroad Survey, Central Route. Others were bound in large folios. It was a treasure trove of geographical information, but searching it thoroughly under the guise of dusting was impossible. She needed time, uninterrupted time, which was a commodity in short supply. Her attention was drawn to a locked cabinet built into the shelving unit near the desk. Unlike the polished wood surrounding it, the cabinet door was plain, sturdy oak, fitted with a heavy brass lock. It looked out of place, more functional than decorative. What did Silas keep locked away so securely? Personal papers? Sensitive business dealings? Or maps deemed too valuable or secret for the open shelves? She ran her dustcloth over the lock, her fingertips automatically assessing its mechanism. It was complex, sturdy, not something easily picked without the right tools and time. She examined the wood around it. Faint scratches near the keyhole suggested it was accessed regularly, or perhaps that someone, Marcus, had already tried unsuccessfully to force it. A floorboard creaked in the hallway outside. Emma straightened up immediately, resuming her dusting of a nearby bookshelf, her back to the door, her movements calm and rhythmic. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate. Alexander's tread. She braced herself, keeping her gaze fixed on the book spines. He didn't enter the library this time. He paused in the doorway. She could feel his presence, his scrutiny, like a physical weight. He stood there for perhaps half a minute, silent, watchful. Was he deliberately trying to unnerve her, or was he simply observing the house, his family's domain, with his usual intensity? The silence stretched, amplifying the ticking of the clock in the hall, the frantic beat of Emma's own heart. Then, as silently as he had appeared, he moved on. Emma let out a slow, careful breath. He was definitely watching her. Her mention of redemption had marked her. She finished her dusting, her mind racing. The locked cabinet felt significant. If the coordinates and the name weren't on a readily available map, perhaps the key lay within that cabinet. But accessing it presented a formidable challenge. Later, seeking out Bessie in the relative isolation of the laundry room, a steamy, soap-scented chamber filled with large copper tubs and drying racks, Emma tried a different tack. She helped the older woman feed damp sheets through the heavy mangle, their movements falling into a shared rhythm. "This house," Emma began conversationally, keeping her tone light, "it feels old, like it's seen a lot." Bessie grunted, guiding a sheet carefully. "Seen more than its share of trouble, if you ask me. Some houses are like that, soak up sorrow like a sponge." "All these maps the master had," Emma continued, testing the waters again, avoiding any specific names this time. "In the library. Looks like he owned half the territory." "Owned it or took it?" Bessie muttered darkly. Silas Blackwood didn't get rich by being gentle. She glanced sideways at Emma. "Still asking questions, girl? Thought I warned you." "Just observations, Bessie," Emma said quickly. "Hard not to notice things in a place like this." She decided to risk it, slightly. "Lots of official maps, surveys and such. Does the family keep other kinds? Private ones?" Bessie stopped cranking the mangle handle. She looked at Emma, her gaze penetrating. "There are things on Silas's maps that ain't marked on any government survey. Places best left undisturbed. Claims jumped, boundaries shifted, water rights acquired." She lowered her voice. "He kept his real secrets locked up tight, like a dragon on his hoard." She gestured vaguely towards the main part of the house. "In his library, or maybe his study. A locked cabinet, a dragon on his hoard." Bessie's words confirmed Emma's suspicion. Silas's private maps, the ones holding the real secrets, were likely secured. And Bessie knew it. She knew the kind of secrets Silas kept. "Best forget about maps, girl, Bessie added, her voice rough with warning. "Focus on your work. Stay out of family business. It's, healthier. She resumed turning the mangle handle with renewed vigor, signaling the end of the conversation. Emma retreated, chastened but also vindicated. The locked cabinet was almost certainly her next target. But Bessie's fear was palpable. The secrets Silas kept weren't just about money. They were dangerous, potentially lethal. Jumped claims, shifted boundaries, questionable water rights. These were the sparks that ignited feuds and fueled violence on the frontier. Silas hadn't just built an empire. He'd likely built it on a foundation of ruthlessness and dispossession. His death might not have been just about a missing fortune. It could have been retribution. As dusk began to settle, casting long shadows across the grounds, Emma found herself restless, the confines of the house suffocating. She slipped out the back door, ostensibly to fetch firewood from the woodshed, needing a moment of open air, a chance to think away from the oppressive presence of the manor and its inhabitants. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine from the distant hills. She was stacking logs into a rough canvas carrier when she heard it. Raised voices coming from the direction of the stables, partially obscured by a stand of skeletal cottonwood trees. Marcus's sharp, angry tones were unmistakable, laced with panic. The other voice was lower, calmer, but firm. "Alexander, told you not to go near there." Alexander's voice carried clearly on the evening air, tight with controlled fury. "It's too dangerous, especially now." "Dangerous?" Marcus scoffed, his voice high-pitched. "What's dangerous is sitting here waiting for the vultures to circle. We need that capital, Alexander. Father's arrangements were supposed to secure us, not leave us dangling over a cliff. Did you find anything? Anything at all?" "What I found is trouble brewing," Alexander replied, his voice dropping slightly, but still intense. "Old grievances don't just disappear, Marcus, and stirring things up at redemption, it's like poking a hornet's nest." Redemption. There it was again. Alexander had been there. Recently. He knew the dangers, the old grievances linked to the place, and Marcus knew Alexander had gone, apparently looking for the same thing Marcus himself sought, the missing fortune, or proof of Silas's final deal. The brothers, despite their apparent distance, were entangled in the same desperate search, approaching it from different angles, with different levels of caution. "Hornets?" Marcus laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "I'm more worried about the bankers, brother. If that money isn't found, or if proof of those assets doesn't surface, we lose everything. The house, the company, Father's precious legacy. You think I care about some old range feud when our throats are about to be cut? Father's legacy is built on more than just timber and rail lines," Alexander said quietly, his voice heavy with meaning. "It's built on shadows. Disturb them carelessly, and they might just swallow you whole." There was a tense silence. Then Marcus spoke again, his voice sullen. "Just find it, Alexander. Find it before it's too late." The sound of a horse whinnying, then hoofbeats moving away quickly, signaled the end of the confrontation. Marcus must have ridden off. Emma remained frozen by the woodshed, the firewood forgotten in her hands. The cracks in the facade had just widened into a chasm. The brothers were both involved, both desperate, but deeply divided on how to proceed. Alexander wasn't detached. He was actively engaged. Aware of dangers Marcus seemed determined to ignore. Redemption was the focal point, a place of old grievances and potential salvation. And Alexander feared disturbing its hornet's nest. She gathered the firewood, her mind alight with the implications. Alexander knew the risks associated with redemption, suggesting he knew the history, perhaps even the specific secrets Silas had buried there along with potentially his fortune. His suspicion of her, his warning about curiosity, it wasn't just about protecting family secrets. It was about protecting them all from a tangible, violent threat connected to that location. The game had shifted again. It wasn't just about finding money. It was about navigating a minefield of past sins. And Alexander, the enigmatic younger son, seemed to be the only one fully aware of just how explosive that minefield truly was. The locked cabinet in the library suddenly felt even more critical. and infinitely more dangerous to approach. Chapter 6. Beneath the Prairie Moon. Night fell over Blackwood Manor like a dropped curtain, thick and starless. A low-hanging bank of clouds obscured the moon, plunging the prairie into an even deeper darkness than usual. The wind had died down, leaving an unnerving stillness, amplifying the small sounds within the house, the settling groans of timber, the distant tick of the grandfather clock, the skittering of unseen creatures within the walls. It was the kind of night that felt pregnant with possibility, where secrets felt closer to the surface, emboldened by the dark. Emma lay on her narrow cot in the attic, feigning sleep, her senses hyper-alert. Martha snored softly nearby, a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence. Hours earlier, after witnessing the tense confrontation between Marcus and Alexander near the stables, Emma had retreated into her role, performing her evening duties with practiced subservience, her mind buzzing with the implications of what she'd heard. Redemption? Old grievances? Shadows that could swallow you whole? Alexander's warning to his brother echoed in her thoughts, painting a picture far more complex and dangerous than simple financial desperation. Silas Blackwood hadn't just hidden money, he'd hidden volatile history. Tonight, the locked cabinet in the library called to her. The conversation between the brothers, Bessie's cryptic warnings, Marcus's frantic nocturnal search, it all pointed towards that cabinet as a potential repository of the truths she sought. Silas's private maps, perhaps documents relating to the deal he made just before his death, the key to redemption, and the missing fortune. Accessing it was fraught with risk, especially now that Alexander's suspicions were aroused. But waiting felt equally dangerous. Marcus was growing more desperate. Alexander was clearly taking action on his own, and the fragile stability of the household felt poised to shatter. Emma Reed, the detective, knew that sometimes the greatest risks yielded the greatest rewards. Emma Hayes, the maid, would have to provide the perfect cover. She waited until the house had sunk into the deepest part of the night, the time when even restless souls might succumb to exhaustion. The clock downstairs chimed 2, the sound muffled but distinct. Slipping silently from her cot, she dressed not in her uniform, but in dark, practical trousers and a shirt she'd kept hidden, clothes better suited for stealth than servitude. Her lockpicks, oiled and ready, felt cool and familiar in her hand. Tucked into her waistband, pressing against the small of her back, was the reassuring weight of her .32 caliber pistol. She wasn't expecting violence, but in this house, preparedness was paramount. Descending the treacherous back stairs was even more nerve-wracking than the previous night. Every creak, every whisper of her soft-soled boots against the wood seemed amplified tenfold in the profound stillness. The air hung heavy, stagnant. Reaching the ground-floor corridor, she paused, listening intently. Silence. Only the faint, rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock measured the passage of time. Moving with practiced stealth, she navigated the shadowy corridor towards the library. The door was closed tonight, likely locked after Marcus's previous intrusion. She reached it, her fingers lightly tracing the frame. No light spilled from beneath it. Good. She knelt, extracting a thin tension wrench and a delicate pick from her small kit. The lock on the library door itself was relatively simple, an old warded mechanism common in houses of this era. Within moments, under her experienced touch, the tumblers clicked softly and the latch yielded. She eased the door open just enough to slip inside, then closed it gently behind her, leaving it unlocked for a quick escape if necessary. The library was a pool of ink, the heavy curtains blocking even the faintest hint of ambient light from the clouded night sky. The familiar scent of old paper, leather, and Silas's lingering pipe tobacco filled the air. Emma stood perfectly still, allowing her eyes to adjust, her ears straining against the silence. Nothing. She was alone. Producing a small, shielded lantern from her pocket, a specialized piece of equipment designed for minimal light spill, she lit the wick, keeping the flame turned down low. The tiny light cast a small, focused circle, illuminating the massive desk, the cold hearth, the rows upon rows of silent books. It felt like trespassing in a tomb. Her target was the locked cabinet built into the shelves near the desk. She moved towards it, the small pool of light gliding over the spines of books, the polished wood floor. Reaching the cabinet, she knelt before it, placing the lantern carefully on the floor beside her, angled to illuminate the brass lock mechanism. Bessie's words echoed, "Locked up tight, like a dragon on his hoard." Silas's real secrets. She examined the lock again. It was a good-quality pin-tumbler lock, more modern and complex than the one on the library door. This would require more finesse, more concentration. Selecting a finer tension wrench and a hook pick, she began to work, her touch feather-light, probing the internal mechanism, feeling for the subtle clicks as the pins aligned. It was delicate work, demanding intense focus. The silence of the room pressed in on her, magnifying the tiny sounds of metal scraping against metal, the soft rasp of her own breathing. Every distant creak from the house made her freeze, her heart hammering against her ribs. Was it just the house settling, or was someone else awake, listening? Minutes stretched into an eternity. The lock resisted, stubborn, well-crafted. Silas hadn't intended for this to be easily breached. Emma wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, refocusing, her fingers working with patient dexterity. Then finally a soft, satisfying clunk. The cylinder turned. The lock was open. She paused, listening again. Silence. Carefully, she pulled the cabinet door open. It swung smoothly, silently, on well-oiled hinges. Inside, the cabinet was deeper than she expected, lined with dark felt. It didn't contain stacks of ledgers or boxes of correspondence. Instead, it held several rolled maps tied with faded ribbons and a single, slim, leather-bound journal. Her pulse quickened. This was it. She reached first for the journal, her fingers brushing against the worn leather cover. It felt personal, intimate. Silas Blackwood's private thoughts? His secrets, confided to paper? She carefully lifted it out, placing it beside the lantern. Then she turned her attention to the maps. There were perhaps half a dozen rolls. She selected one at random, untying the ribbon with trembling fingers. Carefully unrolling it on the floor in the dim lamplight, she saw it wasn't a standard survey map. It was hand-drawn, annotated with Silas's own precise, spidery script. It depicted a familiar stretch of territory, but with lines and symbols not found on any official document. Notations indicating water sources marked as controlled, trails marked private use only, sections of land labeled with names instead of numbers, names like Miller's Claim, Void, or Carver Ranch, acquired. Bessie's words came back. Jumped claims, boundaries shifted. This was a map of Silas's conquests, his ruthless carving out of territory, likely detailing actions of dubious legality, if not outright criminality. She quickly rolled it back up and reached for another. This one was similar, covering a different area, again marked with Silas's possessive, secretive annotations. She needed to find the one relevant to redemption. She looked for labels matching the coordinates, 47.112. She unrolled a third map, thicker than the others. This one was different. It was a detailed survey map of a specific region, rugged, mountainous terrain. And there, clearly marked, was Section 112, Township 47 West. Near the center of the section, nestled in a narrow canyon carved by a winding creek, was a small symbol, a pickaxe and shovel icon, labeled simply, Redemption Mine. Her breath caught. Redemption wasn't just a place name, it was a mine. Likely an old, perhaps abandoned claim, and it was located precisely at the coordinates Marcus had dropped. This map, unlike the others, had fewer annotations, but there were faint pencil markings near the mine symbol, a dotted line indicating a rough trail deviating from the main creek bed, leading further up the canyon, ending at a small X. What did the X signify? The location of the hidden money? The site of Silas's fatal accident? Beside the mine symbol, almost erased but still legible under the focused lamplight, was another annotation in Silas's hand, Deal pending Rourke, a new name. Was this the person Silas was meeting? The owner of the mine? The guide who had disappeared? Finding Rourke, if he was still alive, could be crucial. This map held the key. Emma quickly but carefully rolled it back up, tucking it securely inside her shirt. She couldn't risk leaving it behind, nor could she risk Marcus or Alexander finding it first. The journal remained. She hesitated. Reading it here was too dangerous, took too much time. But leaving it felt wrong. It might contain context, explanations, details about Rourke, about the deal, about the old grievances Alexander feared. She picked it up. It was slim, easily concealable. Another risk, but potentially vital. She tucked it alongside the map. Now to close up. She carefully shut the cabinet door, listening for the click as the latch engaged. Then, using her tools, she relocked it, ensuring it appeared undisturbed. Speed was essential now. She gathered her lantern, extinguished the flame, plunging the room back into darkness. She moved towards the door, pausing to listen. Silence. Easing the door open, she peered out into the corridor. Empty. Moonlight now filtered more strongly through the main hall windows as the clouds began to break, casting eerie shadows. She slipped out, pulling the library door shut, hearing the soft click of the latch. She didn't relock it. An unlocked door was less suspicious than signs of forced entry if someone checked. Retracing her steps towards the back stairs felt even more perilous than the journey down. The house seemed to hold its breath around her, every shadow a potential watcher. She carried precious, dangerous cargo, the map to redemption, Silas's private journal. The weight of it felt immense. As she reached the relative sanctuary of the back staircase, halfway up the first flight, a floorboard groaned loudly overhead on the main landing of the floor above. Emma froze, flattening herself against the wall, her hand instinctively going to the pistol at her back. Footsteps, slow, measured, moving along the upper corridor. Not Marcus's agitated pace, nor Mrs. Albright's brisk tread. These were quiet, almost stealthy. They paused near the top of the main staircase, then continued, fading towards the front of the house. Who was wandering the halls at this hour? Eleanor, drifting in a laudanum haze? Or Alexander, restless, watchful? The uncertainty sent a fresh wave of cold dread through her. Had she been heard? Seen? She forced herself to wait, counting slowly, straining her ears. No further sounds. Whoever it was had moved on or retreated. Taking a deep, silent breath, she continued her ascent, moving with renewed urgency, but maintaining her stealth. Reaching the attic corridor felt like surfacing after holding her breath underwater for too long. She slipped back into her room. Martha hadn't moved. The rhythmic snoring continued unabated. Quickly shedding the dark clothes, hiding them, the map, and the journal deep within her meager belongings in the chest at the foot of her cot, Emma slipped back into her thin nightgown. She lay down, pulling the rough blanket up, but her mind was racing too fast for sleep. Beneath the prairie moon, now occasionally breaking through the clouds to cast fleeting silver light across the landscape, she had navigated the heart of the Blackwood fortress and emerged with its secrets. Redemption Mine, Rourke. Silas's private map, his journal. These were powerful pieces of the puzzle, but acquiring them had raised the stakes immeasurably. She had tangible evidence now, evidence that could expose decades of ruthlessness, ignite old feuds, and reveal the truth behind Silas's death. Evidence that people would kill to recover or suppress. And she couldn't shake the feeling that her nocturnal excursion had not gone entirely unnoticed. The footsteps in the hall, the feeling of being watched, the fragile darkness that had concealed her felt increasingly thin. The prairie moon might illuminate secrets, but it also exposed those who moved in the shadows. Chapter 7. Where Loyalties Lie. The weight of the stolen journal and map, hidden beneath the loose floorboard under her cot, felt like a physical pressure against Emma's chest. Every creak of the house, every footstep in the corridor, every sharp command from Mrs. Albright sent a jolt of adrenaline through her, the fear of discovery a constant metallic taste in her mouth. The footsteps she'd heard in the hall the previous night echoed in her memory, slow, deliberate, stealthy. Had it been Alexander, his suspicions leading him to patrol the sleeping house? Or Eleanor, less fogged by laudanum than she appeared? Or perhaps someone else entirely, another player moving silently through the shadows of Blackwood Manor? The uncertainty gnawed at her. Sleep had been fleeting, disturbed by fragments of uneasy dreams, tumbling locks, accusing eyes, the vast indifferent prairie stretching endlessly towards a place called redemption. She woke feeling gritty-eyed and exposed, the drab maid's uniform feeling less like a disguise and more like a target. Her primary objective now was to examine Silas Blackwood's journal, to understand the secrets held within its worn leather covers. But finding the time and privacy for such a task felt like seeking water in a drought. The morning routine was imbued with a heightened sense of fragility. Marcus was conspicuously absent from the breakfast table, his place setting starkly empty. Mrs. Albright offered no explanation, her face set in granite lines. But Bessie, while clearing the sideboard, muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Emma to catch, "Rode out before dawn, like a man chased by devils." Chased by creditors, more likely, Emma thought, or perhaps by the implications of the secrets Alexander had warned him against stirring. Eleanor drifted into the dining room later, a tragic figure in black silk, her movements slow, her eyes clouded. She picked listlessly at a piece of toast, her gaze distant. Yet as Emma refilled her water glass, Eleanor's eyes flickered up, meeting Emma's for a brief, unnerving moment. That same spark of sharp lucidity Emma had seen before flared briefly, a glint of awareness beneath the carefully constructed facade of grief and detachment. Was she assessing Emma? Gauging her? Or was it merely a random firing of a mind dulled by drugs? Eleanor lowered her gaze quickly, retreating back into her fog, leaving Emma with a renewed sense of unease. The mistress of the house was an enigma wrapped in mourning weeds, her loyalties, her very state of mind, impossible to determine. Alexander did not appear at all. Emma felt his absence as acutely as she had felt his watchful presence the day before. Was he out on the range, checking on the hornet's nest at Redemption? Or was he somewhere closer, observing, waiting? His silence was almost more unnerving than his direct scrutiny. Throughout the morning, Emma performed her duties with robotic efficiency, her mind constantly searching for an opportunity. Dusting the gloomy downstairs parlor, polishing the endless silverware, mending linens under Martha's silent, watchful presence. Every task was overlaid with the tension of waiting, the need to access the journal. Martha remained an impenetrable wall of silence. Her loyalty seemed absolute, but to whom or what Emma couldn't guess. She simply worked, observed, and revealed nothing, her face a mask of stoic endurance. It was Bessie who inadvertently provided the chance. While scrubbing the stone flags of the back scullery, a damp, chilly space smelling of harsh soap and boiled cabbage, Bessie suddenly straightened up, pressing a hand to her lower back with a sharp intake of breath. "Blast this damp," she groaned, her face tight with pain. "Goes right to the bones." "Are you all right, Bessie?" Emma asked, genuine concern momentarily eclipsing her own preoccupations. Bessie waved a dismissive hand, though her face remained pale. "Just need a moment. Old bones complaining." She leaned heavily against the stone wall. "Finish this patch here, girl. I'll fetch some liniment from my room. Mrs. Albright needn't know." It was a rare admission of weakness, a tiny crack in the older woman's gruff exterior. As Bessie shuffled out, groaning softly, Emma realized she had perhaps 10, maybe 15 minutes of guaranteed solitude in the secluded scullery. It wasn't ideal, but it might be her only chance. Quickly, she rinsed her hands in the bucket of cold, soapy water, drying them hastily on her apron. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She darted back towards the servants' stairs, praying she wouldn't encounter Mrs. Albright. Luck held. The corridor was empty. She flew up the narrow stairs to the attic, her footsteps muffled by haste and desperation. In her room, she knelt, pried up the loose floorboard, its protest masked by the general creaks of the old house, and retrieved the slim, leather-bound journal. Her fingers trembled as she clutched it. Stuffing it inside her bodice, she smoothed down her apron, took a deep breath, and hurried back down the stairs, praying Bessie hadn't returned yet. The scullery was empty. Relief washed over her, so potent it almost made her dizzy. She leaned against the cold stone wall where Bessie had stood, pulling out the journal. The leather cover was smooth, worn at the edges, unmarked by title or name. It felt heavy with unspoken history. Taking another calming breath, she opened it to the first page. The handwriting was Silas Blackwood's, the same precise, slightly backward slanting script she'd seen on the maps. The first entry was dated nearly 20 years prior. Emma scanned quickly, skipping through entries detailing land acquisitions, timber yields, railroad negotiations, the meticulous records of an empire builder. Silas's tone was pragmatic, unsentimental, focused solely on profit and control. He rarely mentioned his family. When Eleanor appeared, it was usually in the context of social obligations or household management. Marcus was noted primarily for his perceived weaknesses, impatience, lack of foresight, an affinity for gambling that Silas clearly disdained. Alexander appeared less frequently, especially in the earlier years, often referred to simply as the boy, or A. Silas seemed perplexed by his younger son, noting his intelligence but lamenting his disinterest in business, his preference for the range over ledgers, his unsettling quietness. There was a grudging respect for Alexander's competence with horses and his understanding of the land, but also a clear frustration, a sense that Alexander was a tool he couldn't quite wield effectively. There was no warmth, only calculation. Emma flipped forward, searching for entries closer to the present, searching for mentions of redemption or Rourke. Her time was limited. Bessie could return any moment. Her eyes snagged on an entry from 5 years ago, October 12th. Rourke approached me again regarding the redemption claim. Fool thinks sitting on worthless rock makes him a king. The vein he struck is shallow, played out. But the location, strategically vital for water access, downstream. His asking price is absurd, fueled by whiskey and dreams. Offered him half. He refused. Threatened litigation over the old Carver boundary dispute. Empty threats. Carver is long gone and Rourke's title is questionable at best. Patience. He'll break. Rourke. Redemption mine. A water rights issue. The Carver boundary dispute, likely one of the old grievances Alexander feared. Silas hadn't acquired the mine legitimately. He was waiting to squeeze Rourke out, using a past conflict, likely one Silas himself had orchestrated against the unfortunate Carver, as leverage. The ruthlessness Bessie had hinted at was laid bare in Silas's own pragmatic script. Emma's fingers flew, turning pages. Entries detailed Silas tightening the screws, diverting water upstream, filing nuisance claims, subtly isolating Rourke. Then, about 6 months before Silas's death, a shift. April 5th, met with Rourke at the mine. Seems desperate. Talks of leaving the territory. Made a final offer, low but enough for him to disappear. Surprisingly, he countered. Not with money. With information. Damaging information regarding the NR&T land grants. Says he has proof, documents, NR&T, Northern Rail and Timber, one of Silas's major ventures. Land grant fraud? This was potentially explosive, enough to threaten the entire Blackwood Empire, far beyond a disputed mining claim. April 10th, verified Rourke's claim. The man isn't bluffing. He holds records I thought long buried. A dangerous situation. Agreed to his terms. Payment upon delivery of all documents and his permanent departure. Meeting arranged for the 18th near Redemption. The 18th, just days before Silas's fatal hunting accident. He wasn't going to buy a mine. He was going to buy silence, bury evidence of past crimes. The missing fortune wasn't profit. It was blackmail money. Emma's blood ran cold. Silas hadn't died accidentally while returning from a deal. He died en route to pay blackmail, carrying a large sum of cash meant to silence a dangerous man holding proof of fraud. Had Rourke decided the money wasn't enough? Had he killed Silas and taken the cash? Or had someone else intercepted them, Knowing about the meeting, the money, the incriminating documents, Marcus, desperate for funds and perhaps fearing exposure himself, or someone else entirely, connected to the old Carver dispute or the NR&T fraud, footsteps shuffled in the corridor outside the scullery. Bessie. Emma snapped the journal shut, shoving it hastily back inside her bodice just as the door creaked open. Bessie entered, rubbing foul-smelling liniment onto her lower back. "Filthy job," Bessie grumbled, eyeing the patch of floor Emma had supposedly been scrubbing. "Seems you managed." "Yes, Bessie," Emma murmured, grabbing the scrubbing brush, her heart still pounding. Just finished, she knelt, scrubbing vigorously at the cold stone, trying to appear completely absorbed, hoping the flush she felt on her cheeks wasn't visible. Bessie watched her for a moment, her expression shrewd. "You seem jumpy today, girl. Something spook you?" "No, Bessie, just this house. It feels watchful sometimes." Bessie grunted. "It is watchful. Walls have ears here. And secrets." She lowered her voice again, the scent of liniment sharp in the air. "Mr. Silas, he kept his secrets well, but secrets have a way of festering, like a bad wound. Best not to poke at him." Her gaze was pointed, a clear warning. Did Bessie suspect more than she let on? Her loyalty seemed to lie firmly with self-preservation, warning Emma off for her own good, or perhaps to protect herself from whatever fallout might come. The interaction left Emma feeling even more isolated. She possessed dangerous knowledge that recontextualized Silas's death entirely. It wasn't just about a missing fortune, it was about blackmail, fraud, and potentially murder. Rourke was the key. Was he the guide who had vanished? Had he fled with the money after killing Silas? Or was he himself a victim? Later that afternoon, Emma was carrying a heavy basket of laundry towards the drying yard when she rounded the corner of the stables and almost collided with Alexander. He was leaning against the corral fence, idly stroking the muzzle of the bay horse he'd ridden the day before. He straightened up as she approached, his movements fluid, economical, his blue eyes, clear and direct in the afternoon light, fixed on her immediately. The watchful distance was still there, but now it felt sharper, more focused. "Emma Hayes," he said, his voice quiet, yet carrying easily over the rustle of the wind. "Always busy." Emma clutched the laundry basket, dipping her head. "Yes, sir. Plenty to do, sir." He took a step away from the fence, moving casually a piety into her path, forcing her to stop. "You seem preoccupied today. More so than usual." "Just tired, sir," she mumbled, avoiding his gaze. "Are you?" He tilted his head, that disconcerting way he had of studying her. "Or perhaps you didn't sleep well. This old house makes strange noises at night. Floorboards creak, doors open and close." Her heart leaped into her throat. He knew. He must have been the one she heard. He was letting her know he knew someone had been moving about, testing her reaction. She forced herself to remain outwardly calm, keeping her gaze lowered. "Houses this old settle, sir. Makes all sorts of sounds." "Indeed." He paused, letting the silence stretch, charged with unspoken accusation. "My father's library," he continued, his voice deceptively mild, "is supposed to remain undisturbed. Mrs. Albright is quite insistent on that point, yet things seem out of place." This was it, a direct probe. She could feel the color draining from her face despite her best efforts. "Sir, I dusted in there yesterday, as instructed. I was very careful." "Were you?" His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Dusting doesn't usually involve resetting locks, does it?" She stared at him, momentarily speechless. How could he possibly know? Had she left some minuscule sign? Or was he bluffing, trying to frighten a confession out of her? His expression was unreadable, a carefully maintained mask of aristocratic inquiry, but the intensity in his eyes was undeniable. I don't know anything about locks, sir," she stammered, the lie feeling paper-thin. He held her gaze for a long, tense moment. She felt stripped bare, her disguise dissolving under his scrutiny. He knew she wasn't just a simple maid. He might not know who she was or why she was there, but he knew she was lying, knew she had breached the library's sanctity. Then, unexpectedly, a faint, humorless smile touched his lips. "No," he said softly. "Perhaps you don't." He stepped aside, clearing her path. "Carry on, Emma Hayes. Just be careful where your duties take you. Some parts of this house hold more dangers than dust." He turned back to his horse, dismissing her. Emma hurried past, her legs trembling, the laundry basket suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. It wasn't just a warning, it was a confirmation. He knew she'd been in the library, knew she'd opened the locked cabinet. He hadn't exposed her. Why? Was he playing his own game, content to watch her, perhaps use her? Or was he issuing a final warning before taking more decisive action? Her loyalty, she realized with a jolt, was becoming dangerously complicated. Her duty was to the Pinkerton agency to uncover the truth for her client, whose identity remained obscured behind layers of bureaucracy. But Alexander, he was an obstacle, a suspect, potentially dangerous. Yet his warning, his decision not to immediately expose her, felt complex. Was there a flicker of understanding? A shared sense of navigating the treacherous currents of his family's secrets? Or was she projecting, desperately seeking an ally in this house of shadows? The truth, gleaned from Silas's journal, was ugly, implicating his father in serious crimes. Where did Alexander's loyalty lie? To his father's tarnished memory? To his desperate brother? Or to some deeper, perhaps more honorable sense of justice? He feared the old grievances connected to redemption. Was he trying to prevent further bloodshed, even if it meant protecting his family's dark secrets? As she hung the damp sheets on the line, the wind snapping the fabric like gunshots, Emma felt trapped. Alexander knew she was more than she seemed. The journal confirmed Silas died amidst blackmail and fraud, likely murdered. Rourke was the key, and Redemption Mine was the epicenter. Her path forward was clear. Find Rourke, or find out what happened to him. But now, she had to do it knowing Alexander was watching her every move, his motives and his ultimate loyalties, still dangerously unclear. The fragile trust she'd imagined was non-existent. Instead, there was a perilous, undeclared truce, liable to break at any moment. Chapter 8, marked by suspicion. The encounter with Alexander by the stables cast a long, chilling shadow over the following days. His quiet confirmation that he knew she'd breached the library, coupled with his cryptic warning, left Emma feeling profoundly unsettled. She was no longer just an observer operating under the cloak of invisibility. She was marked. Alexander Blackwood, with his disconcertingly perceptive blue eyes and unsettling stillness, saw more than the humble maid persona she projected. He knew she was searching, knew she possessed secrets, but his motives for not exposing her remained frustratingly opaque. Was he toying with her? Waiting for her to lead him to whatever she sought? Or did his warning stem from something else, a reluctant acknowledgement of shared danger? The atmosphere in Blackwood Manor grew heavier, more volatile. Marcus's pre-dawn departure seemed to signal a new phase of desperation. He returned 2 days later, gaunt, travel-stained, and radiating a barely suppressed fury that made the entire household walk on eggshells. He closeted himself in the library, the room now feeling doubly violated to Emma, first by her own intrusion, then by the legitimate heir's desperate rummaging, emerging only for meals, which he consumed in brooding silence, snapping at the servants for imagined slights. He pointedly ignored Alexander when their paths crossed, the fraternal animosity a palpable force in the room. The fragile facade of family unity, already cracked, was crumbling into open hostility. Eleanor continued her spectral drifting, her reliance on the laudanum perhaps increasing under the heightened tension. Yet Emma couldn't shake the memory of those brief moments of lucidity, the sharp awareness lurking beneath the fog. Was Eleanor truly oblivious, or was she a silent, calculating observer, allowing her sons to battle while she conserved her own strength, her own secrets? Emma threw herself into her work, seeking refuge in the mindless rhythm of scrubbing, polishing, mending. Physical exhaustion was a welcome distraction from the constant mental calculations, the gnawing fear of discovery. She needed to analyze Silas's journal more thoroughly, cross-reference the names and dates, formulate a plan to investigate Redemption Mine and the elusive Rourke. But opportunities for privacy remained scarce, and the feeling of being watched, not just by Alexander, but perhaps now by Marcus, or even Mrs. Albright, whose sharp eyes seemed to miss nothing, made any deviation from her routine feel fraught with peril. The journal and the map remained hidden beneath the floorboard, a secret hoard that felt increasingly dangerous to possess. Every time she entered the attic room, she checked the board, smoothed the rough blanket over it, her heart pounding. If discovered, the consequences were unthinkable. Her interactions with the other staff became tinged with this pervasive suspicion. Martha remained silent, impenetrable, her loyalty seemingly absolute to the house itself, or perhaps just to her own survival within its walls. Bessie, however, seemed to sense the shift in Emma's demeanor, the underlying tension. The older woman watched her with a mixture of pity and wariness. "You're looking peaked, girl," Bessie remarked one afternoon as they sorted through potatoes in the root cellar, the earthy scent thick in the damp, cool air. "This place, it grinds folks down." "I'm all right, Bessie. Just tired." Bessie snorted, tossing a rotten potato onto a discard pile. "It ain't just tiredness. Seen that look before. Like a rabbit smells a coyote on the wind." She lowered her voice, glancing towards the cellar door. "Word gets around even when folks try to keep things quiet. Mr. Marcus, he's been asking questions. About you." Emma froze, a knot tightening in her stomach. "Me? What sort of questions?" "Just who you are. Where you came from. Why you showed up looking for work here of all places." Bessie shrugged, but her eyes were serious. "Mrs. Albright gave him the answers from your reference, same as always, but he seemed unconvinced. Told the housekeeper to keep a closer eye on you." So Marcus was suspicious too. Had Alexander said something? Or was Marcus's own paranoia simply extending outwards, searching for scapegoats or unseen enemies? Mrs. Albright keeping a closer eye. That explained the housekeeper's increased vigilance, her sudden appearances whenever Emma paused for breath. "Best keep your head down lower than ever," Bessie advised, her voice rough but not unkind. "Trouble's brewing in this house, girl. Big trouble. Don't want to get caught in the storm when it breaks." Her loyalty, it seemed, was primarily self-preservation, but it extended to a grudging concern for the newcomer she perceived as being in over her head. The knowledge that both brothers now harbored suspicions intensified Emma's need to act. She couldn't remain passive, waiting for the axe to fall. She needed information, needed to understand the terrain around Redemption Mine, needed to find out what happened to Rourke. The map she'd stolen was detailed, but it was old, hand-drawn by Silas. She needed contemporary knowledge, local knowledge, and there was only one person in the house who possessed that in abundance: Alexander. Approaching him directly was risky, almost suicidal, given his awareness of her duplicity. But perhaps there was another way. She remembered his ease with the horses, his range clothes, the casual way he handled the reins. He spent time at the stables, seemed more comfortable there than within the oppressive walls of the manor. The stables might offer a different context, a slightly less charged environment. Late the following afternoon, feigning the need to dispose of kitchen scraps on the compost heap located behind the stables, Emma made her way there. The low sun cast long shadows, the air crisp and smelling of hay, horses, and manure, a wholesome, earthy scent that felt blessedly normal after the stagnant air of the house. Several horses nickered softly in their stalls as she passed. She found Alexander not with his bay horse, but in the dusty, cluttered tack room, mending a piece of bridle leather with focused concentration. Lamplight cast a warm glow on his hands as they worked, skillful and steady. He looked up as she hesitated in the doorway, his expression carefully neutral. No surprise, no welcome, just quiet acknowledgement. "Lost your way, Emma Hayes?" he asked, his voice calm. "No, sir, just taking out the scraps." She held up the small bucket as evidence. "Mrs. Albright's orders." He nodded slowly, his eyes scanning her face, searching for the lie, the ulterior motive. She forced herself to meet his gaze steadily, projecting nothing but weary obedience. "The compost heap is further down," he said, gesturing vaguely with the piece of leather. "Yes, sir, I know." She paused, gathering her courage. This was the moment. Direct approach was suicide, but perhaps oblique inquiry. "It's fine horseflesh you keep here, sir. Looks well cared for." He raised an eyebrow slightly, perhaps surprised by the shift in topic. "We try." "That bay you ride," Emma continued, stepping tentatively into the tack room, the smell of leather strong and pleasant. "He looks like he has spirit. Good for long distances, I'd wager." Alexander set the bridle piece down, leaning back against the workbench, crossing his arms. He watched her, waiting. He has stamina, knows the trails. "Trails around here must be rough," Emma ventured, letting her gaze drift over the saddles, the blankets, the tools hanging on the wall. "Lots of hills, canyons, easy to get lost, I imagine, if you don't know the way." "The land demands respect," he said quietly, "and knowledge. You can't force your way through it. Not for long." Was that another warning? A metaphor for navigating the Blackwood secrets? Heard tell of old mines dotted around. Emma pressed on, trying to sound casual, making conversation like any curious newcomer might. "Prospectors always hoping to strike it rich. Most end up with nothing but dust, I suppose." Alexander's expression didn't change, but she sensed a subtle tensing in his posture. "Many dreams buried out there. Must be dangerous places," she said, looking directly at him now. "Abandoned shafts, unstable ground, especially after the rains we've had." She was circling carefully around the subject of Redemption Mine. His blue eyes held hers, steady, challenging. "Some places are dangerous for reasons other than unstable ground, Emma Hayes." "Like claim disputes?" she asked, feigning innocence. "Heard those can turn nasty." "They can." His voice was flat, giving nothing away. He picked up the bridle piece again, turning it over in his hands, seemingly losing interest in the conversation. The shutters were down. He wasn't going to be drawn. Emma felt a surge of frustration. He knew she was probing, knew what she was hinting at, but he refused to engage, keeping his knowledge, his intentions, locked away. Yet his mere presence here, mending tack, seemed significant. He wasn't poring over ledgers like Marcus. He was tending to the tools of the range, the means of navigating the land where the secrets lay buried. His connection was to the physical territory, to the trails, perhaps even to redemption itself. "Well, she said, forcing a lightness she didn't feel. "Best get these scraps dumped before Mrs. Albright sends out a search party." She turned to leave, disappointment settling heavily. "Emma." She stopped, her back to him. "Yes, sir?" "That curiosity of yours," he said, his voice low and even, devoid of threat but carrying immense weight. "It led you to the library. Don't let it lead you out onto the range alone." He paused. "Especially not towards the West Canyons. It's rough country, easy for someone inexperienced to have an accident." She turned slowly. He was still focused on the leather in his hands, not looking at her. But the message was unmistakable. The West Canyons. That was the direction indicated on Silas's map, the location of Redemption Mine. He knew she had the map, or at least suspected she knew the location, and he was warning her off, explicitly, not with anger, but with a chillingly calm statement about the dangers of the terrain. Was it a threat, or a genuine warning, born of his fear of the old grievances associated with the place? "Thank you for the advice, sir," she managed, her voice barely a whisper. He didn't reply, didn't look up. Dismissed again, but this time carrying a specific, terrifying warning. He knew where she wanted to go. She dumped the scraps, her hands trembling slightly. Alexander wasn't just watching her. He was anticipating her moves. He held the knowledge of the land, the knowledge of its dangers, both physical and human. He was deliberately keeping her away from Redemption Mine. Why? To protect her? To protect his family's secrets? To handle the situation himself without interference? Returning to the oppressive confines of the house, the suspicion felt thicker than ever, clinging to her like the dust she constantly swept away. Marcus watched her with open hostility. Mrs. Albright tracked her movements with renewed vigilance. Eleanor's fleeting moments of lucidity felt like glimpses into a calculating mind. And Alexander knew too much, warned her too explicitly, his motives remaining dangerously shrouded. That night, sleep was impossible. Lying in the dark attic, Emma felt the net tightening around her. She was marked, suspected by all factions within the house. Her disguise as Emma Hayes was wearing thin. Alexander's warning about the West Canyons wasn't just advice. It was a boundary line drawn in the dust. Crossing it meant defying him directly, entering the territory he guarded, the place where Silas Blackwood's sins festered, where Rourke had disappeared, and where violence seemed not just possible, but probable. Yet the journal's revelations burned in her mind. Silas's blackmail, Rourke's threat, the meeting near redemption. The truth lay out there in those canyons. Avoiding it meant failing her mission, potentially allowing a murderer to escape justice, leaving the Blackwood secrets to fester and perhaps claim more victims. Bessie's words echoed, "Trouble's brewing. Big trouble." The storm was coming, and Emma realized, with a chilling certainty, that staying within the suffocating walls of Blackwood Manor might be just as dangerous as venturing out into the perilous canyons Alexander had forbidden her to enter. Her loyalty to her duty warred with the instinct for self-preservation, complicated further by the unnerving ambiguity of Alexander's stance. He was both obstacle and perhaps the only one who truly understood the dangers ahead. But could he be trusted? In this house of shadows and lies, trust felt like the most dangerous gamble of all. Chapter 9. Dancing on the Edge. The house breathed suspicion. Emma felt it in the way Mrs. Albright's gaze lingered a second too long when assigning tasks, in the abrupt silence that fell when she entered the kitchen, in the hostile glances Marcus shot her way across the dining room. Alexander's knowledge of her transgression in the library was a silent, vibrating wire stretched taut between them. His warning about the West Canyons echoed not as concern, but as a boundary clearly, irrevocably drawn. She was marked, isolated, navigating a treacherous path where one misstep could lead to ruin, or worse. The role of Emma Hayes, the unassuming maid, felt paper-thin, threatening to tear with every carefully measured breath she took. Her days became a tightrope walk, a precarious dance on the edge of discovery. Every waking moment was consumed by the need to appear ordinary, diligent, utterly unremarkable, while her mind raced, dissecting the information from Silas's journal, replaying Alexander's warnings, formulating desperate, half-formed plans. Rourke, redemption mine, the blackmail, the murder disguised as an accident. The truth felt like a physical weight, pressing down on her, demanding action. Yet action seemed impossible under the suffocating blanket of scrutiny. Mrs. Albright, clearly acting on Marcus's instructions, seemed determined to keep Emma tethered. Her tasks became deliberately confining, designed to keep her within the central, observable parts of the house. One entire morning was spent polishing the already gleaming banister of the main staircase, a public high-traffic area where escape or privacy was impossible. Another afternoon involved sorting tangled skeins of embroidery silk in the small, airless sewing room adjacent to Mrs. Albright's own office, the housekeeper's presence palpable just beyond the thin wall. Emma worked with forced meticulousness, her fingers separating threads while her mind wrestled with maps and motives. The confinement was maddening, fueling a rising sense of desperation. Time was slipping away. Marcus's fraying nerves suggested the creditors were closing in. Alexander's solitary rides suggested he was pursuing his own course of action regarding redemption. She couldn't afford to remain trapped within these walls, polishing silver while the real story unfolded, perhaps violently in the canyons outside. She yearned for another chance to study the stolen map, to pore over the journal, but the risk was too great. Retrieving them from beneath the floorboard felt like reaching into a serpent's nest. Even the attic room no longer felt secure. She imagined Mrs. Albright conducting surprise inspections, Marcus ordering a search of the servants' meager belongings. The secret she carried felt radioactive, poisoning her peace, isolating her completely. Even Bessie, her only potential source of unguarded information, seemed to withdraw slightly. The shared moments of gruff camaraderie became rarer. Bessie's warnings had been clear, and perhaps she sensed Emma's unwillingness or inability to heed them. During a brief encounter in the pantry, while fetching jars of preserves, Bessie's usual gruffness was tinged with something sharper. "Heard talk down at the mercantile yesterday," Bessie muttered, not looking at Emma as she counted jars. "When I went for supplies, folks whispering." Emma's senses went on high alert. "Whispering? About what, Bessie?" "Strangers asking questions out towards the mining camps. Questions about old claims, old troubles." Bessie slammed a jar down on the shelf with unnecessary force. "Stirring up dust best left settled. Folks get nervous when ghosts start walking." She finally looked at Emma, her watery eyes hard. "Told you this ain't no place for curiosity, girl. Some questions, the answers come with a bullet." Strangers asking questions? Was it Marcus or men hired by him, or someone else entirely, connected to the NR&T fraud Rourke held evidence of? The situation was escalating beyond the confines of the manor. The ripples of Silas's past were spreading, disturbing the fragile peace of the territory. Bessie's fear was real, grounded in the harsh realities of frontier justice and long memories. Her words were another turn of the screw, increasing the pressure on Emma to act before the situation exploded. Later that day, tasked with replenishing the firewood in the main parlor, another public space, Emma found herself face to face with Alexander. He was standing by the tall windows, gazing out at the bleak afternoon landscape. A glass of amber liquid, whiskey probably, held loosely in his hand. He hadn't been present at the midday meal, and his presence now felt unexpected, charged. He turned as she entered, setting the log basket down by the hearth. His expression was, as usual, unreadable, but his eyes seemed to bore right through her carefully constructed facade. "More chores, Emma Hayes?" he asked, his voice quiet, almost conversational, yet laced with the familiar undercurrent of scrutiny. "Yes, sir. The fire needs tending." She knelt by the hearth, avoiding his gaze, focusing on arranging the logs on the grate. The simple physical task was a welcome anchor in the swirling currents of tension. "It's a cold house," he observed, swirling the whiskey in his glass. "Requires constant feeding, much like ambition or secrets." Emma didn't respond, concentrating on her task. His words hung in the air, laden with double meanings. He knew she carried secrets. He was reminding her. He moved away from the window, crossing the room soundlessly on the thick rug until he stood near the fireplace, looming slightly above her kneeling figure. She could feel his proximity, the subtle scent of whiskey and something uniquely him, leather, wind, a hint of danger. "My brother seems agitated," Alexander remarked casually. "More so than usual. One might wonder what troubles him." Emma remained silent, poking at the logs with the iron poker, pretending to be absorbed. Was he trying to draw her out, gauge what she knew about Marcus's desperation, his nocturnal searches? "Perhaps," Alexander continued, his voice dropping lower. "He's concerned about the family legacy, or perhaps he's lost something. People become quite frantic when they misplace things of value." He knew about Marcus's search, perhaps even suspected what Marcus sought. He was laying pieces on the table, watching her reaction. Emma kept her face averted, her knuckles white where she gripped the poker. This was the dance, a delicate, dangerous maneuvering around the truth, each party aware of the other's hidden knowledge, neither willing to show their full hand. Or perhaps, Alexander mused, taking a slow sip of his whiskey, he simply worried about unwanted attention. Newcomers asking questions. It can make people nervous in these parts, especially people with things to hide. Her breath caught. He was referencing Bessie's comment, the talk at the mercantile. He heard things, too. He was letting her know the net wasn't just tightening around her, but potentially around his brother as well. Whose side was he on? Was he warning her or subtly aligning himself against Marcus? The ambiguity was dizzying. She finished arranging the logs and rose slowly, dusting off her hands on her apron, finally forcing herself to meet his gaze. His blue eyes were intense, holding hers captive. "I wouldn't know about such things, sir," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "I just do my work." The familiar refrain, her only shield, a flicker of something. Impatience? Disappointment? Crossed his features, gone as quickly as it appeared. "Yes," he said softly. "You do your work." He took another sip of whiskey, then gestured towards the door with his glass. "See that you continue to do so, within the boundaries set for you." The dismissal was clear, the reminder of his previous warning sharp and pointed. Boundaries. He was reinforcing them. Don't cross the line. Don't go near the canyons. Emma retreated, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The encounter left her shaken, but also strangely resolute. He was trying to contain her, to manage the situation, perhaps prevent the explosion Bessie feared. But his very attempts to control her, to fence her in with warnings and veiled threats, only solidified her determination. She couldn't stay passive. She couldn't allow him or Marcus or the ghosts of Silas's past to dictate the outcome. The truth about Silas's death, about Rourke, about the fraud and the blackmail needed to come out. It was her job, her duty. And perhaps, a small voice whispered, it was the only way to truly break free from the suffocating grip of Blackwood Manor. That night, sleep was a distant shore she couldn't reach. The house seemed to close in around her, the silence punctuated by imagined sounds, the scrape of a lockpick, the stealthy tread of footsteps, the distant echo of a gunshot from the West Canyons. Alexander's face floated in her mind's eye, his expression unreadable, his warnings mingling with the image of the hand-drawn map, the X marking a spot near Redemption Mine. She was dancing on the edge, and the edge was crumbling. The scrutiny, the suspicion, the veiled threats, they were pushing her towards a choice. She could retreat, try to find a way to send word back to the agency, abandon the investigation before she was irrevocably exposed or harmed. Or she could push forward, defy the warnings, cross the boundary Alexander had drawn, and take the immense risk of seeking out Redemption Mine herself. Staring out the small attic window at the vast, indifferent darkness stretching westward, the decision settled within her, cold and clear. It wasn't even a choice. Not really. Retreat meant failure, meant leaving the truth buried, meant letting the shadows win. It meant betraying the very reason she endured this life of deception and danger. She had to go. She had to find Redemption Mine. She had to uncover what happened to Silas Blackwood and Rourke, regardless of the cost. The dance was over. She was stepping off the edge. Now she just needed to find a way to make the leap without falling into the abyss, a way to slip the tightening bonds of the manor and reach the canyons before Alexander or Marcus or whatever dangers awaited her there slam the door shut forever. The thought sent a thrill of fear and determination through her in equal measure. The game was entering its most dangerous phase. Chapter 10. Buried Truths. The decision, once made, brought a strange kind of calm. The fear didn't vanish. It settled deeper, a cold knot in her stomach. But the frantic uncertainty was replaced by a sharp, focused resolve. Emma knew what she had to do. Escape the suffocating vigilance of Blackwood Manor, retrieve her hidden map and journal, acquire a horse, and ride west towards Redemption Mine. Each step was fraught with danger, each obstacle seemingly insurmountable. Yet the clarity of purpose felt like a weapon honed sharp. She was no longer just reacting. She was taking control, reclaiming her role as Emma Reed, operative, investigator. The first challenge was breaking free from the invisible cage Mrs. Albright and the suspicious Blackwood brothers had erected around her. Her movements were monitored, her tasks deliberately confining. Leaving the house unnoticed especially for long enough to reach the distant canyons, seemed impossible. She needed a diversion, a disruption significant enough to draw attention away from her, to create a window of opportunity, however brief. Fortune, or perhaps the escalating chaos of the household, provided one. 2 days after her tense encounter with Alexander in the parlor, a heated argument erupted between Marcus and Mrs. Albright in the main hall. Emma, dusting the already spotless furniture in the adjacent drawing room, heard the raised voices clearly through the thick, partially open doors. Unacceptable! This level of incompetence! Marcus's voice was sharp, brittle with fury. Misplaced ledgers, delayed reports. Are you deliberately trying to sabotage what little remains of my father's business? Mr. Marcus, I assure you, the household accounts are in order. Mrs. Albright's voice was stiff, laced with offended dignity, but lacking its usual iron authority. She sounded rattled. Perhaps if certain expenditures were curtailed, the discrepancies you perceive— Expenditures? Marcus cut her off with a harsh laugh. You dare lecture me on expenditures, Albright, while this house bleeds money through mismanagement and your lax supervision? He lowered his voice, but the venom remained. I'm beginning to wonder where your loyalties truly lie. Perhaps my father trusted you too much. The accusation hung in the air, ugly and dangerous. Emma could picture the scene. Marcus, pale and desperate, lashing out. Mrs. Albright, rigid with indignation, her carefully maintained control finally cracking. This was more than a simple disagreement over accounts. It was a power struggle, fueled by Marcus's paranoia and the housekeeper's wounded pride. The foundation of the household hierarchy was trembling. Emma seized the moment. While their attention was locked in conflict, she slipped silently from the drawing room, not towards the back stairs, but towards the front of the house. Her assigned task provided the perfect cover. She was meant to be cleaning the vestibule near the main entrance. Moving quickly, purposefully, she reached the heavy oak front door, her heart hammered against her ribs. This was reckless, audacious. If caught, with trembling fingers, she worked the heavy bolts, sliding them back as quietly as possible. The mechanism groaned faintly, masked, she prayed, by the continuing argument in the hall. She eased the massive door open just a crack, enough to slip outside, then pulled it gently shut behind her. The click of the latch sounded deafeningly loud to her own ears. Freedom. The crisp, cool air hit her face, smelling of pine and damp earth. The sky was overcast, threatening rain, the light flat and gray. Perfect conditions for travel, less likely to draw attention than bright sunlight. She didn't dare use the main drive. Instead, she hugged the side of the house, keeping low, using the overgrown shrubbery for cover, circling around towards the back, towards the stables and the woodshed where she hoped to find the tools of her escape. The argument inside seemed to have subsided, replaced by a tense, heavy silence. Had they noticed her absence? Was Mrs. Albright already dispatching someone to find the missing maid? Emma quickened her pace, anxiety nipping at her heels. Reaching the relative cover of the woodshed, she paused, catching her breath, scanning the area. The stables seemed quiet. No sign of Alexander or the stable hand, an older, taciturn man named Jed, who rarely interacted with the house staff. Her immediate need was supplies. She slipped into the dim, sawdust-scented shed. Inside, amongst the neatly stacked logs and rusty tools, she found what she needed: a sturdy canvas sack, a small hatchet, a length of rope, and crucially, a tin of matches and a flint striker tucked away on a high shelf. Basic survival gear essential for a journey into the unforgiving canyons. Next, the stables. This was riskier. Jed could be anywhere, or worse, Alexander might be tending his horse. She approached cautiously, peering around the corner. The main stable doors were open. Inside, several horses shifted in their stalls, snorting softly. Empty. Jed must be out mending fences or performing some other task on the sprawling property. Relief warred with urgency. She needed a horse, tack, and she needed them fast. Alexander's bay was in its usual stall, powerful and alert. Tempting, but taking his horse was madness. It would be noticed immediately. and it would point directly back at her. She needed something less conspicuous. Further down, in a stall often occupied by visiting ranch hands or temporary hires, stood a sturdy-looking dun mare. Serviceable, unremarkable, less likely to be missed immediately. Perfect. Working quickly, her hands automatically going through familiar motions learned during a brief undercover stint on a ranch years ago, Emma located a worn but functional saddle and bridle in the tack room, the same room where Alexander had issued his warning. The scent of leather and horse was thick in the air. She grabbed a saddlebag, stuffing her purloined supplies inside, adding a canteen she found hanging on a peg. Every second felt stretched, amplified. Any moment, Jed could return, Mrs. Albright could raise the alarm, Alexander could appear. Leading the dun mare quietly from the stall, Emma saddled her with practiced efficiency, her movements economical, born of desperation. The mare shifted patiently, accepting the bit and saddle without fuss. Good girl. Emma gave the horse a quick pat on the neck, murmuring soothing words. Now the final, most crucial step, retrieving the map and journal from the attic. This meant re-entering the house, traversing the monitored corridors, reaching her room and getting back out without being seen. It felt like plunging back into the dragon's den after having escaped its jaws. She tethered the mare loosely behind the stables, hidden from the direct line of sight from the house, praying she wouldn't wander or call out. Taking a deep breath, Emma slipped back towards the rear entrance of the manor, the one leading past the kitchens and up the servants' stairs. The back door was usually unlocked during the day for deliveries and staff movement. It yielded easily. The kitchen was blessedly empty, though the lingering scent of burnt toast suggested the earlier tensions might have had culinary consequences. Bessie and Martha were likely occupied elsewhere, perhaps cleaning up after the master's interrupted breakfast or dealing with the fallout from the argument in the hall. Emma crept towards the back stairs, her soft boots making little sound on the worn linoleum. Ascending to the attic felt like climbing into a trap. The air grew warmer, stuffier. Reaching her room, she found it undisturbed. Martha's cot was neatly made. Her few belongings were tidily arranged. Emma knelt, her fingers finding the loose floorboard. It lifted easily. Beneath it lay the worn leather journal and the rolled map. Relief surged through her, potent and immediate. She grasped them, tucking them securely inside her shirt, alongside the pistol she'd retrieved earlier. She quickly replaced the floorboard, smoothed the blanket, erased any sign of her presence. Getting back out was a new agony of suspense. Every creak of the stairs, every distant sound from below sent her heart leaping. She descended cautiously, peered into the kitchen corridor, still clear, and slipped back out the rear door into the gray, waiting day. The dun mare was still there, placidly chewing on a stray wisp of hay. Emma quickly untethered her, stuffed a few pilfered apples into the saddlebag, both for herself and the horse, and swung herself into the saddle. The worn leather felt solid, reassuring beneath her. She gathered the reins, her gaze fixed westward, towards the rugged line of hills that marked the beginning of the canyons. She urged the mare forward, not at a gallop, but at a steady walk, keeping to the low ground behind the outbuildings, heading away from the manor, away from the main trails. She needed to put distance between herself and the house before her absence was noted, before the alarm was inevitably raised. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every cry of a distant hawk sounded like pursuit. Hours passed in a blur of cautious travel. Emma pushed the mare steadily, navigating by instinct and the faint landmarks she recalled from Silas's map, keeping to sheltered draws and wooded patches where possible. The overcast sky persisted, a blessing, shielding her from the sun and prying eyes. The terrain grew rougher, the rolling prairie giving way to rocky outcrops and steepening hillsides cut by dry washes. This was the beginning of the West Canyons Alexander had warned her about. She found a sheltered spot, a small hollow screened by junipers, to rest the mare and consult the map properly. Unrolling it carefully, she studied the hand-drawn lines, the annotations, the X marking the spot near Redemption Mine. Silas's precise script seemed to mock her from the page. He had ridden this way towards his fatal rendezvous with Rourke, carrying blackmail money, convinced of his own invincibility. Now she followed in his footsteps, seeking the buried truths he had tried to control. The journal entries about Rourke, the NR&T fraud, the meeting location, they painted a clear picture of motive. Silas wasn't the victim of a simple robbery gone wrong. His death was intricately tied to his own past sins. But who was the executioner? Rourke, enraged by years of manipulation and seeking more than just cash? Someone else connected to the NR&T fraud, silencing both Silas and Rourke? Or even Marcus, intercepting his father, desperate for the money, and perhaps aware of the incriminating documents Rourke possessed? Alexander remained the wild card. His knowledge of redemption, his warnings, his complex loyalties. Where did he fit? As dusk began to bleed into the gray afternoon, casting long, distorted shadows across the rugged landscape, Emma found the creek marked on Silas's map. It was little more than a trickle now, winding through a narrow, deepening canyon. The trail beside it was faint, overgrown, clearly little used. This was the path to redemption. The air in the canyon felt different, cooler, damper, carrying the scent of wet stone and decay. The silence was profound, broken only by the clink of the mare's hooves on loose rock and the mournful cry of a canyon wren echoing off the steep walls. A sense of isolation, far more profound than the loneliness of the prairie, settled over Emma. This place felt old, forgotten, steeped in secrets. According to the map, Redemption Mine should be just ahead, around the next bend. Emma slowed the mare, her hand resting instinctively on the pistol tucked in her waistband. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rock formation looked like a potential ambush point. Bessie's warning about bullets, Alexander's calm statement about accidents, they felt chillingly real here. Rounding the bend, she saw it. Not a thriving mine, but the skeletal remains of one. A dilapidated wooden head frame leaned precariously over a dark, water-filled shaft. Piles of tailings, gray and lifeless, spilled down the slope. A collapsed ore chute lay rotting on the ground. Nearby stood the shell of a small cabin, its roof caved in, its door hanging open like a gaping mouth. Redemption Mine, a place of failed dreams and perhaps buried truths. But it wasn't entirely deserted. Tethered near the ruined cabin was a horse, a powerful chestnut gelding she didn't recognize, and leaning against the cabin wall, almost blending into the shadows, stood a figure, tall, lean, dressed in dark range clothes, watching her. Alexander Blackwood. He wasn't surprised to see her. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, yet his eyes, even from this distance, held that familiar, unnerving intensity. He had known she would come. He had warned her, drawn the boundary, and when she crossed it anyway, he had simply been waiting for her. The realization sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Emma. He hadn't tried to stop her leaving the manor. He had simply followed, or perhaps anticipated her destination and arrived first. He pushed himself away from the wall, taking a step towards her, his movements unhurried. The fragile truce, the unspoken understanding, was over. She had defied him, entered his forbidden territory. Now, surrounded by the ghosts of his father's past, in the heart of the mystery, they stood face to face. The buried truths of Redemption Mine felt suddenly, terrifyingly close to the surface, and Alexander Blackwood stood squarely between her and whatever lay hidden in the ruins. Chapter 11. The Heart's Compass. The silence in the canyon stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by the nervous stamp of Emma's dun mare and the low sigh of the wind whispering through the skeletal ruins of Redemption Mine. Alexander stood motionless for a long moment, his gaze locked on hers, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. He knew she wasn't Emma Hayes, the simple maid. She knew he wasn't just the brooding, detached son of the manor. Here, amidst the wreckage of Silas Blackwood's ambition and secrets, the pretense dissolved, leaving only the raw reality of their opposing purposes and the undeniable, dangerous current that flowed beneath. He took another step closer, his boots crunching softly on the rocky ground. He stopped perhaps 20 feet away, close enough for her to see the hard set of his jaw, the wary tension in his shoulders beneath the casual stance. The fading light caught the startling blue of his eyes, making them seem almost luminous in the growing shadows. He didn't look angry, not exactly. He looked resigned. And perhaps something else. Regret? "I warned you, Emma," he said, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the still air. It wasn't the name on her forged references he used. He knew, or at least he knew Hayes was a lie. The direct use of her real first name sent a jolt through her, a confirmation of just how much he'd perceived, how much he'd kept hidden behind his watchful silence. Emma swung her leg over the saddle, sliding to the ground. Her legs felt unsteady after the long ride, but she forced herself to stand tall, meeting his gaze directly. The dun mare shifted beside her, a warm, solid presence in the unnerving quiet. Retreat was impossible now. "You did," she acknowledged, her voice low but steady. "But warnings don't change the truth, Alexander. And the truth is buried here, isn't it?" He didn't deny it. His gaze drifted towards the ruined cabin, towards the gaping black maw of the mine shaft. Some truths are best left buried. They poison the ground they touch. "Like Silas's dealings with Rourke?" Emma pressed, laying one of her cards on the table. "The NR&T fraud? The blackmail?" His eyes snapped back to hers, sharp with surprise, quickly masked. He hadn't expected her to know the specifics. A flicker of something, grudging respect, crossed his features before settling back into guarded neutrality. "You found my father's journal." It wasn't a question. "He kept meticulous records," Emma stated simply, "of his business, his ambitions, his crimes." Alexander ran a hand through his dark, unruly hair, a gesture of weariness that seemed utterly genuine. "My father was a complicated man. He built an empire, yes, but he built it with flawed tools, sometimes violently." He looked around the desolate canyon, at the ruins that stood as testament to broken dreams. This place, redemption, it represents the worst of it. "What happened here, Alexander?" Emma asked, taking a tentative step closer, drawn by the unexpected note of vulnerability in his voice. "What happened to Silas and to Rourke?" He hesitated, his gaze distant again, focused on the past etched into the canyon walls. Rourke was desperate. My father had squeezed him for years over this worthless claim, leveraging old disputes, controlling the water. Then Rourke found those documents, proof of the land grant fraud. He saw his chance, not just for money, but for revenge. "So, Rourke killed him?" Emma prompted, watching his face intently. "Took the blackmail money and ran?" Alexander shook his head slowly. "No, it wasn't Rourke." He finally looked back at her, his expression bleak. "Rourke never got the chance. Someone else got here first." A cold fist clenched in Emma's stomach. "Who?" "I don't know for certain," he admitted, his voice low. "When my father didn't return from his hunting trip, Marcus assumed he'd simply extended his business. But I knew where he was really going. I knew about Rourke, about the meeting arranged near here. I rode out looking for him." He paused, the memory clearly painful. "I found my father's body downstream, half hidden in the rocks, staged to look like a fall. But the signs were wrong. The angle, the lack of struggle. It felt orchestrated. And Rourke vanished, along with the horse my father rode, the saddlebags containing the money, and presumably the documents Rourke was carrying." Alexander's jaw tightened. Whoever killed my father, likely silenced Rourke too, took everything. This changed the narrative again. Silas murdered, Rourke likely murdered and vanished. And Alexander had known, suspected foul play from the beginning, keeping his suspicions hidden from his volatile brother, from the indifferent law, conducting his own quiet investigation. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" Emma asked softly. "The sheriff? Marcus?" A humorless smile touched Alexander's lips. "And say what? Accuse whom? The sheriff in Dust Devil Creek is firmly in the pocket of men who benefited from my father's methods. Raising questions about NR&T land grants would invite scrutiny we couldn't afford, especially with the creditors circling. And Marcus, he sighed. My brother reacts first and thinks later. Telling him would have sent him charging off half-cocked, potentially alerting the real killer, getting himself killed, or worse, drawing attention to the family's precarious financial state and the very fraud the documents exposed. He was protecting his family, not just its reputation, but its very survival, walking a tightrope between uncovering the truth and preventing utter ruin. His silence wasn't complicity. It was a calculated strategy, born of a deep understanding of the dangerous forces at play. So you've been searching alone, Emma stated, understanding dawning. His long absences, his quiet intensity, his warnings to her, it was all part of his solitary effort to untangle the mess his father left behind without bringing the whole edifice crashing down. I've been looking, he conceded, trying to find Rourke or what happened to him, trying to understand who else knew about the meeting, who had motive. He gestured towards the ruined cabin. Rourke lived here after my father forced him off his original homestead. I thought perhaps he left something behind, a clue, evidence the killer missed. Suddenly, his presence here made perfect sense. He wasn't just waiting for her, he was pursuing his own investigation, following the same trail. Their paths had converged at the source. Did you find anything? Emma asked, moving closer still, the space between them shrinking, charged now not just with suspicion, but with a shared purpose, a fragile, unspoken alliance forming in the desolate canyon. He shook his head. Only ghosts, old memories. The place feels empty. He looked at her then, his gaze direct, searching. Why, Emma? Why are you really here? Who sent you? It's not just about a job, is it? The question hung in the air, demanding honesty. The pretense was gone. Here, miles from the suffocating scrutiny of the manor, surrounded by the stark reality of Silas's crimes, lying felt futile, pointless. No, she admitted quietly. It's not just about a job. I work for the Pinkerton agency. His eyes widened slightly, surprise registering clearly this time. Pinkerton? He seemed to process this for a moment. Who hired the agency? Who wants the truth about my father's death badly enough to bring you in? My client is anonymous, Emma replied. Even to me. The request came through channels. Investigate Silas Blackwood's disappearance, the missing fortune, report findings. Officially, his death was ruled an accident. Alexander nodded slowly. So someone else suspects foul play. Someone with resources. He looked thoughtful. Interesting. The agency believes the missing money might be recoverable, Emma added, or perhaps the client has other motives. Perhaps, Alexander murmured. He studied her again, a new understanding in his eyes. A Pinkerton detective, masquerading as a housemaid. It explains a great deal, your observations, your questions, your presence in the library. A faint smile, genuine this time, touched his lips. You're good at your job, Emma Reed. He used her full, real name, letting her know he had likely deduced it, or at least accepted the persona she now presented. Hearing her name spoken aloud by him, acknowledged for who she truly was, sent a strange warmth spreading through her chest, startling in its intensity. I try, she said, her voice catching slightly. The air between them shifted subtly. The suspicion remained. The inherent conflict of their positions hadn't vanished, but it was tempered now by a shared knowledge, a mutual, if wary, respect. They were on the same trail, seeking the same buried truths, albeit for different reasons. So, Alexander said, his tone becoming more pragmatic, we're both looking for the same thing, the person who killed my father and Rourke, who took the money and the documents. It seems so, Emma agreed. He pushed a hand through his hair again. This complicates things. Or simplifies them, Emma suggested daringly. 2 investigators might be better than 1, especially when we seem to possess different pieces of the puzzle. He looked at her sharply, considering her words. The idea of an alliance, however temporary, however fraught with risk, hung between them. He knew the land, the local history, the old grievances. She had the training, the agency's resources, however distant, and now Silas's journal. An alliance? He mused, testing the word. Between a Blackwood and a Pinkerton? An unusual proposition. These are unusual circumstances, Emma countered. Your brother is desperate. Creditors are closing in. Whoever killed your father might still be a threat, especially if those NRNT documents surface. He nodded grimly. You're right. The situation is volatile. He looked around the ruined mine, then back at her, his decision made. All right, Emma Reed. A temporary alliance. We share what we know, work together to find the killer, but his eyes held hers, firm, uncompromising. My family's interests remain my priority. If the truth threatens to destroy everything, my loyalty is clear. His honesty was brutal, but she appreciated it. And my priority is the truth and my client's interests, whatever they may be, she responded, meeting his gaze without flinching. Our goals may align for now, Alexander, but we both understand this partnership has limits. Agreed. A silent understanding passed between them, a truce declared in the shadow of the mine. The journal, Alexander said. May I see it? Emma hesitated for only a second before reaching inside her shirt and retrieving the worn leather volume. She handed it to him. He took it almost reverently, his fingers tracing the familiar cover. He opened it, his eyes scanning the pages, recognizing his father's script. He read for several minutes in silence, his expression growing darker as he absorbed the details of the Rourke affair, the blackmail, the planned meeting. He documented everything, Alexander murmured, shaking his head, his arrogance, believing he could control it all, even his own crimes. He looked up at her. Rourke's information about the NR&T grants, that's damning. If those documents exist, they could ruin Marcus, destroy the company, Emma finished quietly, which gives Marcus motive. If he knew about the documents, knew his father was carrying cash. Alexander considered this, frowning. Marcus is desperate, yes, and capable of rash actions. But murder and the careful staging of the body, it doesn't feel like his style. Too calculated, too clean. Unless he had help, Emma suggested. Possible, Alexander conceded. But who? And what about the documents? Marcus wouldn't want those surfacing any more than my father did. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of the possibilities settling over them. The killer needed the money and needed the documents suppressed. That narrowed the field, but didn't pinpoint a suspect. Could it be someone from NR&T itself? Someone implicated in the fraud? Someone connected to the old Carver dispute Rourke had threatened to revive? The map, Alexander said, handing the journal back to Emma. It showed an X near the mine. Emma nodded, retrieving the rolled map and carefully spreading it on a flat rock. Alexander knelt beside her, their shoulders almost touching as they bent over the hand-drawn lines. The unexpected proximity sent a jolt through her, a warmth that had nothing to do with the investigation. She pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the map. Here, she pointed, upstream from the mine, off the main creek trail, a small side canyon. Alexander studied the marking, his brow furrowed. I know this area. It's rough terrain, box canyons, easy to get lost. Why mark that specific spot? Perhaps where he intended to meet Rourke? Emma speculated. Or where he hid the money temporarily before the meeting. Or, Alexander said grimly, his gaze meeting hers, perhaps it's where the killer disposed of Rourke's body. The chilling possibility hung in the air. The X might not mark treasure, but a grave. We need to check it out, Emma said, her voice firm. Alexander nodded, already rising to his feet. It'll be dark soon. Best make camp here for the night. Start fresh at dawn. He looked towards the ruined cabin. It's not much, but it offers some shelter from the wind. As the last light faded from the canyon rim, they made a small, cautious fire near the cabin ruins, using dry wood scavenged from the surrounding scrub. The flames pushed back the encroaching darkness, casting flickering light on their faces, creating a small bubble of warmth and fragile intimacy in the vast, desolate landscape. They shared the apples Emma had brought and some jerky Alexander produced from his saddlebag, eating mostly in silence, each lost in thought, processing the day's revelations, the uneasy alliance they had forged. Sitting across the small fire from him, watching the flames dance in his intense blue eyes, Emma felt a confusing mix of wariness and connection. He was still a Blackwood, still bound by loyalties that might ultimately conflict with her own, yet his honesty, his hidden struggles, the shared danger they now faced had chipped away at the wall between them. Her heart, that unreliable compass she tried so hard to ignore in her line of work, seemed to be pointing in a direction that was both unexpected and profoundly dangerous. Trusting him felt like stepping onto thin ice, but working against him now felt impossible, counterproductive. "Tomorrow," Alexander said, breaking the silence, his voice low, "we find out what my father marked on that map." He looked at her, his expression serious. "Whatever we find, Emma, we face it together, for now." "For now," she agreed, meeting his gaze across the flickering flames. The buried truths of Redemption Mine lay waiting, and tomorrow they would walk towards them, side by side, into the heart of the danger, guided only by the map, the journal, and the fragile, uncertain compass of their shared purpose. Chapter 12. Ride Through the Storm. Dawn arrived not as a gentle awakening, but as a gray, grudging infiltration of the canyon's deep shadows. The clouds that had threatened rain the previous day had thickened overnight, hanging low and heavy, pregnant with moisture. The air was still, carrying the damp scent of earth and wet stone, and possessed a strange, expectant quality, as if the canyon itself was holding its breath. Emma woke stiffly from a restless sleep. The hard ground and the thin bedroll Alexander had offered from his own supplies, offering little comfort against the chill that seeped into her bones. The small fire they'd maintained through the night had dwindled to smoldering embers, sending thin tendrils of smoke curling into the misty air. Alexander was already awake, standing near the edge of the creek, gazing up at the oppressive sky. He turned as she stirred, his expression somber. "Storm's coming," he stated quietly, his voice low and gravelly in the early morning quiet. "A bad one, by the looks of it." Emma followed his gaze. The clouds were indeed darker, churning slowly, clinging to the canyon rims like a shroud. The stillness felt unnatural, the precursor to violence. "Can we make it to the spot marked on the map and back before it hits?" she asked, pulling her rough wool shawl tighter around her shoulders. He considered, his eyes scanning the terrain, gauging the distance, the difficulty. "The side canyon. It's maybe 2 hours' ride from here, if the trail is passable. Coming back will be slower, uphill." He looked back at the sky. "We might have 4, maybe 5 hours before the worst of it breaks. It'll be close." "We have to try," Emma said, her resolve hardening despite the ominous forecast. Delay meant risking discovery, meant giving whoever killed Silas and Rourke more time. The X on the map pulsed in her mind, a beacon demanding investigation. Alexander nodded slowly, a silent agreement passing between them. The uneasy alliance forged the night before held, strengthened perhaps by the shared vulnerability in the face of the approaching storm. "All right, let's move. No time to waste." They broke their meager camp quickly, dousing the embers, saddling the horses in the dim gray light. The dun mare seemed rested, accepting the bit readily. Alexander's chestnut gelding, a powerful animal clearly accustomed to rough country, shifted impatiently, sensing the change in the weather, eager to move. Emma checked the pistol at her waist, loosened it slightly in its holster. Alexander, she noted, now wore a Colt Peacemaker strapped low on his hip, its presence casual but deliberate. They were heading into potentially dangerous territory, and they were both prepared for trouble. The ride up the narrow side canyon indicated on Silas's map was arduous from the start. The trail, barely discernible beside the trickling creek, quickly grew steeper, choked with loose scree and tangled brush. They navigated around fallen boulders, urged the horses through thickets of thorny scrub, the silence broken only by the horses' labored breathing, the clatter of hooves on stone, and the rising moan of the wind funneled between the towering rock walls. The canyon narrowed, the walls closing in, blotting out what little light penetrated the thick cloud cover. The air grew colder, damper, smelling of moss and decay. Emma rode slightly behind Alexander, watching the easy, confident way he handled his horse, the way he scanned the terrain ahead, his senses alert. He moved with a quiet competence that spoke of years spent traversing this unforgiving landscape. He knew the rhythms of the wilderness, its dangers, its subtle signs. She, despite her training and experience, felt like an outsider here, reliant on his knowledge, his guidance. It was an unfamiliar, unsettling position. As they climbed higher, the wind picked up, howling down the canyon like a hungry beast, whipping loose strands of hair across Emma's face, chilling her despite her layers. The first drops of rain began to fall, large cold splatters that hit the rocks with audible force. The horses flattened their ears, tossing their heads nervously. "Faster!" Alexander called back over the rising wind, urging his gelding into a quicker scramble over a rocky ledge. "We need to reach that spot before the creek rises." The rain intensified, quickly becoming a driving downpour, blurring the landscape, turning the already treacherous trail slick and dangerous. Water streamed down the canyon walls, swelling the creek beside them into a muddy, churning torrent. Emma hunched lower in the saddle, pulling her bonnet down, blinking rain from her eyes, trusting the dun mare's footing, following Alexander's dark shape through the gray deluge. The world narrowed to the horse beneath her, the slick rocks, the driving rain, and the figure of the man leading her deeper into the storm-lashed wilderness. They pushed onward, the urgency palpable. The sound of the wind and rain became a deafening roar, punctuated by the occasional rumble of distant thunder, echoing ominously off the canyon walls. Emma's hands, gripping the wet reins, were numb with cold. Water seeped through her clothes, chilling her to the core. Yet the physical misery was secondary to the driving need to reach their destination, to uncover the secret Silas had marked with an X. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of battling the elements, Alexander pulled his horse to a halt, raising a hand. He pointed ahead through the gray curtain of rain. "There! That rock formation! That matches the map!" Emma peered through the downpour. Ahead, partially obscured by mist and rain, stood a distinctive cluster of weathered sandstone pillars, just as depicted in Silas's sketch. And beside it, a narrow opening, almost invisible against the dark rock face. The entrance to an even smaller, hidden box canyon, the spot marked X. They urged the horses forward, scrambling over the last stretch of slick rock, entering the narrow cleft. Inside the box canyon, the wind lessened slightly, buffered by the towering walls, but the rain continued unabated. The space was small, perhaps 50 feet across, ending in a sheer rock face down which a temporary waterfall now plunged, feeding a deep, churning pool at its base. The ground was muddy, littered with debris washed down from above. It felt claustrophobic, secretive, a place designed for concealment. Alexander dismounted quickly, scanning the small area, his hand resting near the butt of his colt. Emma slid from the saddle, her legs stiff and trembling with cold and exertion. The dun mare shook its head, spraying water. "What are we looking for?" Emma shouted over the roar of the waterfall and the drumming rain. "Anything!" Alexander shouted back, his eyes sweeping the muddy ground, the base of the rock walls. A grave marker, disturbed earth, discarded equipment, anything out of place. They began to search, moving separately but keeping within sight of each other, battling the mud and the blinding rain. The ground near the waterfall pool was soft, churned up by the recent deluge. Emma probed the mud with the toe of her boot, finding only loose rock and tangled roots. Alexander moved along the base of the sheer rock face, examining crevices, peering behind boulders. Minutes passed. The rain showed no sign of letting up. The pool at the base of the waterfall churned violently, rising steadily. Time was running out. Disappointment began to set in. Had the X meant something else entirely? Or had the elements, time, or the killer himself obliterated any trace of what Silas had marked? Then Alexander stopped. He was standing near a cluster of large boulders tumbled against the canyon wall, partially sheltered from the direct force of the waterfall. He knelt, brushing away wet leaves and mud from the base of the rocks. Emma hurried towards him, slipping on the slick ground. "What is it?" she called out. He didn't answer immediately, his focus intent. He worked carefully, clearing debris. Then he looked up at her, his expression grim. "Someone's been digging here," he said, his voice tight. "Recently." Emma knelt beside him. Beneath the layer of fresh mud and leaves, the earth was indeed disturbed. Not the random scattering of a rockfall, but the clear signs of deliberate excavation. Someone had dug a shallow hole, then hastily refilled it, trying but failing to conceal their work from a careful eye. The recent rain had washed away some of the topsoil, revealing the edges of the disturbed patch more clearly. "Rourke?" Emma breathed, her heart pounding. Was this his shallow grave? Alexander shook his head, probing the edge of the disturbed earth with his fingers. "No body. The hole isn't deep enough. It looks like someone buried something small and then dug it up again." Buried something small, then retrieved it? What could it be? Emma's mind raced. The blackmail documents. A weapon? Something Silas had hidden before the meeting? Or something the killer had taken from Silas or Rourke and hidden temporarily? Alexander continued probing the edges of the hole. His fingers encountered something hard, metallic. Carefully, he worked it free from the mud. It wasn't a weapon or a box. It was a small, tarnished silver locket shaped like a heart, hanging from a broken chain. It looked old, perhaps Victorian, intricately engraved, though the details were obscured by mud and tarnish. It must have been dropped or broken off during the digging and retrieval. He held it out on his palm. It looked incongruous, delicate, almost poignant amidst the mud and the raging storm. Whose was it? It didn't seem like something Silas, Rourke, or even Marcus would carry. "A woman's locket?" Emma murmured, puzzled. Alexander turned it over. On the back, beneath the grime, faint initials were engraved. He rubbed at them with his thumb. E.B. E.B. Eleanor Blackwood. The implication hit them both simultaneously. Eleanor? Here? Why would Silas's grieving, laudanum-addicted widow be digging in this remote, hidden canyon? Unless she wasn't as grief-stricken or detached as she appeared. Unless she knew about the spot marked on Silas's map. Unless she had come here herself, searching for whatever was hidden. Or perhaps she had hidden it herself. The brief moments of lucidity Emma had witnessed, the sharp awareness beneath the fog, they took on a new, sinister meaning. Was Eleanor playing a deeper game than anyone suspected? Had she known about the blackmail, the documents? Had she somehow orchestrated Silas's death, retrieved the documents herself, and was now playing the part of the helpless widow to deflect suspicion? The thought was staggering, monstrous. "My mother," Alexander breathed, staring at the locket as if it were a viper. The foundation of his world, already shaken by his father's crimes and murder, seemed to tremble anew. His loyalty, sworn to his family, was suddenly faced with an unthinkable possibility. Before either of them could process the full horror of the implication, a sharp crack echoed through the canyon, startlingly loud even above the storm's roar. Not thunder, a rifle shot. It ricocheted off the rock face high above them, sending stone fragments skittering down. "Down!" Alexander yelled, instinctively shoving Emma behind the cluster of boulders where they knelt, drawing his Colt in the same fluid motion. Another shot cracked, closer this time, striking the rock just above their heads. Someone was shooting at them from the canyon rim, hidden by the driving rain and mist. They were pinned down, exposed. Alexander peered cautiously around the edge of the boulder, his pistol held ready. "Can't see him. Up high, somewhere near the entrance cleft." They were trapped in the small box canyon, the only exit guarded by an unseen rifleman. The storm raged around them, the waterfall roared, and bullets whined off the rocks. The buried truths of Redemption Mine weren't just secrets. They were actively, lethally guarded. "Who is it?" Emma gasped, pressing herself flat against the cold, wet rock, her own pistol now drawn, its grip slick with rain. "Could be anyone," Alexander shouted back over the din. "Someone connected to Rourke. Someone from NR&T. Hell, it could be Marcus finally snapped." Or the unspoken thought hung heavy between them. It could be someone acting on Eleanor's orders. A third shot slammed into the mud nearby, spraying them with cold grit. Whoever was up there was determined and likely patient, content to keep them pinned down, perhaps waiting for them to make a desperate break for it. "We can't stay here," Emma yelled. "The pool's rising. We'll be flooded out or picked off." Alexander scanned their surroundings frantically. The sheer rock walls offered no escape route upwards. The only way out was back through the narrow entrance cleft directly into the line of fire. "The horses!" he realized. "He might hit the horses!" They risked a glance back towards the entrance. The dun mare and the chestnut gelding were huddled together, shifting nervously, terrified by the gunfire. So far, they were unharmed, but they were exposed. Losing their transportation would strand them here, making them easy targets. "We have to make a break for it," Alexander decided, his eyes meeting Emma's, hard and resolute. "Create a diversion. Give me covering fire if you can. Aim high towards the rim near the entrance. Try to keep his head down." "What are you going to do?" "Get the horses, lead them out. You follow close behind, stay low." It was a desperate plan, incredibly risky, relying on surprise and the shooter's inability to aim accurately through the deluge. "Ready?" Alexander shouted, bunching his muscles, preparing to move. Emma nodded, gripping her pistol tightly, her knuckles white. Her heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of her chest. The storm raged. Bullets flew, and the ghost of Eleanor Blackwood, clutching a silver locket, seemed to watch from the shadows. They were riding through the storm, literally and figuratively, and survival depended on courage, luck, and the fragile trust they had placed in each other. "Now!" Alexander yelled, and exploded from behind the boulders, sprinting towards the terrified horses, his Colt spitting fire towards the canyon rim. Chapter 13. Whispers Against the Night. The world erupted into chaos. Alexander's sprint towards the horses was a blur of motion against the gray curtain of rain. The roar of his Colt echoed jarringly off the canyon walls, competing with the storm's fury and the sharp crack of the unseen rifleman's return fire. Bullets whined past, striking rock and mud with vicious thuds. Emma pressed herself against the rough, wet sandstone of the boulder, raising her own pistol, steadying her trembling hand against the rock. "Aim high. Keep his head down." She fired twice in quick succession towards the canyon rim near the entrance cleft, aiming not to hit but to distract, to suppress. The recoil jolted her arm. The smell of gunpowder, sharp and acrid, cut through the clean scent of rain. Did it work? Impossible to tell through the driving deluge and swirling mist. The rifleman fired again, the bullet kicking up mud perilously close to Alexander as he reached the panicked horses. He grabbed the reins of both animals, murmuring soothing words that were lost in the cacophony, trying to calm them while simultaneously scanning the rim, his pistol still ready. The chestnut gelding reared slightly, eyes wide with terror, but Alexander held firm, his connection with the animal immediate, instinctive. The dun mare, less spirited but equally frightened, pressed close against the gelding. "Emma, now!" Alexander yelled, turning, beginning to lead the horses back towards the narrow entrance, back towards the line of fire. This was it. Emma took a deep breath, pushed herself away from the relative safety of the boulder, and ran. She stayed low, bent almost double, slipping and sliding on the treacherous mud, her pistol held ready. The distance to the canyon entrance seemed immense, each footstep an agony of exposure. The rifle cracked again. She heard the bullet sing past her head, felt the wind of its passage. She didn't dare look up, didn't dare slow down, focusing only on Alexander's receding back, the struggling horses, the narrow gap that promised escape. Alexander reached the entrance cleft, shoving the horses forward into the narrow passage. He glanced back, saw Emma scrambling desperately behind him, and fired another shot towards the rim before plunging into the cleft after the horses. Emma reached the opening seconds later, throwing herself into the relative cover of the narrow passage just as another bullet struck the rock face where she had been moments before. Inside the narrow cleft, the roar of the main canyon storm lessened slightly, but the sense of danger remained acute. The passage was barely wide enough for the horses to move single file, the rock walls slick with rain, the ground treacherous. Alexander pushed forward relentlessly, pulling the reluctant horses, glancing back occasionally to ensure Emma was still with him. The riflemen couldn't get a clear shot at them in here, but they were still trapped in the canyon system, with an armed adversary somewhere above and behind them. They emerged from the cleft back into the main side canyon, the one they had ridden up earlier. The creek beside the trail was now a raging, muddy torrent, spilling over its banks, swallowing the already faint path. The rain continued, relentless, though perhaps with slightly less intensity than within the confines of the box canyon. "We can't go back the way we came," Alexander shouted over the roar of the water. "The creek's too high. We'll have to find another route, higher ground." He scanned the steep canyon walls, searching for an alternative path. The rifleman remained silent for the moment, perhaps repositioning, perhaps assuming they were still trapped in the box canyon. They had a brief respite, but it wouldn't last. Alexander spotted a narrow game trail, barely a ledge, angling steeply up the canyon wall opposite them. "There! It's risky, but it might take us up towards the rim, away from the floodwaters." Leading the horses into the churning creek was the first challenge. The water surged around their legs, cold and powerful, threatening to sweep them off their feet. The horses balked, whinnying nervously, but Alexander's firm hand and calm voice urged them forward. Emma followed close behind, gripping the dun mare's tail for extra stability, the icy water soaking her trousers to the hip, stealing her breath. They reached the opposite bank, scrambling onto slippery rocks, and started the perilous ascent up the game trail. It was treacherous work, the path narrow, crumbling in places, offering sheer drops down to the raging creek below. They moved slowly, deliberately, Alexander leading, testing each foothold, guiding the horses with incredible patience and skill. Emma followed, her muscles burning, her lungs aching, forcing herself to focus only on the next step, the next handhold. As they climbed higher, the wind hit them again with renewed force, threatening to tear them from the narrow ledge. The rain plastered their clothes to their skin, blurring their vision. Below, the creek roared, a terrifying reminder of the danger they were escaping, only to face another. Reaching the rim meant exposure, potentially bringing them back into the riflemen's sights. Near the top, the trail widened slightly onto a rocky shoulder, offering a temporary windswept shelter beneath an overhang. Alexander halted the horses, allowing them and Emma a moment to catch their breath. They huddled together, shivering, water streaming from them, the horses trembling with cold and exertion. "Who do you think it is?" Emma asked, her voice chattering slightly from the cold, scanning the opposite rim, though visibility was limited by the driving rain. Alexander shook his head, his expression grim, water dripping from his dark hair. "Could be anyone with a grudge against my father, or anyone implicated in the NRNT fraud Rourke had evidence of." He paused, his gaze troubled. "Or it could be someone trying to protect my mother." The silver locket. The image flashed in Emma's mind again. The implications were sickening. Could Eleanor, the seemingly fragile widow, be capable of such cold-blooded calculation, hiring a gunman to eliminate anyone who got too close to the truth? It seemed almost impossible, yet the locket— "We need to get out of these canyons," Alexander said, his voice firm, pulling Emma back to their immediate peril. "Staying here is suicide. Once we're on the flats, we have a better chance of outrunning him, or at least seeing him coming." He peered out from under the overhang, studying the terrain ahead. The rim levels out somewhat from here. If we push hard, we can make the edge of the prairie before nightfall, assuming this storm eases off." "And the shooter? We have to hope the storm and the terrain work in our favor. Keep him occupied. Slow him down." He looked at her, his blue eyes serious in the dim light. "Stay alert, Emma. Watch our backs." They moved out again, pushing along the wind-swept rim, the ground rocky and uneven, but mercifully flatter than the treacherous ascent. The rain began to lessen, easing from a downpour to a steady soaking drizzle, though the wind remained relentless. Visibility improved slightly, revealing a vast, intimidating landscape of rolling hills and deeper canyons stretching westward, all shrouded in gray mist. They urged the tired horses into a steady trot, putting distance between themselves and the hidden box canyon, glancing back frequently, searching for any sign of pursuit. Hours passed. The relentless pace, the cold, the constant tension gnawed at their reserves. Emma felt exhaustion settling deep in her bones, a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. The revelations at the mine, the discovery of the locket, the ambush. It was a cascade of shocks that left her reeling, questioning everything she thought she knew about the Blackwood family and the murder of its patriarch. Beside her, Alexander rode in silence, his face set in grim lines, his gaze constantly scanning their surroundings. What thoughts were swirling behind those watchful blue eyes? He had discovered his father's murder, suspected his family's involvement in deep corruption, found evidence potentially implicating his own mother, and now was being hunted by an unknown assailant. The weight he carried seemed immense, yet he moved with a quiet determination that Emma found both admirable and deeply unsettling. His loyalty was to his family, he had said. How far would that loyalty extend? What choices would he make if forced to choose between justice and protecting the Blackwood name, protecting his mother? As late afternoon bled into a long gray twilight, the storm finally began to break. The rain softened to intermittent drizzle, and breaks appeared in the heavy cloud cover, revealing patches of bruised, watery sky. The wind eased, though the air remained cold and damp. They had reached the edge of the prairie, the rugged canyon lands falling away behind them. Before them stretched the vast, open grasslands, rolling and empty under the turbulent sky. They were exposed here, but they could also see for miles. No rider pursued them, at least not yet. Alexander reined in his horse, letting the weary animal drop its head. Emma pulled up beside him. They sat for a moment in silence, gazing out at the immense landscape, the shared ordeal forging a strange, unspoken bond between them. "We lost him, I think," Alexander said finally, his voice rough with fatigue. "Or he gave up the chase. For now." "What do we do now?" Emma asked. They couldn't return to Blackwood Manor. Not yet. Not while the killer was still out there, possibly aware of what they'd found, and the question of Eleanor hung heavy between them. Alexander sighed, rubbing his eyes. "We need shelter. We need to rest the horses. Figure out our next move." He scanned the horizon. "There's an old line cabin Jed uses sometimes, about 5 miles north of here. Abandoned mostly, but sturdy enough. Should be dry inside." North. Away from the manor, away from the direct route back. A place to lie low, to think. It sounded like the best option. "Lead the way," Emma said. They turned the horses north, moving at a slower pace now, conserving the animals' remaining strength. The prairie grasses whispered around them, damp and fragrant after the rain. The sky continued to clear, and as true darkness fell, a sliver of moon appeared, casting a pale, ethereal light over the vast, empty land. The silence between them felt different now, not the tense, watchful silence of suspicion, but the shared quiet of exhaustion, survival, and unspoken questions. Emma found herself watching Alexander, the way the faint moonlight caught the sharp planes of his face, the weariness etched around his eyes, the way he sat his horse with an innate grace even when bone-tired. Her heart, that treacherous compass, felt dangerously drawn to him, to his quiet strength, his hidden vulnerabilities, the complex web of honor and loyalty that seemed to define him. It was madness. He was a Blackwood, potentially entangled in the very crimes she investigated. An alliance born of necessity could never be more than that. Yet, they reached the line cabin just as the moon climbed higher, bathing the prairie in silver. It was small, rough-hewn, barely more than a shack, nestled in a shallow dip, almost invisible until they were upon it. A curl of smoke drifted lazily from its stone chimney. Smoke? Alexander reined in sharply, his hand instantly going to his Colt. Emma drew her own pistol, her exhaustion vanishing, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. The cabin wasn't abandoned. Someone was inside. Friend or foe? Jed, the taciturn stable hand? Or had the riflemen somehow circled ahead, anticipating their move, laying another trap? The whispers against the night seemed to carry renewed menace. Chapter 14. Closing in. The thin plume of smoke curling from the line cabin's chimney was a stark betrayal against the moonlit prairie sky. It hung in the still night air, a fragile signal that transformed the hoped-for sanctuary into a potential trap. Alexander sat frozen on his horse, his silhouette tense against the silvered landscape, his Colt held steady, pointed towards the rough-hewn door. Emma mirrored his caution, her own pistol drawn, her senses straining, listening for any sound beyond the soft whisper of the night wind through the prairie grass and the tired breathing of their horses. Who was inside? Jed, the stable hand, seeking shelter from the storm? Possible, but unlikely. This cabin was remote, rarely used. A wandering trapper? Also possible, but the timing felt too coincidental. Or was it the rifleman from the canyon, having circled around with uncanny speed and foresight, now lying in wait? The possibility sent a fresh wave of icy dread through Emma's exhausted body. They had survived the canyon ambush, the storm, the treacherous ride, only perhaps to walk into another snare. Alexander dismounted silently, gesturing for Emma to do the same. His movements were fluid, economical, honed by instinct and experience. He moved like a predator himself, utterly focused, his gaze fixed on the cabin. "Stay with the horses," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Keep them quiet. If shooting starts, ride hard, head southeast towards Dust Devil Creek. Don't wait for me." Emma opened her mouth to protest. She wasn't about to abandon him, but the look in his eyes stopped her. It was a command, born not of arrogance, but of grim necessity. He intended to face whatever threat lay inside alone, ensuring she had a chance to escape if things went wrong. The weight of his protective gesture, despite their fragile and complex alliance, settled heavily upon her. "Be careful, Alexander," she murmured instead, her hand tightening on her pistol grip. He gave a curt nod, then melted into the shadows, circling wide around the cabin, using the contours of the land for cover, approaching from the side where a single small window glowed faintly from the firelight within. Emma held the reins of both horses, trying to keep the weary animals still, her own heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Every rustle of grass, every distant coyote howl sounded like impending danger. She strained her ears, listening for any sound from the cabin, any clue to the occupant's identity. Silence. Alexander reached the side wall, flattening himself against the rough logs beside the window. He risked a quick glance inside, then pulled back sharply, pressing himself tighter against the wall, hidden from view. Emma watched, holding her breath. What had he seen? Was it the rifleman? After a long, tense moment, Alexander moved again, creeping silently towards the front of the cabin, towards the heavy plank door. He paused beside it, listening intently. Then, raising his Colt, he kicked the door hard near the latch. The door flew inward with a crash, revealing the small, fire-lit interior. "Federal Marshal!" Alexander bellowed, his voice hard, authoritative, filling the small space. "Show your hands, now!" Emma's eyes widened in shock. Federal Marshal? Since when? Was it a bluff? A desperate tactic to intimidate whoever was inside? A figure scrambled up from a rough cot near the fireplace, hands raised high, eyes wide with surprise and fear in the flickering firelight. It wasn't the rifleman. It wasn't Jed. It was a man Emma didn't recognize. Wiry, middle-aged, with a weathered face, dressed in dusty traveler's clothes. He looked more startled than dangerous. "Don't shoot, don't shoot," the man stammered, his voice raspy. "Just taking shelter from the storm, Marshal. Mean no harm." Alexander stepped cautiously into the cabin, his pistol still trained on the man, his eyes quickly scanning the small one-room interior. A bedroll lay on the cot, a saddlebag slumped on the floor nearby, a pot of something simmering over the small fire in the hearth. No sign of a rifle, though a holstered pistol lay on a small table near the cot. "Who are you?" Alexander demanded, his voice losing none of its edge. "What's your business out here?" "Name's Peters, sir. Eli Peters." The man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Just passing through. Was heading towards the settlements up north. Got caught in that downpour. Saw the smoke, figured this place was abandoned. Hoped nobody'd mind if I took refuge for the night." He seemed genuinely frightened, his story plausible enough on the surface. Alexander's gaze swept over the man again, assessing him. "Traveling alone, Peters?" "Yes, sir, just me and my mule. She's tethered out back." Alexander gestured towards the door with his pistol. "Step outside. Slowly. Keep those hands where I can see them." Peters obeyed quickly, shuffling out into the moonlight, blinking in the sudden brightness. Alexander followed him out, keeping his distance, his weapon still ready. Emma remained with the horses, watching intently, her own pistol still drawn. "All right, Peters," Alexander said, his voice calmer now, but still firm. "Let's try this again. What brings you to this part of the territory? Not much traffic through here." Peters wrung his hands nervously. "Look, Marshal, I heard there might be work. On the ranches, maybe? Or railroad work further north?" His explanation felt flimsy, vague. Alexander clearly thought so too. "Railroad work?" Alexander echoed skeptically. "There's no railroad construction anywhere near here, and the ranches aren't hiring strangers this time of year, especially not after—" He paused, seeming to reconsider his line of questioning. The federal martial bluff had served its purpose. Pressing it further might be counterproductive. His tone shifted subtly. "You came through Dust Devil Creek?" Peters nodded hesitantly. "Few days back. Didn't stay long." "Hear any interesting talk in town?" Alexander asked casually. "About Silas Blackwood's accident, perhaps?" Peters' eyes darted nervously from Alexander to Emma, then back again. He licked his dry lips. "Some folks was talkin'. Always talk when a rich man dies sudden-like." "What kind of talk?" Alexander pressed gently. "Just wonderin' about the money he was supposed to be carryin', about that guide who disappeared. Nothing specific." Peters shifted his weight, clearly uncomfortable. Emma watched him closely. He seemed nervous, yes. But was it the nervousness of an innocent man caught trespassing or something more? There was a furtive quality to his gaze, a reluctance to meet Alexander's eyes directly. "Did you hear any talk about old mining claims?" Emma interjected suddenly, stepping forward slightly, drawing Peter's attention. "Places like Redemption Mine?" The reaction was instantaneous. Peters flinched as if struck. His eyes widened, fear mingling with something else. Recognition? Guilt? He took an involuntary step back. "Redemption? Never heard of it," he stammered, but his denial lacked conviction. His gaze flickered towards the dark line of the canyons they'd just escaped. Alexander's eyes narrowed, locking onto Peters' face. "Don't lie to me, Peters. Someone's been asking questions about redemption. Stirring up trouble, was it you?" No, Marshal, I swear," Peters protested, his voice rising in panic. "I don't know nothing about no redemption. I just needed shelter." But the lie was plain now, etched in the lines of fear on his face. He knew something. He was connected, somehow, to the secret surrounding the mine. Alexander took a deliberate step closer, his presence intimidating in the pale moonlight. "Let's see some identification, Peters, and maybe you'll tell us who you're really working for." Peters backed away further, his eyes darting towards the cabin, then towards the darkness beyond. He looked trapped, desperate. Suddenly, with surprising speed for a man his age, he spun around and bolted, sprinting away from the cabin, heading not towards the tethered mule but towards the open prairie, towards the concealing shadows. "Stop!" Alexander yelled, but Peters ignored him, running with the desperate energy of a cornered animal. Alexander raised his pistol, hesitated for a fraction of a second. Firing at a fleeing, potentially unarmed man went against some internal code, but the man's knowledge, his connection to redemption, was too vital to lose. He fired a warning shot into the air. "Stop, Peters, or the next one won't miss." The shot echoed across the silent prairie. Peters stumbled, glancing back wildly, but kept running. Alexander swore under his breath and took off after him, his longer legs quickly closing the distance. Emma secured the horse's reins around a sturdy clump of brush and ran to back him up, her own pistol ready. Alexander tackled Peters just as he reached a shallow gully, bringing him down hard in the damp grass. Peters struggled fiercely, surprisingly strong, kicking and squirming, but Alexander pinned him effectively. "Let me go, I didn't do nothing," Peters gasped, his face contorted with fear. "Then stop running and start talking." Alexander hauled the man roughly to his feet. "Who sent you? Who are you reporting to?" Peters clamped his mouth shut, his eyes darting around wildly. He wasn't going to break easily. Emma reached them, keeping her pistol trained on Peters while Alexander searched him. He found a worn leather wallet containing a few dollars and tucked into a hidden fold, a folded piece of paper. Alexander pulled it out, unfolding it carefully in the moonlight. It wasn't identification. It was a crudely drawn map, not of the territory, but a detailed sketch of Blackwood Manor. Specific rooms were circled: the library, Silas's study, Eleanor's sitting room. Arrows indicated routes, perhaps entry points or escape paths. There were annotations in a spidery, barely legible hand. Check desk, lower left drawer. Cabinet behind books. Loose stone. Hearth? Emma's blood ran cold. This wasn't just a map. It was an intruder's plan. Peters wasn't just a traveler asking questions. He was casing Blackwood Manor. Or perhaps he was acting on behalf of someone else who intended to search the house. "What is this, Peters?" Alexander demanded, holding the map inches from the man's face. "Who drew this? Who wants inside the manor?" Peters stared at the map, his face paling further. He seemed genuinely terrified now, not just of Alexander, but of what the map represented, of who might have drawn it. I found it," he stammered. "Found it near Dust Devil Creek. Thought maybe it was valuable. That's all." Another lie. Flimsy and desperate. Alexander shook his head in disgust. "Try again." He tightened his grip on Peters' arm, applying pressure. Peters winced, letting out a low groan. All right. A man gave it to me. In Dust Devil. Told me to watch the manor, report back who comes and goes, especially any strangers." He glanced fearfully at Emma. "Said there might be more work, finding things inside." "What man?" Alexander pressed. "What did he look like?" "Never seen him before," Peters mumbled, avoiding eye contact. "Tall fella, kept his face shadowed, wore range clothes, but clean, like he wasn't used to 'em. Had cold eyes. Cold eyes, clean range clothes." The description felt chillingly vague, yet specific enough to be unsettling. Could it be someone connected to NR&T? Someone wanting the documents Rourke possessed? "Did he mention Redemption Mine?" Emma asked sharply. Peters flinched again. He said that's where the trouble started. Said whatever Blackwood was hiding, the proof might still be in the house. Or maybe the widow knows where it is. The widow. Eleanor. The name surfaced again, linked to the secrets, the hidden proof. Was this man, this watcher, employed by someone trying to retrieve the NR&T documents before they could be exposed? Or was he working for Eleanor herself, trying to locate and destroy them? Or perhaps even for Marcus, desperate to find anything that could save him? "Where were you supposed to meet this man again?" Alexander demanded. He said he'd find me," Peters stammered. "Said to wait near the Blackwood Range." Alexander exchanged a look with Emma. Peters was clearly a pawn, a low-level informant hired by someone operating in the shadows. But he was their only link, however tenuous, to this unseen player who knew about redemption, knew about potential evidence hidden within the manor, and suspected Eleanor's involvement. "What do we do with him?" Emma asked quietly. Alexander considered, his gaze thoughtful. "We can't let him go. He's connected, even if he doesn't know the whole picture, and we can't take him with us." He looked towards the cabin. "Tie him up inside. Leave him enough water. We'll send word to the nearest real marshal once we sort this out." It wasn't ideal, but it was the safest option, preventing Peters from reporting back to his mysterious employer. They marched Peters back to the cabin, using the rope Emma had taken from the woodshed to secure him tightly to a sturdy ceiling beam. He slumped against the wall, defeated and terrified, refusing to say more. They left him the pot of stew and the canteen of water, then firmly closed and barred the cabin door from the outside. Standing outside in the cool, moonlit night, the vast silence of the prairie seemed to press in on them again, but the brief sense of peace was gone. The discovery of Peters, the map of the manor, the mention of the cold-eyed stranger, the recurring suspicion surrounding Eleanor, it all pointed towards a conspiracy far more complex than a simple murder over blackmail money. Forces were converging on Blackwood Manor. Someone else was searching for the NR&T documents, someone ruthless enough to hire watchers and potentially gunmen. "He's closing in," Alexander said grimly, voicing Emma's thoughts. "Whoever hired Peters, whoever shot at us in the canyon, they know the evidence might be in the house. They suspect Eleanor. They're getting desperate." "Which means we need to get back there," Emma stated, "before they do. That map Peters had, it suggests they're planning to get inside." Alexander nodded, his face grim in the moonlight. "The journal, the locket, whatever Eleanor retrieved from that hole, it might be the key. We need to confront her." Confronting Eleanor. The thought was chilling. If she was involved, she was dangerous. If she wasn't, she was likely in grave peril herself from whoever sought the documents. Either way, returning to Blackwood Manor felt like walking back into the lion's den. But now the threat wasn't just the secrets within the walls. It was closing in from the outside, too. The hunt was no longer just theirs. They were now racing against an unseen enemy, converging on the same target. The buried truths held within the heart of the Blackwood family. Chapter 15, Shattered Illusions. The ride back towards Blackwood Manor was a silent, tension-fraught journey under the vast, indifferent canvas of the night sky. The moon, their only guide, cast long, spectral shadows across the rolling prairie, transforming familiar shapes into phantom figures, amplifying the sense of isolation and impending danger. Every rustle of the wind through the tall grass sounded like pursuit, every distant coyote howl like a warning cry. The discovery at the line cabin, Peters the Watcher, the map detailing an intrusion into the manor, the chilling implication of Eleanor's involvement and the cold-eyed stranger seeking the NR&T documents had shattered any remaining illusions of control. They weren't just investigators uncovering past crimes. They were participants in an active, escalating conspiracy, racing against an unseen, ruthless adversary. Alexander rode with a grim, focused intensity, his usual guarded stillness replaced by a palpable urgency. The revelation about the locket, the possibility of his mother's involvement, however unthinkable, had clearly shaken him to the core. His loyalty, pledged to his family, was now facing its most agonizing test. Emma watched him, her own thoughts turbulent. The fragile alliance forged in the canyon felt simultaneously stronger and more precarious. They were bound by shared danger, shared knowledge, yet the fundamental conflict of their ultimate goals, his protection of the Blackwood name versus her pursuit of truth for the agency, loomed large, an invisible barrier between them. Could she trust him if confronting Eleanor pushed him to choose? Could he trust her not to sacrifice his family for the sake of her case? They pushed the horses hard, bypassing the direct route, approaching the manor lands from the less traveled north, hoping to avoid detection by Peters' mysterious employer or any other watchers who might be lurking. As the first hints of dawn began to streak the eastern sky, painting the clouds in fragile shades of pink and gray, The dark, imposing silhouette of Blackwood Manor rose against the horizon like a stone fortress guarding its secrets. It looked different now, less a symbol of wealth and power, more a brooding prison, holding its inhabitants captive within a web of lies, fear, and violence. Their plan was simple, desperate. Slip back into the house unnoticed, using the same stealth they'd employed to escape, retrieve the locket Alexander had taken from the box canyon, now carefully wrapped and hidden in his saddlebag, and confront Eleanor. They needed to know what she knew, what she had retrieved from that hole near Redemption Mine, and why her locket was there. Her knowledge might be the key to identifying the killer, finding the missing documents, and understanding the full scope of the conspiracy closing in around them. Approaching the stables under the cover of the pre-dawn gloom felt like stepping back into a familiar nightmare. Leaving the tired horses hidden in a dense thicket some distance away, they crept forward on foot, moving silently through the shadows. The stable yard was quiet, deserted. Jed's small cottage nearby was dark. Luck, it seemed, was momentarily with them. They slipped into the main stable, the familiar scent of hay and horses filling the air. Alexander quickly gathered fresh mounts, his own powerful bay and a sturdy sorrel mare for Emma, saddling them with swift efficiency. If they needed to leave again quickly, they would be ready. Re-entering the house was the next hurdle. The back door, usually left unlocked, was their best bet. Moving like ghosts, they reached the rear entrance. Alexander tested the handle. Locked. Mrs. Albright, perhaps rattled by the previous day's events or Marcus's accusations, had tightened security. Emma immediately produced her lockpicks, her fingers surprisingly steady despite the cold and exhaustion. The lock was simple, yielding quickly to her expertise. They slipped inside, into the familiar, oppressive silence of the sleeping house. The kitchen was dark, cold, smelling faintly of stale coffee. They paused, listening. Only the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the distant hall broke the silence. Navigating the corridors towards the main part of the house felt infinitely more dangerous now, knowing that an unknown enemy might also be planning an intrusion, perhaps even tonight. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of a floorboard amplified. Their target was Eleanor's suite of rooms on the second floor. Reaching the main staircase, they ascended cautiously, avoiding the treads most likely to betray them. The portraits of stern-faced ancestors seemed to watch their progress with silent disapproval. The air grew heavier, charged with the house's accumulated secrets and sorrows. Outside Eleanor's door, they paused again. No sliver of light showed from beneath it. Silence. Alexander took a deep breath, his hand hovering near the doorknob. He looked at Emma, a question in his eyes. Was she ready? She nodded grimly. He turned the knob slowly. Unlocked. Easing the door open, they slipped inside. The sitting room of Eleanor's suite was opulent, furnished with delicate rosewood furniture, velvet upholstery, and heavy brocade curtains that blocked out the faint dawn light, plunging the room into near darkness. The air was close, thick with the cloying scent of lilies and the unmistakable medicinal tang of laudanum. A single low lamp burned on a side table, casting long, dancing shadows, illuminating dust motes swirling in the still air. And there, slumped in a high-backed armchair near the cold fireplace, was Eleanor Blackwood. She wasn't asleep. Her eyes were open, staring blankly ahead, unfocused, clouded by the drug. Her breathing was shallow. An empty laudanum bottle lay on the table beside the lamp, next to a delicate teacup. Her black morning dress was slightly askew, her usually immaculate gray hair escaping its pins in wisps around her pale, puffy face. She looked utterly broken, lost in a chemical fog. The sharp, lucid spark Emma had occasionally glimpsed seemed entirely extinguished. Alexander moved quickly to her side, kneeling beside the chair, his voice low, urgent. "Mother? Mother, can you hear me?" He gently touched her arm. Eleanor didn't react immediately. Then, slowly, her eyes shifted, trying to focus on his face. A flicker of recognition, faint and confused, crossed her features. "Alex? Ander?" she slurred, her voice thick, indistinct. What is it? So late. "Mother, we need to talk to you," Alexander said, keeping his voice calm, gentle, despite the urgency. "It's important. About Father. About Redemption Mine." At the mention of the mine, a tremor seemed to run through Eleanor's frail body. Her eyes widened slightly, the fog momentarily thinning, replaced by a flicker of fear. "Redemption," she whispered, her hand fluttering weakly towards her throat. "No, mustn't talk about... dangerous." "We know you were there, Mother," Alexander pressed, his voice gaining intensity. "We found this." He carefully unwrapped the tarnished silver locket, holding it out so she could see it in the dim lamplight. Eleanor stared at the locket, her breath catching in a ragged gasp. Tears began to well in her clouded eyes, spilling silently down her pale cheeks. The sight of the locket seemed to break through the laudanum haze, unleashing a wave of raw, unfiltered emotion. My locket," she choked out, reaching for it with a trembling hand. "Silas gave it to me. So long ago." "Why was it there, Mother?" Alexander asked, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "At Redemption? What were you doing there? What did you bury? What did you dig up?" Eleanor began to sob, deep, wrenching sobs that shook her small frame. He made me," she whispered, her words fragmented, barely coherent through the tears and the drug's influence. "Silas, he told me, if anything happened to him, told me where he kept the real papers." "The NR&T documents?" Emma breathed, stepping closer. Eleanor nodded vaguely, tears streaming down her face. "Proof. Terrible things. He said, destroy them. Protect the family name. Protect Marcus. Protect you." Her gaze fixed on Alexander, pleading, desperate. "He knew someone might come after them, after him. He was afraid." So Silas, arrogant and controlling even in his fear, had made Eleanor his unwitting or perhaps unwilling accomplice, burdening her with the location of the dangerous documents, instructing her to destroy them if he met his end. "And the spot marked X on his map?" Alexander prompted gently. "Was that where the documents were hidden?" She nodded again, shivering. "A small metal box buried beneath the rocks." She gestured vaguely. "He showed me once. Years ago. Made me promise." "So after Father died," Alexander clarified, piecing it together, "you went there? You dug up the box?" "Had to," Eleanor sobbed. "Promise, protect you. Protect Marcus. Couldn't let that shame ruin everything." She clutched at Alexander's arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "The storm, it was starting. I hurried, dug it up. The locket must have broken. Didn't realize." She hadn't been searching for the documents. She had been retrieving them, following Silas's desperate final instructions. The woman Emma and Alexander had suspected of cold calculation, even murder, was instead a terrified, grief-stricken pawn, manipulated by her ruthless husband even beyond his grave, driven by a desperate, misguided maternal instinct to protect her sons by destroying the evidence of their father's crimes. The illusion of Eleanor as a potential mastermind shattered, replaced by the tragic reality of her victimhood. "The box, Mother," Alexander asked urgently. "The documents. Where are they now? Did you destroy them?" Eleanor's eyes grew wide with a new wave of fear. She shook her head frantically. "No. Couldn't. Not yet. Had to hide them again. Here." Her gaze darted around the opulent sitting room towards the cold hearth. Behind the loose stone, just like the annotation on Peters's map. Loose stone. Hearth? Whoever employed Peters knew or suspected the documents were hidden within the manor, perhaps even specifically in this room. They were closing in. Alexander moved swiftly towards the fireplace, Emma close behind him. He ran his hands along the ornate stonework surrounding the hearth. His fingers found it, a section of carved marble that felt slightly loose. Using the tip of a fireplace poker, he carefully pried it away. Behind it lay a small, dark cavity, and nestled inside was a slim oilcloth-wrapped package. He reached in, pulling it out. It was heavy for its size. His hands trembled slightly as he unwrapped the oilcloth. Inside lay a bundle of brittle, yellowed documents tied with faded ribbon, and beneath them, several tightly bound stacks of banknotes. Not the entire missing fortune, perhaps, but a significant sum. The blackmail payment Silas had been carrying, recovered by Eleanor along with the incriminating papers. The NRNT files, Alexander breathed, recognizing the letterhead on the top document. And the money. Eleanor watched them, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her eyes filled with terror. "Destroy them, Alexander," she pleaded, her voice thin, reedy. "Please, for your father's memory, for the family." Alexander stared down at the package, the proof of his father's corruption, the means to potentially identify his killer, and the source of his family's potential ruin, all resting in his hands. The choice he had foreseen, the agonizing conflict between truth and loyalty, was upon him. Emma watched him, her own heart aching with a mixture of pity for Eleanor and tension over Alexander's impending decision. Her duty was clear: secure the evidence, report to the agency. But seeing the raw pain in Alexander's eyes, the devastation wrought upon his family by Silas's actions, complicated everything. Suddenly, a noise from the corridor outside shattered the tense silence. A floorboard creaked. Footsteps, stealthy but hurried, approaching the door. Alexander reacted instantly, shoving the package back into the cavity, quickly replacing the loose stone just as the doorknob began to turn. He drew his Colt, motioning for Emma to take cover behind a heavy velvet armchair, placing himself protectively near his mother's chair. The door swung open. It wasn't Marcus. It wasn't Mrs. Albright. Framed in the doorway stood the tall figure Peters had described, dressed in clean range clothes that looked subtly out of place, his face shadowed by the brim of his hat, and in his hand, glinting dully in the lamplight, was a pistol. Cold eyes, devoid of emotion, swept the room, taking in Eleanor slumped in her chair, Alexander standing ready, Emma partially concealed. The stranger's gaze lingered for a fraction of a second on the hearth, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. He knew where to look. Peters's employer, the cold-eyed man, had arrived. The hunter was no longer closing in. He was here. The final confrontation had begun. Chapter 16. Beneath the Mask. The air in Eleanor Blackwood's sitting room crackled thick with the scent of laudanum, fear, and the sudden sharp tang of imminent violence. The stranger stood, framed in the doorway, a figure of chilling stillness amidst the opulent clutter, his presence radiating a cold, predatory intent. His pistol, held loosely but purposefully at his side, was a stark punctuation mark to the unfolding drama. His eyes, shadowed by the hat brim but glinting with unnerving focus, swept the room again, assessing, calculating. They rested briefly on Eleanor, slumped and weeping softly in her chair, then moved to Alexander, tense and ready beside her, his Colt steady, and finally flickered towards Emma, partially concealed but undoubtedly noticed behind the armchair. "Well, well," the stranger said, his voice unexpectedly smooth, cultured, devoid of any discernible accent. It was a voice that didn't belong with the range clothes, a voice accustomed to boardrooms or drawing rooms, not windswept prairies. Quite the family gathering, and unexpected company. He gestured slightly with his pistol towards Emma. "I wasn't aware the Blackwoods had acquired such diligent staff." Alexander didn't flinch, didn't rise to the bait. His gaze remained locked on the stranger, his posture coiled, ready. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice low, steady, betraying none of the turmoil Emma knew must be raging within him. "What do you want?" The stranger offered a thin, humorless smile. "Let's dispense with the formalities, shall we, Mr. Blackwood? You know what I want. The same thing your dear mother apparently retrieved from that inconvenient hole in the ground near Redemption." His gaze flickered meaningfully towards the hearth, confirming he knew precisely where the documents were hidden. Peters, the informant, must have reported back before they secured him. Or perhaps this man had other sources, other watchers. Those misplaced northern rail and timber files. Rather embarrassing, I imagine. Evidence of certain irregularities in acquiring land grants, irregularities that could prove costly for certain interested parties. NR&E, he was connected to the railroad fraud. Not just a hired gunman then, someone with a vested interest in suppressing the truth Rourke had unearthed. "You hired Peters," Emma stated, stepping out slightly from behind the armchair, drawing the stranger's cold gaze. Her own pistol felt reassuringly solid in her hand. "You sent him to watch the house. You knew the documents might be here." The stranger inclined his head slightly, a mock bow. "A necessary precaution. Loose ends are so untidy. Silas Blackwood should have understood that better." His eyes hardened. Rourke understood it eventually. Pity. The casual admission sent a chill down Emma's spine. He was admitting involvement in Rourke's disappearance, likely his murder. "And my father?" Alexander's voice was dangerously quiet. "Was that you too? In the canyon?" The stranger shrugged delicately. Silas made a poor decision, threatening to expose partners who had served him well. He chose the wrong side in a delicate negotiation. Unfortunate, but necessary. He offered no denial, no justification, just the cold pragmatism of a businessman eliminating a liability. Alexander's knuckles whitened around the grip of his Colt, but his stance remained controlled. Emma could feel the fury radiating from him, held tightly in check. He was facing his father's killer, the man responsible for the web of deceit and violence that ensnared his family, yet he held his ground, waiting, calculating. "The documents," the stranger said, his voice hardening, impatience replacing the smooth facade. "Hand them over, Blackwood. Now, and perhaps," his gaze flickered towards the still weeping Eleanor, "we can conclude this unpleasantness without further collateral damage." It was a blatant threat, aimed directly at Alexander's most vulnerable point, his mother. Eleanor sobbed louder, burying her face in her hands, mumbling incoherently about promises and protection. Her distress seemed to fuel Alexander's resolve. He didn't glance towards the hearth. "You won't get them?" Alexander stated flatly. "Even if I knew where they were." The stranger sighed, a theatrical sound of disappointment. "Such misplaced loyalty. Your father wouldn't have hesitated. Business is business, after all." He took a slow step into the room, his pistol coming up slightly, no longer held loosely, but aimed generally towards Alexander and Eleanor. "I assure you, I am prepared to be persuasive. Let's start with the inquisitive young lady." His cold eyes fixed on Emma. "Drop the gun, my dear, slowly." Emma hesitated, her mind racing. Obeying meant disarming herself, leaving them vulnerable. Refusing meant potentially triggering immediate violence. Alexander shifted almost imperceptibly beside his mother's chair, preparing to react. "Don't be foolish," the stranger warned, his voice like ice. "I have no particular quarrel with you, but interfering would be regrettable." Before Emma could make her decision, another voice cut through the tension, sharp and commanding from the doorway behind the stranger. "Drop it yourself, Thorne, or I swear I'll put a bullet through your treacherous spine." Everyone froze. The stranger, Thorne, stiffened, his head whipping around. Standing in the doorway, pale but resolute, his face a mask of fury and disbelief, was Marcus Blackwood. He held a heavy navy revolver, surprisingly steady, aimed directly at Thorne's back. "Marcus?" Alexander breathed, clearly shocked by his brother's sudden appearance and intervention. "Stay out of this, Alexander," Marcus snarled, his eyes blazing, fixed solely on Thorne. "This is between me and this snake." Thorne slowly lowered his pistol, a look of utter contempt twisting his smooth features as he turned to face Marcus. Marcus, always arriving late to the party and always making the wrong entrance. He didn't seem particularly threatened by the gun aimed at him. "Put that away before you hurt yourself. This doesn't concern you." "Doesn't concern me?" Marcus laughed, a harsh, broken sound. You were father's lawyer, his advisor. He trusted you. And all this time, you were working against him? Against us?" His voice trembled with rage and betrayal. Thorne. The name echoed in Emma's memory. The name Marcus had spoken in anger weeks ago, overheard through a closed door. "These things take time, mister. Blackwood, especially with the questions surrounding your father's departure." Thorne, the cautious lawyer placating the desperate heir, had been playing a double game all along. He wasn't just connected to the NR&T fraud, he was likely one of the architects, one of the partners Silas had threatened to expose. "Your father became a liability, Marcus," Thorne said coldly, his cultured voice dripping with disdain. His methods were becoming archaic. His paranoia threatened profitable arrangements. He needed to be removed for the good of the partnership. "Partnership?" Marcus spat the word. "You mean the criminals you conspired with? The ones who defrauded the government, stole land, ruined lives? Father told me, just before he left, he suspected someone close was betraying him. He didn't want to believe it was you." So Silas had confided in Marcus, at least partially. And Marcus, despite his own flaws and desperation, possessed a core of familial loyalty, now ignited into righteous fury by Thorne's betrayal. "Your father was a fool," Thorne stated flatly, and Rourke was an inconvenience holding dangerous leverage. Taking care of them both streamlined operations considerably. He glanced towards the hearth. "Now give me the documents Silas was foolish enough to keep, and the money he was even more foolish to try and use as blackmail, and perhaps I'll overlook your outburst." "You killed him!" Marcus cried, his voice cracking. "You killed Father and Rourke!" "Details," Thorne dismissed with a wave of his hand. "The documents, Marcus. Or do you want your mother to suffer the consequences of your misplaced indignation?" He took a step towards Eleanor's chair. That was the breaking point. With a roar of pure, unadulterated rage, Marcus lunged forward, abandoning his advantageous position, his gun firing wildly as he grappled with Thorne. The shot went wide, smashing a porcelain vase on the mantelpiece. Thorne, though surprised by the sudden attack, reacted instantly, shoving Marcus back, bringing his own pistol up. Alexander moved simultaneously, shoving his mother's chair back out of the immediate line of fire while raising his own Colt. Emma reacted on instinct, diving for better cover behind a sturdy writing desk as the room erupted in chaos. Thorne fired, the shot deafening in the enclosed space. Marcus cried out, stumbling backward, clutching his shoulder, his revolver clattering to the floor. He wasn't fatally hit, but he was wounded, momentarily incapacitated. Thorne swung his pistol towards Alexander, but Alexander fired first. His shot was deliberate, aimed. Thorne grunted, staggering back, clutching his side, his pistol discharging harmlessly into the ceiling as he fell against the wall near the hearth. He wasn't dead, but he was wounded, momentarily stunned. "The stone!" Thorne gasped, his eyes fixed on the hearth, ignoring his wound, obsessed with the documents. "Get the papers!" It wasn't clear who he was speaking to. Was there an accomplice? Emma scanned the room, the doorway. Empty. Then she saw it. A slight movement near the heavy brocade curtains covering the window. Someone else was in the room, hidden. Before Alexander or Emma could react, the figure burst from behind the curtains. Not a gunman, not the cold-eyed stranger. It was Mrs. Albright. Her usually severe face was contorted with a strange mixture of fear and avarice, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. She wasn't armed with a gun, but she scrambled towards the hearth, towards the loose stone, like a woman possessed. "Albright!" Alexander yelled, stunned by this new betrayal. Mrs. Albright ignored him, scrabbling frantically at the loose stone, her fingers finding the edge, pulling it free. She reached into the cavity, her hand closing around the oilcloth package. Thorne watched her, a grim smile twisting his lips despite the pain from his wound. "Yes. Get it, woman. Our security." So the housekeeper was Thorne's accomplice. Her loyalty wasn't to the Blackwoods, but to the lawyer, perhaps promised a share of the profits, or perhaps bound by older secrets, older complicities related to the NR&T fraud. Her stern demeanor, her rigid control, it had all been a mask, concealing her own desperate agenda. Emma saw her chance. While Alexander covered the wounded Thorne and dealt with the shock of his brother's injury and the housekeeper's betrayal, Emma moved swiftly from behind the desk. She tackled Mrs. Albright just as the housekeeper pulled the package free, sending them both sprawling onto the thick Persian rug. The oilcloth package flew from Mrs. Albright's grasp, landing near the center of the room. Mrs. Albright, surprisingly strong, fought back with feral intensity, scratching and kicking, her carefully constructed facade of propriety completely gone, replaced by raw desperation. "It's mine!" she shrieked, her voice high-pitched, unrecognizable. "He promised me! My share!" Emma pinned her wrists, struggling to restrain the older woman. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Alexander keeping Thorn covered, while Marcus groaned on the floor, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Eleanor remained slumped in her chair, seemingly oblivious, lost in her laudanum-induced grief, tears still tracing paths down her cheeks. Thorn, seeing the documents lying exposed on the floor, tried to push himself away from the wall, reaching for them, his face contorted with pain and greed. Alexander took a step forward, pressing the barrel of his Colt against Thorn's temple. "Don't even think about it, Thorn." The standoff was complete. Thorn wounded and covered, Marcus injured, Mrs. Albright restrained. Eleanor oblivious. The documents and money lay tantalizingly on the floor. Emma finally subdued Mrs. Albright, holding her firmly. "It's over, Mrs. Albright," she said, breathing heavily. The housekeeper stared up at her, her eyes filled with hatred and despair. "Over? It's never over. Men like Thorn, men like Silas Blackwood, they ruin everything they touch. I just wanted what was owed." Her confession hung in the air, a bitter testament to the corrosive power of greed and secrets. Alexander looked down at Thorn, then at his wounded brother, his distraught mother, the treacherous housekeeper, and finally at Emma. The truth, in all its ugly complexity, was laid bare. Thorn, the trusted lawyer, was the mastermind behind the murders, aided by the seemingly loyal housekeeper. Marcus, flawed but ultimately loyal to his family, had inadvertently helped expose them. Eleanor was a tragic victim of her husband's manipulation, and Alexander was left standing amidst the wreckage of his family's legacy, holding the power to expose everything or to bury it once more. He nudged the oilcloth package with the toe of his boot, then looked at Emma, his blue eyes filled with a profound weariness, but also a clear, unwavering resolve. The choice, agonizing as it was, had been made. The mask of the detached younger son fell away completely, revealing the man beneath, a man grappling with impossible loyalties, but ultimately guided by a compass that pointed towards a harsh, uncompromising form of justice. "Get some rope, Emma," he said quietly, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Let's secure our guests. Then we decide what comes next." The shattered illusions lay around them like broken glass, and in the cold light of dawn, the true cost of Silas Blackwood's buried truths was finally brutally clear. Chapter 17, Aftershocks. The immediate aftermath of the confrontation in Eleanor's sitting room was a study in controlled chaos and raw, unvarnished emotion. The air, thick with the lingering smell of gunpowder and laudanum, hummed with the aftershocks of violence and betrayal. Thorn, pale and sweating from the gunshot wound to his side, slumped against the wall under Alexander's watchful Colt. His smooth facade finally cracked, revealing the desperate, cornered man beneath. Mrs. Albright, securely bound with rope Emma retrieved from a nearby linen closet, sat stiffly on the floor, her face a mask of stony fury, her earlier frantic confession replaced by a chilling, resentful silence. Marcus, groaning softly, pressed a makeshift bandage, a torn piece of velvet curtain, against his bleeding shoulder, his initial rage now overshadowed by pain and the dawning, sickening realization of the depth of Thorn's treachery. And Eleanor, poor Eleanor, remained lost in her fog, occasionally murmuring her dead husband's name, oblivious to the wreckage surrounding her, a tragic centerpiece in the drama her family's secrets had wrought. Alexander moved with a grim efficiency that belied the emotional turmoil Emma knew must be raging within him. His commands were quiet, concise. While Emma finished securing Mrs. Albright and checked Marcus's wound, finding it painful but likely not life-threatening, the bullet having passed through the fleshy part of his shoulder. Alexander kept Thorne covered, his expression unreadable. He hadn't yet touched the oilcloth package containing the documents and money that lay starkly on the Persian rug, the catalyst for so much violence. It seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy in the quiet room. "We need to get him patched up," Emma said, nodding towards Marcus, whose face was worryingly pale. "And Thorne needs attention too, before he bleeds out or infection sets in." Practicalities asserted themselves, a necessary counterpoint to the overwhelming emotional weight of the situation. Alexander nodded, his gaze flicking briefly towards his brother, a flicker of concern crossing his features before the mask of control snapped back into place. "Agreed. But we handle this ourselves. No doctor from town. Not yet. Too many questions." He looked at Emma. "Can you manage?" Emma assessed Marcus again. "I can clean and bind it, keep the bleeding stopped, but it needs proper stitching later." She glanced at Thorne. His looks cleaner, might have missed anything vital, but it's hard to tell. "Do what you can for Marcus first," Alexander instructed. "Keep Albright secure. I'll watch Thorne." Working quickly, Emma fetched water, clean cloths, and bandages from Eleanor's well-stocked dressing room, another layer of irony, using the resources of the oblivious victim to tend to the fallout of her husband's crimes. Marcus submitted to her ministrations with surprising meekness, the fight seemingly drained out of him, replaced by a dazed shock. He kept glancing towards Thorne, then towards his mother, his expression a mixture of confusion, pain, and dawning horror. He killed Father?" Marcus whispered, his voice hoarse, looking to Alexander for confirmation, for denial, for anything to make sense of the shattering betrayal. Alexander's jaw tightened. "It appears so, Marcus. Thorne admitted as much. He and Albright, they conspired." He delivered the words flatly, without embellishment, letting the brutal truth land. Marcus closed his eyes, a single tear escaping, tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. The arrogant, impatient heir, desperate to salvage his inheritance, was confronted with the devastating reality that the inheritance was built on crime, secured by murder, and betrayed by those closest to his father. As Emma bandaged Marcus's shoulder, Thorne watched them, his breath coming in shallow rasps, his eyes narrowed with calculation despite the pain. "This changes nothing, you know," he said, his voice strained but retaining its cultured edge. "Those documents, they implicate powerful men who won't hesitate to silence anyone who possesses them. You think you've won? You've just painted a bigger target on your backs." It was a threat, cloaked as a warning. He was reminding them that the conspiracy extended beyond him, beyond Mrs. Albright. The NR&T partners, the beneficiaries of the land grant fraud, would not let this evidence surface without a fight. Alexander ignored him, his focus absolute. He retrieved the oilcloth package from the floor, holding it carefully. He didn't open it again. He simply looked at it, weighing its contents, its significance, its potential to destroy or redeem. Emma watched him, holding her breath. What would he do? His promise to prioritize his family's interests warred against the stark evidence of murder and corruption he now held. He looked up, his gaze meeting Emma's across the room. A silent communication passed between them, an understanding forged in the shared danger of the canyon, the storm, the ambush. He knew her purpose, truth, justice, the agency's mandate. She knew his burden, legacy, loyalty, the impossible weight of his family's name. "Thorne is right about one thing," Alexander said quietly, his voice resonating in the still room. "This isn't over, and these documents," he hefted the package slightly, "are too dangerous to remain here." He made his decision. Not destruction, as Eleanor had pleaded, nor immediate exposure, which could trigger the violent backlash Thorne threatened. Something else. "Emma," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument, "you need to take these. Take them back to your agency. Let them handle the NR&T partners, the political fallout. That's what they do." He held the package out to her. Emma stared at him, stunned. He was entrusting the evidence to her? Voluntarily? evidence that could potentially ruin his family, implicate his father posthumously in major crimes? "Alexander," she began, unsure what to say. "It's the only way," he interrupted firmly. "The truth needs to come out. The powerful men Thorne mentioned need to be held accountable. But it can't come from us. Not directly. It would destroy Marcus, finish what Father started. The agency, they operate with a certain distance. They can expose the fraud without dragging the Blackwood name through every headline, perhaps." It was a gamble, a hope that the agency's methods might offer a less devastating path to justice, and perhaps a way to protect what little remained of his family. He was choosing a third path, a complex compromise between loyalty and justice. He was trusting her, Emma Reed, the Pinkerton detective, to handle the explosive evidence responsibly, to navigate the political minefield it represented. The weight of that trust felt immense, far heavier than the oilcloth package itself. "And Thorne?" Emma asked, accepting the package, tucking it securely inside her jacket. "And Albright? The murders?" "They won't escape justice," Alexander stated grimly, his gaze hardening as he looked at the bound pair. "Once you're clear, once the agency has the documents and can move against the NR&T partners, I'll turn them over to the territorial marshal, the real marshal, not the bought and paid-for sheriff in Dust Devil Creek. They'll answer for my father's murder, and for Rourke's." He wouldn't shield them, wouldn't compromise on the murders, even if it meant further scandal for his family. His internal compass, though battered, pointed towards that fundamental line. Marcus stirred, pushing himself up slightly, his face pale but resolute. "He's right, Alexander. Thorne, Albright. They have to pay. For Father." His voice was weak but clear. The betrayal had stripped away his arrogance, leaving behind a core of wounded pride and a surprising sense of familial duty. Alexander nodded curtly at his brother, a flicker of understanding, perhaps even reconciliation, passing between them. The plan was set. Emma needed to leave immediately, before Thorne's partners realized he'd failed, before they sent others. Alexander and Marcus would remain, guarding the prisoners, tending to Eleanor, dealing with the immediate fallout within the house. They would need to concoct a plausible story for the staff, for Jed, perhaps involving a robbery attempt, until Emma was safely away and Alexander could make his move with the marshal. "You should take my bay," Alexander said to Emma. "He's faster, stronger, you'll need the speed." He wouldn't let her ride out on the less reliable sorrel, another gesture of trust, of prioritizing her safety, her mission. "Alexander, Emma hesitated, the words catching in her throat. The complexity of the situation, the raw emotion simmering beneath the surface, the unexpected depth of his character, his trust in her. It overwhelmed her professional detachment. He met her gaze, his blue eyes holding hers, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken feelings, the dangerous connection that had grown between them amidst the chaos. "Go, Emma," he said softly, his voice rough. "Be careful. Get this information where it needs to go." He reached out, his fingers briefly brushing hers as she adjusted the package inside her jacket. The brief contact sent a jolt through her, a spark of warmth against the cold reality of their situation. Maybe then. He didn't finish the sentence, letting the implication hang in the air, a future, uncertain, perhaps impossible, but hinted at nonetheless. Emma nodded, unable to speak. She turned to Marcus. "Take care of that shoulder." He gave her a weak, grateful nod. She glanced one last time at Eleanor, still lost in her world of grief and laudanum, then at the hateful faces of Thorne and Mrs. Albright. Taking a deep breath, she turned and walked towards the door, the weight of the documents, the weight of Alexander's trust settling upon her. Leaving the manor felt different this time. Not a desperate escape, but a calculated departure, carrying the explosive truth away from the epicenter. Alexander accompanied her silently down the back stairs, through the quiet kitchen, and out towards the stables where the horses waited. The first rays of true sunlight were beginning to pierce the gloom, painting the world in sharp relief. At the stables, Alexander quickly saddled the powerful bay horse. "He'll take you far and fast," he said, checking the cinch. "Head east first. Make it look like you're going towards the railhead settlements. Once you're clear of the immediate territory, swing south towards Cheyenne. There's a reliable agency contact there. Name's Henderson. Can you get a message through?" Emma nodded. "Yes, standard procedure." He handed her the reins. Their hands brushed again. This time neither pulled away immediately. The connection held for a beat, fraught with unspoken words, uncertain futures. "Alexander," Emma said softly, finally finding her voice. "Thank you for trusting me." A faint, weary smile touched his lips. "You earned it, Emma Reed." He stepped back. "Now go, and ride like the devil himself is chasing you. He might be." Emma swung herself into the saddle. The bay horse shifted beneath her, powerful, eager. She looked down at Alexander, standing there in the morning light, the dark manor looming behind him, the weight of his family's sins and uncertain future resting squarely on his shoulders. He looked solitary, resolute, and unexpectedly vulnerable. Her heart ached with a confusing mix of professional duty, personal gratitude, and a deeper, more dangerous emotion she refused to name. Without another word, she turned the bay horse east and urged him into a gallop, leaving Blackwood Manor, the scene of so much tragedy and betrayal, behind her. She didn't look back. The aftershocks of shattered illusions reverberated within her, but her focus was fixed forward, on the mission, on getting the truth out, on honoring the perilous trust Alexander Blackwood had placed in her. The ride ahead was long, potentially dangerous, but for the first time since arriving at the manor, she felt a sense of clarity, a purpose sharpened by the harsh realities she had uncovered and the complex loyalties she now navigated. The buried truths were finally seeing the light of day, but the consequences were yet to unfold. Chapter 18. Forging an Alliance. The immediate, adrenaline-fueled chaos subsided, leaving behind a heavy, ringing silence in Eleanor Blackwood's sitting room, punctuated only by Marcus's pained breathing, Thorne's ragged gasps, and Mrs. Albright's stony, simmering silence. Sunlight, now streaming more confidently through the tall windows, illuminated the scene with cruel clarity. The overturned furniture, the smashed porcelain, the dark stains beginning to bloom on the carpet where Marcus and Thorne had bled, the bound prisoners, the oblivious mistress of the house lost in her laudanum dream. It was a tableau of ruin, the opulent setting a grotesque backdrop to the violent culmination of Silas Blackwood's buried secrets. Alexander stood amidst the wreckage, the oilcloth package containing the documents now entrusted to Emma, his face pale beneath its usual tan, but his eyes holding a new, hard-won clarity. The weight of leadership, abdicated for so long, had settled firmly upon his shoulders. He looked first at Marcus, who was slumped against the wall, cradling his bandaged shoulder, his gaze flickering between the bound Thorne and his weeping mother. The arrogance was gone, replaced by a raw vulnerability and a dawning awareness of the abyss his family teetered upon. "Marcus?" Alexander's voice was quiet but firm, cutting through the heavy air. "Can you stand?" Marcus nodded, wincing as he pushed himself upright with his good arm. "I think so. It hurts like hell." "We need to move them," Alexander stated, nodding towards Thorne and Mrs. Albright. "Can't keep them here. Mother—" He glanced at Eleanor, whose soft, incoherent murmurs continued unabated. "She doesn't need to see this if she wakes properly." "Where?" Marcus asked, his voice rough. "The cellar?" Alexander considered. "The old wine cellar. It's dry, secure, far enough from the main house traffic." He looked at the prisoners. Thorne met his gaze with defiant hatred, while Mrs. Albright stared straight ahead, her face an unreadable mask. "Let's go." Moving the prisoners proved difficult. Thorne, weakened by blood loss but still wiry, resisted passively, forcing Alexander to half-drag, half-carry him, mindful of the wound but offering no comfort. Mrs. Albright, though smaller, possessed a surprising, wiry strength fueled by pure spite, refusing to cooperate. forcing Marcus, despite his injured shoulder, to help wrestle her along. They moved through the silent, sleeping house like conspirators, down the back stairs, through the cold scullery, where Emma had first read Silas's journal only the day before, a lifetime ago, and into the damp, echoing depths of the stone-lined wine cellar. Dusty, empty racks lined the walls, remnants of a time when the Blackwood hospitality might have been more generous, or perhaps just more ostentatious. Alexander chose the furthest vault, ensuring both Thorne and Albright were securely bound to sturdy support pillars, far enough apart that they couldn't easily communicate or aid each other. He checked their bonds personally, his not sufficient unforgiving. "Comfortable?" he asked Thorne, his voice devoid of inflection. Thorne glared up at him, sweating despite the cellar's chill. "You won't get away with this, Blackwood. Your partners will have the Pinkertons to deal with soon enough." Alexander cut him off coldly. "Save your threats." He turned to Mrs. Albright, who still refused to meet his eye. Her betrayal somehow felt sharper, more personal than Thorne's calculated villainy. She had been a fixture in the house since his childhood, a symbol of rigid order. Seeing her revealed as Thorne's accomplice, driven by greed and resentment, was another pillar of his past crumbling. "Was it worth it, Albright?" he asked quietly. "Was your share worth this?" She finally looked at him, her eyes filled with a bitterness that seemed etched deep into her soul. "You Blackwoods," she spat, her voice low and venomous. "You think you own the world. Take what you want, ruin who you want. Silas owed me more than paltry wages for managing his secrets, cleaning up his messes." Her gaze flickered with old grievances, hinting at complicities deeper than just Thorne's recent plot. "Thorne promised me security, a life away from all of this." She gestured vaguely at the cellar, at the implied decay of the Blackwood legacy. Her motive wasn't just greed, it was escape, a desperate bid for freedom from decades of servitude and suppressed resentment. Alexander listened, his expression unreadable. He offered no judgment, no rebuttal. He simply turned away, securing the heavy cellar door, the thick bolts sliding home with grim finality. The prisoners were contained for now. Returning to the upper floors felt like ascending from a tomb back into a waking nightmare. Marcus had managed to get back to Eleanor's sitting room, slumping into a chair, his face gray with pain. Alexander fetched him a glass of water, then turned his attention to his mother. He gently smoothed the hair back from her forehead, his touch surprisingly tender. "Mother needs rest," he said softly, more to himself than to Marcus. "And quiet. We need to get her back to her bed." Together, the brothers carefully lifted Eleanor, her small form almost weightless in their arms, and carried her into her adjoining bedroom. They laid her gently on the large four-poster bed, pulling the covers over her. She murmured something incoherent, then settled into a deeper, drug-induced sleep, her face peaceful for the first time, shielded, for now, from the ugly truths that had shattered the morning. Closing the bedroom door softly behind them, Alexander and Marcus stood facing each other in the wrecked sitting room. The adrenaline had faded, leaving behind exhaustion, pain, and the stark reality of their situation. The animosity that had defined their relationship for years seemed to have burned away in the crucible of the morning's violence, replaced by a fragile, uncertain connection. "So," Marcus began, his voice rough, gesturing vaguely at the room, the distant cellar, "what now, Alexander? What in God's name do we do now?" Alexander walked to the window, pushing aside the heavy curtain, looking out at the familiar landscape, the rolling prairie, the distant outbuildings, the vast sky. It looked peaceful, unchanged, yet everything was different. "Now," he said heavily, "we hold the line. We wait." "Wait? Wait for what?" Marcus demanded, confused. "For Thorne's partners to show up? For the sheriff to come asking questions?" "We wait for Emma," Alexander clarified, turning back to face his brother. "We wait for word that she's safe, that the documents are secure with her agency. Then we call in Marshal Brody from Cheyenne. Tell him everything." Marcus stared at him. "Emma? You trusted her?" The maid with everything? The idea was clearly difficult for him to grasp. She's not a maid, Marcus. She's a Pinkerton detective, hired to investigate Father's death. Marcus's jaw dropped. Pinkerton? He sank back into the chair, processing this new revelation. All this time, watching us. She was doing her job, Alexander stated simply. And she's capable. More capable, perhaps, than either of us gave her credit for. He paused. Trusting her with those documents. It was the only move we had. Exposing the NR&T fraud ourselves would destroy what's left of the family, finish the company. Letting Thorne or his partners get them guarantees more bloodshed, ensures they escape justice. Emma, the agency. They offer a chance, however slim, to contain the damage, to focus the justice where it belongs, on Thorne, on Albright, on the partners. Marcus was silent for a long moment, absorbing the implications. His gaze drifted towards the door leading to his mother's room. Mother? Does Emma know? About the locket? About her going to Redemption? Alexander nodded grimly. We found the locket together. Emma knows Mother retrieved the package. She doesn't know the why, the promise Father extracted from her. But yes, she knows Mother was involved, at least in hiding the evidence. And you still trusted her? Marcus asked, a note of grudging admiration in his voice. I had to, Alexander said quietly. Sometimes. You have to trust the heart's compass, even when the map is unclear. He didn't elaborate, didn't explain the complex feelings tangled up in his decision, the gut instinct that told him Emma Reed, despite her deception, possessed an integrity that transcended her professional duty. Marcus looked down at his hands, then back at his brother. All right, Alexander. All right. We wait for the Pinkerton. He took a shaky breath. But what do we tell the staff, Jed? Bessie saw me ride out like a madman yesterday. She'll know something's wrong, and my shoulder... We tell them as little as possible, Alexander decided. A robbery attempt last night. Intruders surprised Thorne, who was here late discussing business. Shots were exchanged. You were grazed. The intruders fled. Emma panicked and ran off in the confusion. It was flimsy, full of holes, but it might hold for a day or two, long enough to maintain a semblance of normalcy, long enough for Emma to get clear. I'll handle Jed. You try to manage Bessie and Martha. Keep them away from the cellar. Keep them away from Mother's rooms for now. Marcus nodded, squaring his shoulders despite the pain. I can do that. For the first time, he seemed ready to shoulder his share of the burden, not as the entitled heir, but as a partner. An alliance, born of desperation and shared blood, was being forged in the ruins. They set about cleaning the sitting room, removing the most obvious signs of the struggle, hiding the bloodstains beneath rearranged rugs, righting overturned furniture. It felt like trying to paper over an earthquake fissure. The damage, the betrayal, the violence couldn't truly be concealed. They worked together in silence, a new, hesitant understanding flowing between them. They were brothers, bound by a fractured legacy, facing a common enemy. Later, Alexander sought out Jed in the stable yard, delivering the fabricated story of the robbery attempt. The old stable hand listened impassively, his weathered face revealing nothing, though his eyes held a knowing skepticism. Jed had seen too much, worked for Silas Blackwood for too long to be easily fooled. But he asked no questions, merely nodding and returning to his work, his silence a form of tacit loyalty, or perhaps just weary resignation. Marcus faced Bessie and Martha in the kitchen. Bessie's reaction was similar to Jed's, outward acceptance, but with sharp, assessing eyes that suggested she knew the story was threadbare. Martha remained silent, her face closed off, though Emma noticed a fleeting flicker of concern in her eyes when she saw Marcus's bandaged shoulder. The staff knew something profound had shifted, but they kept to their duties, the habit of survival in the tense household deeply ingrained. As the day wore on, an uneasy quiet settled over Blackwood Manor. Alexander and Marcus took turns watching the cellar door, tending to Eleanor, who remained mostly asleep, and maintaining the fragile illusion of normalcy. They spoke little, but the shared vigil created a new dynamic. Marcus, humbled and sobered, deferred to Alexander's judgment. Alexander, in turn, seemed to accept his brother's support, the shared burden making the immense weight slightly more bearable. Alexander found himself frequently by the window, gazing eastward towards the vast prairie Emma had ridden into. Had she made it? Was she safe? Had he made the right choice, trusting her with his family's fate? The doubts gnawed at him, but beneath them lay a bedrock of conviction. Emma Reed was their best hope. He had to believe that. As evening approached, Jed brought troubling news. He'd ridden the fence line near the southern boundary. "Saw tracks, Mr. Alexander," he reported, his voice low, meeting Alexander's eyes directly. 3 riders, moving fast, heading this way from Dust Devil Creek. Not ranch hands I recognized. 3 riders, heading towards the manor. Not local. Thorne's partners? Or the cold-eyed strangers' reinforcements? The fragile peace was already shattering. The enemy wasn't waiting. They were closing in, faster than anticipated. Alexander met Marcus's alarmed gaze across the stable yard. The forged alliance would be tested sooner than they thought. The aftershocks were just beginning. Chapter 19, Against the Odds. Jed's news hit like a physical blow, shattering the fragile quiet that had settled over Blackwood Manor. 3 riders approaching fast from the direction of Dust Devil Creek, strangers to the territory. The timing, coming so soon after the confrontation with Thorne, was too coincidental to ignore. Thorne's partners, the shadowy figures behind the NR&T fraud, weren't waiting for the dust to settle. They were moving, likely alerted by Peters's failure to report or by some other contingency plan Thorne had set in motion. They were coming to retrieve the documents, silence any witnesses, and secure their interests. The brief respite Alexander and Marcus had hoped for had evaporated. The enemy was at the gates. "How long?" Alexander asked Jed, his voice tight, his mind already calculating, assessing their defenses. Jed squinted towards the southern horizon, gauging the distance, the speed. "Hard to say for sure, Mr. Alexander. Prairie eats up distance. But they was moving purposeful, maybe an hour, maybe less." An hour. 60 minutes, perhaps, before unknown hostiles arrived, likely armed and expecting trouble. Alexander exchanged a grim look with Marcus. The fragile alliance forged between the brothers, born of shared crisis, was about to face its first, potentially fatal test. "All right, Jed," Alexander said, his voice calm, authoritative. "Get the horses saddled, the bay, the sorrel Marcus rode, and your own mount. Keep them ready, hidden behind the west wing. If things go bad, you get Marcus out of here. Head north, towards the high country. Lose them." Jed nodded slowly, his weathered face impassive, but his eyes held a flicker of understanding, of grim acceptance. He knew the potential severity of the situation. He turned towards the stables without a word. Marcus started to protest. "Alexander, I'm not leaving you." "You are," Alexander cut him off firmly, but without heat. "Your shoulder's injured. You're a liability in a firefight right now. And Mother, someone needs to ensure her safety if I can't." The unspoken possibility hung heavy in the air. "Jed knows the back trails better than anyone. He'll get you clear." He clapped a hand briefly on Marcus's good shoulder. "This isn't about pride, Marcus. It's about survival, ensuring the Blackwood line doesn't end tonight." The appeal to legacy, the acknowledgement of shared responsibility, seemed to resonate with Marcus. He swallowed hard, his expression a mixture of frustration and reluctant agreement. "All right, Alexander, but damn it, be careful." "Always am," Alexander replied with a faint, humorless smile. Their immediate priority was defense, bien. Blackwood Manor, built like a fortress, offered advantages: thick stone walls, heavy doors, limited points of entry, but they were severely outnumbered and outgunned if the riders came prepared for a siege. They had Thorne and Albright locked in the cellar, potentially valuable hostages, but also liabilities if the newcomers intended to rescue Thorne. They had Eleanor, vulnerable and oblivious. And they had Bessie and Martha, the silent, watchful staff, whose loyalty in a crisis was an unknown quantity. "We need to consolidate," Alexander decided quickly. Get Mother moved to the main house cellar. It's more secure than her rooms, closer to the back exit if we need it. Marcus, can you manage that with Bessie and Martha's help? Tell them we're expecting trouble. Bandits, perhaps. Keep them calm, but get them moving." Marcus nodded, his face pale but determined. "I'll handle it." While Marcus went to rouse the maids and move Eleanor, Alexander checked his weapons. His Colt Peacemaker felt solid, familiar in his hand. He retrieved a Winchester rifle from the gun cabinet in the library, Silas's old hunting rifle, heavy and reliable. He found extra ammunition, stuffing cartridges into his pockets. Every preparation felt significant, final. He wasn't a soldier, but the land, his father's complicated legacy, had taught him about survival, about facing threats head-on. He moved through the downstairs rooms, securing windows, barring secondary entrances. The house felt vast, empty, echoing with the ghosts of the past and the imminent threat of the future. He paused in the main hall, the grandfather clock ticking loudly, relentlessly measuring the dwindling minutes. He thought of Emma, riding east, carrying the dangerous truth away from this place. Had she gotten clear? Was she safe? The thought was a sharp ache beneath his ribs, a vulnerability he couldn't afford but couldn't suppress. Her safety, paradoxically, felt as crucial as his own family's survival. Marcus returned, breathing heavily, his injured shoulder clearly causing him pain. "Done," he reported. "Mother is settled in the main cellar. Bessie and Martha, they're scared, Alexander, but they helped. Didn't ask too many questions." He paused. "Bessie, she gave me this." He held out an old, heavy dragoon revolver, clearly kept hidden away. Said Mr. Silas gave it to her husband years ago. Said we might need it more now. Alexander took the heavy pistol, surprised. Bessie, the gruff, wary housekeeper, offering a weapon? Perhaps her loyalty ran deeper, or perhaps her instinct for self-preservation recognized the common threat. "Good," Alexander nodded. "Keep it. You might need it after all." He handed Marcus a handful of cartridges. They took up positions near the main entrance, Alexander stationing himself behind a heavy, overturned table in the hall, offering cover and a clear line of sight to the front door and the sweeping staircase. Marcus, armed with the dragoon, positioned himself near the entrance to the corridor leading towards the back of the house and the cellar where Eleanor and the maids were hidden. Their defense was thin, reliant on the house's structure and the element of surprise, however small. They were ranchers, businessmen, not trained fighters, facing unknown odds. The minutes crawled by, each tick of the grandfather clock amplifying the suffocating tension. The late afternoon sun slanted through the tall windows, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe with menace. Silence descended again, heavier, more expectant than before. Outside, the prairie seemed unnaturally still, waiting. Then the sound. Faint at first, then growing steadily louder. Hoofbeats. Not the frantic rhythm of pursuit, but the steady, deliberate approach of riders who knew their destination, confident, perhaps, of their reception, or simply indifferent to any resistance. 3 riders, just as Jed had reported. Alexander signaled to Marcus, a silent confirmation. They braced themselves, weapons ready, hearts pounding. The hoofbeats drew closer, stopping just outside the main gates, then continuing up the long gravel drive. They weren't attempting stealth. They were making a statement. Through the tall windows flanking the front door, Alexander caught glimpses of them. 3 men dressed in dark dusters despite the clearing weather, their faces shadowed by wide-brimmed hats. They rode sturdy horses, looked competent. Armed with rifles resting easily in saddle scabbards, they reined in before the main steps, surveying the house, seemingly unfazed by its imposing facade, its shuttered windows, its air of silent waiting. One man, slightly taller than the others, dismounted. He moved with a certain swagger, an arrogance that suggested he was in charge. He climbed the steps slowly, deliberately, his spurs jingling faintly. He stopped before the massive oak door and instead of knocking, simply waited, his hand resting casually on the butt of the pistol holstered at his hip. He clearly expected the door to be opened, expected compliance. These weren't common bandits. They were professionals, confident in their mission. their authority likely stemming from the powerful NR&T partners Thorn had served. Alexander remained hidden, silent, watching the man through a crack between the heavy door and its frame. He let the silence stretch, refusing to yield the first move. Let them wonder. Let them grow impatient. After a long moment, the man on the steps called out, his voice hard, carrying easily through the thick wood. "Blackwood, we know you're in there. We know you have Thorn. Send him out, along with whatever my associates paid your father to keep quiet, and we can conclude this business cleanly." No negotiation, no pretense. A blunt demand. They knew Thorn was inside, knew about the documents, or at least the payment intended to secure them. Peters must have talked after all, or Thorn had another way of communicating. Alexander didn't answer. Beside him, he heard Marcus shift nervously, gripping the heavy dragoon. The man outside waited another moment, then impatience flickered across his features. He signaled to his two companions, who remained mounted, their rifles now held ready. "All right," the leader called out again, his voice losing its edge of confidence, replaced by irritation. "Have it your way, we're coming in." He stepped back from the door, drawing his pistol. One of the mounted men dismounted, carrying a heavy iron bar, clearly intended as a battering ram for the sturdy oak door. This was it. They weren't bluffing. "Hold your fire until they breach the door," Alexander whispered to Marcus. "Let them commit. Aim low." The man with the iron bar approached the door, hefting the heavy tool. The leader stood back, pistol ready. The third man remained mounted, his rifle covering the windows, the grounds. The first blow struck the door with a resounding crash, shaking the heavy wood, echoing through the silent hall. Dust sifted down from the high ceiling. Another blow, heavier this time, splintering the wood near the lock. A third blow, and the lock mechanism shattered, the door groaning inward, hanging precariously on its hinges. The leader kicked the weakened door open, stepping cautiously into the shadowy vestibule, his pistol held high, sweeping the entrance hall. His eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the dim interior. "Now!" Alexander yelled. He fired the Winchester, the roar deafening in the enclosed space. The heavy slug caught the leader high in the chest, throwing him backward onto the porch steps with brutal force. He didn't move again. Simultaneously, Marcus fired the dragoon towards the doorway. The heavy-caliber weapon bucked in his hand, the shot less accurate due to his injured shoulder, but the sheer force of it sent the man with the iron bar stumbling back, yelling in surprise and pain, clutching his arm. The third man, still mounted, reacted instantly, firing his rifle towards the windows near the door, shattering glass, sending shards flying. Alexander ducked back behind the table as bullets chewed into the wood. Marcus scrambled for better cover near the corridor entrance. The man with the injured arm retreated behind his horse, using it for cover, firing his own pistol blindly into the hall. The mounted man continued to fire his rifle, pinning Alexander and Marcus down, preventing them from getting a clear shot at the man on the ground. It was a stalemate, but a dangerous one. They were trapped inside, facing two determined attackers outside. The element of surprise was gone. The odds felt impossibly long. Suddenly, a shot cracked from an unexpected direction. Upstairs. A figure appeared briefly at the railing of the main staircase landing. Jed, the taciturn stable hand, holding an old but functional shotgun. He must have slipped into the house through a side entrance while the attackers were focused on the front. His shot caught the mounted rifleman completely by surprise. The man cried out, dropping his rifle, clutching his side as he slumped forward over his horse's neck. The horse panicked, reared, and bolted, carrying its wounded rider away down the drive. Jed's intervention shifted the balance dramatically. Now it was one wounded attacker outside, taking cover behind his horse, against Alexander, Marcus, and Jed inside. The remaining attacker, seeing his odds suddenly worsen, seemed to hesitate. He fired a few more wild shots towards the house, then scrambled onto his horse, grabbing the reins of the leader's mount, and spurred them both hard, retreating back down the drive, leaving his fallen leader behind. He didn't risk retrieving the body, he simply fled. Silence descended again, broken only by the tinkling sound of settling glass shards and the distant thunder of retreating hoofbeats. It was over. For now. Alexander slowly lowered the Winchester, his knuckles white. Marcus leaned heavily against the wall, breathing hard, the dragoon dangling loosely from his good hand. Jed appeared at the bottom of the stairs, reloading the shotgun with methodical calm, his face impassive as ever. They had held the line. They had survived. Against the odds, they had repelled the first wave, but the victory felt hollow, temporary. Thorne's partners knew where the documents had been. They knew Thorne was captured. They wouldn't simply give up. This was likely just the beginning. The enemy was closing in, and the fight for Blackwood Manor, for the family's survival, and for the truth, was far from over. The alliance between the brothers, strengthened by Jed's unexpected loyalty, had held, but the cost was already mounting, etched in the blood staining the porch, and the fear lingering in the ravaged hall. Chapter 20. Into the lion's den. The acrid smell of gunpowder hung heavy in the air of the main hall, mingling with the dust from shattered plaster and splintered wood. The immediate threat had retreated, leaving behind a chilling silence. The body of the attacker's leader, lying still on the porch steps, a grim testament to the violence that had breached the manor's defenses. Alexander stood surveying the damage, the Winchester rifle held loosely at his side, his mind racing. They had won the skirmish, but the war was far from over. The retreat of the two remaining attackers wasn't a surrender. It was a tactical withdrawal. They would report back to Thorne's ruthless partners, confirming Thorne's capture and the failure to retrieve the documents. Retaliation would be swift, likely more organized, and potentially overwhelming. Marcus, pale and leaning heavily against the wall, looked utterly spent, the adrenaline ebbing away, leaving only pain and shock. Jed, having descended the stairs, stood stoically, the shotgun held ready, his presence a silent, unexpected pillar of support. Bessie and Martha, alerted by the gunfire, emerged hesitantly from the corridor leading to the cellar, their faces masks of terror. They had likely huddled with Eleanor in the dark, listening to the terrifying sounds of the battle raging above. Is it over? Bessie whispered, her voice trembling, clutching a heavy iron skillet like a weapon. For now, Bessie, Alexander replied, his voice weary but firm. But they'll be back, likely with more men. He looked at the assembled group, his wounded brother, the taciturn stable hand, the frightened maids, the unseen prisoners in the cellar, the oblivious matriarch hidden below. This was his garrison. This was what stood between his family and the ruthless forces Thorne had served. The odds remained terrifyingly long. We can't just wait here for them to return, Marcus said, pushing himself away from the wall, his jaw set with a new, grim determination born of the recent violence. We're sitting ducks. He's right, Mr. Alexander, Jed added quietly, his first voluntary contribution beyond his actions. They know the layout now. They'll come prepared next time. We need to move. Move where? Alexander scanned the hall again. Fleeing seemed like the only logical option. Jed could perhaps lead them through the back trails, try to lose their pursuers in the wilderness. But abandoning the manor, abandoning everything his family had built, however flawed, felt like a profound defeat. And where would they go? Thorne's partners had resources, reach. They would be hunted. There had to be another way, a way to take the fight to them, disrupt their plans, leverage the prisoners they held. Thorne, Albright. They were the key. Thorne knew who his partners were, their plans, their vulnerabilities. Albright, fueled by decades of resentment and complicity, might know even more about the inner workings of Silas's dealings, secrets Thorne himself wasn't privy to. If they could make one of them talk. But breaking Thorne, a man steeped in cold calculation and professional deceit, seemed unlikely. And Albright, locked in her bitter silence, seemed equally impenetrable. Unless... Alexander's gaze drifted towards the cellar door, his mind formulating a risky, almost reckless plan. They couldn't wait for the enemy to regroup and attack. They needed to strike first, sow confusion, turn the tables. They needed to go towards the danger, not run from it. They needed to go into the lion's den. Dust Devil Creek, Dust Devil Creek. the closest settlement but hardly a bastion of law and order. A rough-and-tumble frontier town controlled largely by saloon owners, powerful ranchers, and, as Alexander suspected, men connected to the very interests Thorne represented. The sheriff, as he'd told Emma, was bought and paid for. Walking into Dust Devil Creek with Thorne and Albright would be like delivering lambs to the slaughter, or rather, delivering the wolves back to their pack. It was suicide. Unless they didn't announce their arrival, unless they used the prisoners not as bargaining chips, but as bait, unless they could lure Thorne's partners, or at least their local operatives, into a trap away from the manor, on grounds slightly more neutral or at least more chaotic. "We're not running," Alexander announced, his voice ringing with newfound authority, surprising even himself. Marcus, Jed, and the maids stared at him. "We're going to Dust Devil Creek." "Alexander, have you lost your mind?" Marcus protested immediately. "That's suicide. Thorne's people practically own that town." "Exactly," Alexander countered, a predatory glint in his eyes. "They feel safe there. Complacent. They won't expect us to come to them, especially not now, after they think they have us pinned down waiting for the next assault." He began pacing the hall, the plan solidifying. "We take Thorne, leave Albright here as insurance, guarded by Jed and Bessie. You, Marcus, will ride out with me. We leak word subtly that we're transporting Thorne to Cheyenne to hand him over to the federal marshal, the real Marshal Brody. We make sure Thorne's local contacts hear the rumor." Marcus frowned, trying to follow the risky logic. "You think they'll try to intercept us? Rescue Thorne?" "I'm counting on it," Alexander confirmed. "They can't afford to let Thorne reach a real marshal. He knows too much. They'll have to try and stop us on the trail somewhere between here and Dust Devil. We choose the place. We set the ambush. It was audacious, dangerous, relying on deception, rumor, and a carefully laid trap, using themselves and Thorne as bait to draw the enemy out into the open. It's a long shot, Alexander," Marcus said slowly, rubbing his injured shoulder. "A damned long shot." "Staying here is certain death," Alexander retorted flatly. This gives us a fighting chance, a chance to neutralize their local operatives, sow confusion among Thorne's partners, and buy Emma enough time to get the documents to the agency." His gaze was steady, unwavering. He believed it was their only path. Jed, who had listened intently, gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Might work, Mr. Alexander. Risky, but might work. The Broken Spur Pass, maybe? Narrow. Good cover." Alexander considered the location. Broken Spur Pass was a notorious choke point on the main trail towards Dust Devil, known for ambushes and rock falls. Perfect terrain for the trap he envisioned. "All right, Broken Spur Pass it is." He looked at Marcus. "Are you with me?" Marcus hesitated for only a second, then met his brother's gaze. A spark of the old Blackwood fire rekindled in his eyes. "To hell and back, Alexander, let's do it." The alliance was sealed, not just by blood, but by a shared, desperate purpose. The next hour was a whirlwind of preparation. Alexander and Marcus, aided by Jed, dragged the still unconscious body of the attacker's leader away from the porch, concealing it temporarily in an unused shed. They couldn't leave it as a warning. It would alert Thorne's partners that the initial attack had failed completely. They reinforced the cellar door where Thorne was held, ensuring he couldn't escape or be easily rescued if another attack came while they were gone. Alexander explained the plan to Bessie and Martha, emphasizing the need for absolute secrecy and vigilance. Bessie, surprisingly, seemed to straighten, her usual weary demeanor replaced by a grim resolve. She hefted the dragoon revolver Marcus had returned to her. "Don't you worry about Mrs. Albright, Mr. Alexander, or this house. Me and Martha. We'll hold the fort. Jed taught us both how to shoot years back, just in case." Another hidden layer revealed, another unexpected resource. Martha simply nodded, her face set, retrieving a heavy rolling pin from the kitchen, her own form of weaponry. The loyalty of the staff, forged through years of shared hardship under Silas's rule, proved stronger than Alexander had anticipated. They decided Marcus, despite his injury, would ride alongside Alexander, presenting a more convincing picture of transporting a prisoner. His wound was painful but not debilitating enough to prevent him from riding or handling a weapon if necessary. Jed would follow at a distance, acting as a rear guard and scout, ready to provide backup or create a diversion. They hauled Thorn, gagged and semi-conscious, from the cellar. Seeing the daylight, the preparations for departure, Thorn seemed to understand their plan, a flicker of fear finally replacing the arrogance in his eyes. Being rescued by his partners was one thing. Being used as bait by the Blackwoods was quite another. He struggled weakly against his bonds, but Alexander secured him firmly onto a spare horse, tying his feet beneath the animal's belly. Mounting their own horses, Alexander on the powerful bay Emma should have been riding, Marcus on the sturdy sorrel, Jed on his own reliable mount, they prepared to leave. Alexander gave final instructions to Bessie. "Bar the doors behind us. Don't open them for anyone unless you hear my signal. 3 quick knocks, then 2 slow ones. If anyone else tries to get in, defend yourselves. We'll be back as soon as we can." Bessie nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Go careful, Mr. Alexander. Both of you." Riding out from Blackwood Manor felt profoundly different this time. Not fleeing, not investigating, but deliberately riding towards danger, carrying their captive betrayer with them. They headed south, towards the main trail leading to Dust Devil Creek, making no attempt at stealth now. They wanted to be seen. They needed the rumor mill to start churning, to reach the ears of Thorne's associates in town. The prairie felt vast and exposed under the afternoon sun. Every distant rider, every cloud of dust on the horizon drew their scrutiny. Was it Thorne's returning men or innocent travelers? The tension was a constant hum beneath the surface. Marcus rode stiffly, his face pale with pain, but his eyes scanned their surroundings constantly. Jed remained a discreet distance behind, a silent, watchful shadow. Alexander forced himself to focus, pushing down the fear, the uncertainty. He thought of Emma, hoping she was well clear by now, carrying the documents that represented both salvation and ruin. He thought of his mother, hidden in the cellar, lost in her drugged sleep. He thought of his father, whose ambition and crimes had led them all to this desperate precipice. His loyalty, his compass, felt strangely clear now. Protect his family, yes, but not by burying the truth, by facing the consequences head-on, by cutting out the rot that Thorne and his ilk represented, by trying to salvage something honorable from the wreckage. As they approached the turnoff for Broken Spur Pass, Jed spurred his horse forward, drawing alongside Alexander. "Rider coming up behind us, Mr. Alexander. Coming fast. Looks like young Billy from the Miller place." Billy Miller was the son of a neighboring rancher, known for his speed and penchant for gossip. Alexander allowed himself a grim smile. Perfect. "Let him catch up, Jed. Let him see us. Let him see Thorne." They slowed their pace slightly, allowing the young rider to overtake them. Billy Miller reined in, his eyes wide as he took in the scene. The grim-faced Blackwood brothers, the bound prisoner slumped over his horse. "Mr. Alexander, Mr. Marcus," Billy stammered. "What in tarnation? Is that Mr. Thorne?" "Afternoon, Billy," Alexander said calmly. "Just escorting Mr. Thorne here on some urgent legal business, heading towards Cheyenne. Seems he has pressing matters with Marshal Brody." He let the implication hang in the air. Billy's eyes widened further, understanding dawning. He glanced nervously at the bound lawyer, then back at the Blackwoods. "Marshal Brody? Well, I'll be—" He clearly grasped the significance, the potential scandal. Anything I can do?" "Just spread the word, Billy," Alexander said casually, though his eyes were sharp. "Let folks know Thorne is on his way to face federal justice. Might save some trouble down the line." Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Alexander." Billy seemed eager to be the bearer of such explosive news. He touched his hat brim and spurred his horse hard, galloping back towards Dust Devil Creek, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The bait was cast. The rumor was sown. Now all they had to do was ride into Broken Spur Pass, set their trap, and wait for the lions to emerge from their den. The odds were still stacked against them, but for the first time, they weren't just reacting. They were controlling the narrative, forcing the enemy onto their chosen ground. The final desperate gamble had begun. Chapter 21. The Cost of Truth. Broken Spur Pass lived up to its name. It was a jagged scar slashed through the high prairie, a narrow, winding defile carved by millennia of wind and water through layers of rust-colored sandstone and dark, unforgiving granite. The trail snaked along the bottom, shadowed even under the full afternoon sun by towering cliffs that leaned inward, creating a claustrophobic sense of imminent collapse. Loose scree littered the slopes, promising treacherous footing, while scattered, tenacious junipers clung to impossible ledges, their gnarled branches resembling skeletal fingers reaching out from the rock. It was a place bandits favored, where ambushes were easily laid and where escape, once committed to the pass, was nearly impossible. It was the perfect place to turn the tables, to become the hunter instead of the hunted. Alexander led the way, his bay horse picking its way carefully over the rocky terrain. He scanned the cliff sides, the blind corners, his eyes missing nothing. Thorn, gagged and bound securely to his saddle, slumped forward, occasionally jerking upright with a muffled groan, his eyes wide with fear as he recognized the infamous pass. He knew what this place meant. He knew he was bait. Marcus followed close behind Alexander, his face pale and drawn with pain from his shoulder, but his hand resting determinedly on the butt of the heavy dragoon revolver Bessie had given him. Jed brought up the rear, his expression as impassive as ever, his rifle held ready across his saddle horn, his gaze constantly sweeping their back trail and the heights above. About halfway through the pass, where the trail narrowed further around a sharp bend, dominated by a massive undercut boulder, Alexander raised his hand, signaling a halt. "This is it," he said quietly, his voice echoing slightly against the rock walls. "The overhang gives cover. The bend forces them to slow down, come around one at a time. Jed, find yourself a perch up there." He pointed towards a cluster of rocks high on the cliff face overlooking the bend, offering a commanding view of the trail below. "You'll be our eyes and our insurance." Jed nodded once, dismounted, and began scrambling up the steep slope with surprising agility for a man his age, disappearing into the rocks like a seasoned mountain goat. "Marcus," Alexander continued, turning to his brother, "take Thorn's horse. Pull him back behind that rock fall." He indicated a jumble of fallen boulders on the inside curve, slightly shielded from the main trail but still visible enough to serve as bait. "Stay with him. Keep him covered, but stay out of the initial line of fire yourself. Your job is to make sure Thorn doesn't become a liability or a bargaining chip. Understood?" Marcus nodded grimly, understanding the implication. Thorn was bait, but he couldn't be allowed to escape or be easily rescued. He dismounted carefully, wincing as jarring pain shot through his shoulder, and took the reins of Thorn's horse, leading the prisoner behind the concealing rocks. Thorn offered no resistance, his muffled protests lost, his eyes darting frantically between the Blackwood brothers and the surrounding cliffs. Alexander dismounted, leading his bay horse further back into the shadows beneath the undercut boulder, tethering him securely. He checked the Winchester, chambered around, then found himself a position nestled amongst the rocks near the bend, offering a clear field of fire down the trail they had just traveled, while remaining largely concealed. He settled in to wait, the rifle resting comfortably in his hands, the cold stone pressing against his back. The waiting was the hardest part. The silence in the pass was profound, broken only by the sigh of the wind whistling through the high rocks, the occasional nervous stamp of a hidden horse, the scuttling sound of unseen small creatures. Time stretched, each minute feeling like an hour. Alexander forced himself to remain calm, focused, pushing down the gnawing anxiety. Had Billy Miller's news reached the right ears? Had the rumor taken root? Or were they waiting here for nothing, exposing themselves unnecessarily? He scanned the trail, the cliffs, listening intently. His thoughts drifted, unbidden, to Emma. Was she safe? Had she reached Cheyenne? The weight of his decision to trust her, to send her away with the documents, felt heavier than the rifle in his hands. Beside him, hidden from view but close enough to hear his ragged breathing, Marcus shifted uncomfortably, likely fighting against the throbbing pain in his shoulder. Alexander heard the faint click of the dragoon's hammer being checked. His brother, despite his flaws, wasn't lacking in courage. This shared danger, this desperate gamble, had forged a connection between them he hadn't thought possible. They were Blackwoods, facing the consequences of their name, together. A hawk cried out overhead, its sharp call echoing down the pass. Alexander tensed, his gaze sharpening. Was it just a bird or a signal? He held his breath, listening. Then, faintly at first, carried on the wind came the sound they'd been waiting for. Hoofbeats. Multiple horses, approaching steadily from the direction they had come. Not the frantic pace of pursuit, but the measured tread of men who thought they held the advantage. Men coming to collect their associate and eliminate a problem. Alexander gave a low whistle, a prearranged signal to Jed high above. He saw no movement from the rocks where the stable hand was hidden, but he knew Jed would be ready. He glanced towards Marcus's position. A subtle shift behind the rocks indicated his brother was alert. Thorn, behind the rocks, made a muffled, frantic noise against his gag. He knew his rescuers, or perhaps his executioners depending on their orders, were arriving. The hoofbeats grew louder, closer. 3 riders emerged around the previous bend, entering the narrowest part of the pass. They rode abreast where the trail allowed, scanning the cliffsides warily, rifles held ready. They were dressed similarly to the attackers at the manor, dark dusters, wide-brimmed hats, professional, dangerous. One of them looked vaguely familiar, perhaps someone Alexander had seen dealing cards in the back room of the Dust Devil Saloon, a known associate of the town's less reputable power brokers. Thorne's partners didn't rely on amateurs. They slowed as they approached the blind bend where Alexander and the others lay in wait. One rider held up a hand, signaling a halt just before the curve. Smart, cautious. They weren't walking blindly into it. One man dismounted, drawing his pistol, creeping forward on foot to scout the bend. The other 2 remained mounted, rifles trained on the surrounding rocks covering him. The scout edged forward, peering around the corner. Alexander remained perfectly still, blending into the shadows, controlling his breathing. The man's gaze swept past his position, then flickered towards the rockfall where Marcus and Thorn were hidden. He likely saw the prisoner's horse, perhaps caught a glimpse of Thorn himself. He stiffened, raising his pistol slightly, signaling back to his companions. He'd found the bait. This was the moment. Before the scout could fully react, before he could alert his companions to the trap, Alexander squeezed the trigger of the Winchester. The shot slammed into the scout's chest, echoing like cannon fire in the confined space. The man crumpled without a sound, falling face down in the rocky trail. Instantly, the pass exploded into chaos. The 2 remaining riders reacted simultaneously, firing their rifles wildly towards Alexander's position, bullets ricocheting off the rocks around him, sending stone chips flying. From high above, Jed's shotgun roared, peppering the area around the 2 mounted men, forcing them to duck, disrupting their aim. Alexander worked the Winchester's lever action, chambering another round, firing again at the closest rider just as the man spurred his horse forward, attempting to charge past the bend. The bullet caught the horse, sending the animal crashing down in a tangle of flailing limbs, pinning its rider beneath it. The man screamed, a sound abruptly cut off as Jed fired the shotgun again, a brutal coup de grace delivered from above. One rider left. This one was smarter, or perhaps just luckier. He wheeled his horse around, using the animal for cover, firing his rifle rapidly towards both Alexander's position and Jed's perch. Bullets whined past Alexander's head, thudding into the rock face behind him. He ducked lower, reloading the Winchester, searching for a clear shot. From behind the rockfall, Marcus opened fire with the heavy dragoon. His first shot went wide, the recoil difficult to manage with his injured shoulder. But his second shot, aimed more deliberately, struck the remaining attacker's horse in the flank. The animal screamed, bucking violently, unseating its rider. The man hit the ground hard, his rifle flying from his grasp. He scrambled for the weapon, but Alexander was faster. Stepping out from cover, Alexander sighted down the barrel of the Winchester. The man looked up, saw him, his eyes wide with panic. He abandoned the rifle, reaching for his sidearm. "Don't!" Alexander commanded. The man hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then his hand darted towards his holster. Alexander fired. The shot was clean, decisive. The man jerked, then lay still. Silence fell, abrupt and deafening after the cacophony of gunfire. The only sounds were the echo fading against the cliffs, the distressed panting of the remaining horses, and the low, terrified whimpers coming from Thorn behind the rock fall. It was over. The ambush had worked. Thorn's rescue party, his local contacts, were neutralized. Alexander slowly lowered the rifle, the adrenaline draining away, leaving him trembling slightly, the metallic taste of gunpowder sharp in his mouth. He scanned the scene. 3 bodies sprawled on the rocky trail, 2 horses dead or dying. The cost of truth, the cost of defending their precarious position, lay starkly before him. He felt no triumph, only a profound, bone-deep weariness and the grim understanding that this violence, however necessary, had irrevocably changed him, changed them all. Marcus emerged from behind the rockfall, his face sheet white, clutching his shoulder, the heavy dragoon hanging limply at his side. He stared at the carnage, swallowing hard. "God, Alexander," he whispered. Jed scrambled down from his perch, his face impassive as ever, reloading his shotgun as he walked. He checked each of the fallen men methodically, confirming they were dead. He looked at Alexander. "Done," he stated simply. Alexander nodded, taking a deep breath, forcing down the nausea that threatened to rise. He walked over to where Marcus stood beside Thorn. He ripped the gag from the lawyer's mouth. Thorn gasped for air, his eyes darting between the dead men and the grim-faced brothers. "Your partners?" Alexander demanded, his voice rough. "Who are they?" "The names, Thorn, now." Thorn stared back at him, his face a mask of terror and dawning despair. His rescue hadn't come. His protectors were dead. He was alone, helpless, facing the man whose father he had murdered. You killed them," he stammered. "They chose their side," Alexander said coldly. "Just like you did. Now talk, or I swear I'll leave you here for the buzzards." Thorn's carefully constructed composure finally shattered. Fear, raw and primal, flooded his eyes. He started babbling, spitting out names, powerful railroad executives, territorial politicians, men whose names carried weight and commanded influence back east and in the territorial capital. Men who would stop at nothing to protect their investments, their reputations, built on the foundation of the NR&T fraud. Men who had sanctioned Silas's murder, Rourke's disappearance, and likely the attack on the manor. As Thorn confessed, pouring out the details of the conspiracy in a desperate bid to save his own skin, Alexander listened, his expression hardening with each revelation. The rot went deeper, spread wider than he had imagined. His father hadn't just been betrayed by his lawyer, he'd been entangled with, and ultimately consumed by, a network of corruption that reached far beyond Blackwood territory. Emma had the documents, the proof, but bringing these men to justice would be a monumental task, fraught with political obstacles and further danger. When Thorn finally fell silent, trembling and exhausted, Alexander looked at Marcus, then at Jed. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the larger conspiracy remained. They had Thorn, they had his confession, but they were still isolated, vulnerable. "We take him back," Alexander decided. "Back to the manor. We secure him with Albright. We wait for word from Emma, and then we get Marshal Brody. Let the law, the real law, handle Thorn and his partners. It was the only way. They couldn't pursue Thorn's powerful associates themselves. They had won the battle in Broken Spur Pass, but the war for truth and justice would be fought on a different field, using the weapons of evidence and law that Emma now carried. They gathered the weapons from the fallen men, retrieved their horses, and prepared for the grim ride back. Leaving the bodies where they lay was a harsh necessity. Alerting the town sheriff would only invite complicity and delay. Nature, and perhaps Thorn's desperate partners trying to clean up the mess later, would have to take care of them. As they rode out of Broken Spur Pass, leaving the scene of brutal violence behind them, the setting sun painted the sky in fiery shades of red and orange, a beautiful, bloody sunset. The cost of truth had been paid in blood today. Alexander could only pray that the ultimate price wouldn't be higher still, and that Emma Reed would succeed where so many others had failed, bringing the darkness his father courted into the unforgiving light of day. Chapter 22. Dust Settles. Returning to Blackwood Manor felt like entering a different world, one steeped in an uneasy quiet that was vastly different from the terror-filled silence that had preceded the attack. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the grounds, illuminating the lingering scars of the earlier confrontation. The shattered windows boarded up hastily by Jed, the gouges in the heavy oak door, the faint dark stains on the porch steps that even diligent scrubbing couldn't entirely erase. The house stood, bruised but defiant, guarding its inhabitants and its prisoners. Bessie met them at the back door, her face etched with worry, the heavy dragoon revolver still clutched in her hand. Seeing Alexander and Marcus returning, weary but alive, escorting the terrified and securely bound Thorn, relief washed over her features, quickly followed by a grim understanding of the ordeal they had endured. "Mr. Alexander! Mr. Marcus!" she breathed. "Thank the Lord, we heard the shooting echo from the pass. We didn't know." "We're all right, Bessie," Alexander reassured her, his voice heavy with fatigue. "It's handled, for now." He nodded towards Thorn. "Put him back in the cellar with Albright. Make sure they're secure. Jed will help." Jed, ever taciturn, simply nodded and took charge of the prisoner, marching the trembling lawyer towards his subterranean confinement without a word. Is Mother all right?" Marcus asked Bessie, his voice hoarse, concern for Eleanor overriding his own pain and exhaustion. Bessie nodded. "Sleeping still, poor soul. Martha's sitting with her. Haven't been any other disturbances. Quiet as a tomb since you left." Quiet as a tomb. The phrase hung in the air, uncomfortably apt. Alexander and Marcus exchanged weary glances. The immediate violence was over, but the house remained a place haunted by death, betrayal, and the suffocating weight of secrets. They made their way to the kitchen, the functional heart of the house, drawn by the smell of strong coffee Bessie had wisely put on the stove. They sank onto the sturdy wooden chairs at the table, the adrenaline finally draining away completely, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and the dull ache of injuries both physical and emotional. Bessie poured them coffee in thick mugs, her movements brisk but her eyes filled with unspoken questions and a surprising gentleness. "Rest now, both of you," she said gruffly. "You've earned it." She placed a plate of cold biscuits on the table. "Need to keep your strength up." They drank the hot coffee in silence for a few minutes, the warmth seeping into their chilled bodies, offering a small measure of comfort. The events of the past 48 hours felt surreal, a whirlwind of discovery, violence, and impossible choices. From Emma's arrival as a maid to the discovery of Silas's journal, the confrontation with Thorn, the ambush in the canyon, and the desperate battle at Broken Spur Pass, it felt like years compressed into days. "So," Marcus said finally, breaking the silence, swirling the coffee in his mug. "Thorn talked? You know who his partners are?" Alexander nodded grimly. "Names you'd recognize, Marcus. Railroad men, politicians back east, investors who bankrolled Father's expansion, men who wouldn't hesitate to crush anyone who threatened their profits or exposed their methods." He recounted the names Thorn had spilled in his terror, painting a picture of a widespread conspiracy rooted in the NR&T fraud. Marcus listened, his expression darkening with each name. He wasn't naive about his father's business practices, but the scale of the corruption, the cold-blooded ruthlessness extending to murder, clearly shocked him. "God," he breathed, "Father was swimming with sharks far bigger than we ever knew." "And they bit him when he threatened to expose them," Alexander finished quietly. "Rourke was collateral damage, and they would have eliminated us, too, if they could have." The reality of their precarious situation settled heavily between them. They had Thorne and Albright locked away. They had neutralized the local operatives, but the real power lay elsewhere, with men who operated from afar, shielded by wealth and influence. Their only shield now was the evidence Emma carried, and the hope that the Pinkerton agency could wield it effectively. Do you think Emma will make it?" Marcus asked, voicing the question that haunted Alexander's thoughts. "With those documents, those men Thorne named, they'll have eyes everywhere." "She's resourceful," Alexander said, trying to project a confidence he didn't entirely feel, "and determined. If anyone can get that information through, she can." He clung to the image of her riding away, resolute, carrying the burden of truth. He had to believe in her, had to believe his gamble, his trust, wasn't misplaced. "And Marshal Brody?" Marcus continued. "Will he believe us? Will he act against men like that based on our word and a coerced confession from Thorne?" "Brody is a good man," Alexander affirmed. "Honest. Served with him during a border dispute years ago. He's not easily intimidated, and he values federal law above local influence. Once Emma's agency presents the documents corroborating Thorne's confession, Brody will act. It won't be easy, but he'll act." They sat in silence again, contemplating the uncertain path ahead, waiting for word from Emma, waiting for the right moment to contact Marshal Brody, waiting for the inevitable repercussions from Thorne's partners. The dust had settled literally after the storm and the gunfights, but the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. As evening descended, a fragile semblance of routine returned to the manor, overlaid with a palpable tension. Dinner was a subdued affair in the kitchen. Jed joining the brothers and Bessie, Martha slipping in and out silently as she attended to Eleanor. Conversation was sparse, functional. They were allies now, bound by shared secrets and survival, but the old hierarchies, the ingrained habits of master and servant, hadn't entirely disappeared. Later, Alexander found himself drawn back to the library, the room where Emma had first confronted him, where Marcus had frantically searched, where Silas had plotted and ruled. It felt like the epicenter of the family's tangled history. He lit a single lamp, the soft glow illuminating the rows of books, the imposing desk, the portrait of his father staring down from above the mantelpiece. He poured himself a measure of whiskey, the same amber liquid he'd been drinking when he last spoke to Emma here. Before everything erupted, he stood before his father's portrait, studying the stern, confident face. Arrogant, ruthless, manipulative. Yes, Silas had been all those things. But he had also been driven, ambitious, carving an empire from nothing, providing for his family in the only way he knew how. Had he truly understood the depths of corruption he'd embraced? Had he felt fear, regret, in those final days before meeting Rourke? The portrait offered no answers, only silent judgment. Alexander raised his glass in a silent, complex toast. To the father he had both resented and perhaps grudgingly respected, to the legacy of secrets and violence that had almost destroyed them all, to the hope, however faint, that truth might offer some form of redemption, even amidst the ruins. He walked over to the desk, running his hand over the smooth, polished wood. Emma's presence seemed to linger here, see? Her sharp intelligence, her quiet determination, the unexpected spark of connection he'd felt with her. He had sent her away, into danger, trusting her with his family's fate. It was the most profound gamble of his life. Had the heart's compass steered him true? A soft knock came at the library door. It was Marcus, his arm now in a proper sling Bessie had fashioned, his face still pale, but his eyes clearer than Alexander had seen them in years. "Can I come in?" Marcus asked hesitantly. Alexander nodded, gesturing towards the other armchair. Marcus sank into it gratefully, accepting the glass of whiskey Alexander poured for him. "Quite a mess Father left us in, wouldn't you say?" Marcus murmured, staring into the amber liquid. "Understatement," Alexander replied dryly. Marcus sighed. "All those years, competing with you, resenting Father's preference for your steadiness, while trying desperately to live up to his expectations, chasing deals, taking risks." He shook his head. "I was so focused on the money, the inheritance, I never truly saw the rot underneath, never understood the real cost. It was the closest Marcus had ever come to an apology, to an admission of his own blindness. Alexander felt a surprising easing of the old resentment that had simmered between them for so long. None of us saw it all clearly, Marcus, Alexander admitted. Father made sure of that. He compartmentalized everything, kept us all in the dark about different pieces. Except Mother, Marcus said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. He burdened her with the worst of it, that promise, making her retrieve those damn documents. It's monstrous. He thought he was protecting us, Alexander offered, though the words felt inadequate, in his own twisted way. Protection? Marcus scoffed bitterly. He nearly got us all killed. And Mother... He looked towards the door, towards the rest of the house where Eleanor slept, oblivious. What happens to her now, Alexander, when she wakes up, when she understands? That was the question that weighed most heavily on Alexander. How could they shield Eleanor from the full horror of what her husband had done, what Thorne and Albright had perpetrated, what her own sons had been forced to do? The laudanum offered a temporary escape, but it couldn't last forever. The truth, when it finally penetrated her grief and the drug's haze, might break her completely. We protect her, Alexander said firmly. We tell her what she needs to know, that Thorne betrayed Father, that justice will be done. We shield her from the details of the fraud, the blackmail. We focus on bringing the killers to justice. It was a partial truth, another layer of concealment, but perhaps a necessary one for Eleanor's fragile state. Marcus nodded slowly. Yes, you're right. We protect her. He looked at his brother, a newfound respect in his eyes. You figured it out, Alexander. While I was chasing shadows and worrying about creditors, you saw what was really happening. You saved us. Alexander shook his head. We saved each other, Marcus. And Jed, Bessie, even Emma, in her own way. He took a sip of whiskey. We survived. Now we have to deal with the consequences. They sat in silence for a long time, the shared whiskey, the shared ordeal, creating a fragile bridge across years of misunderstanding and rivalry. The house was quiet around them. The dust, both literal and figurative, was settling. The immediate danger had passed, leaving behind the wreckage and the long, uncertain road ahead. They had faced the darkness at the heart of their family, fought back against the forces threatening to consume them, and emerged, scarred but standing. The alliance, forged in fire, held firm. Now all that remained was the waiting, and the hope that the woman riding east carried not just the evidence of past sins, but the possibility of a future free from their shadow. The cost of truth had been high, paid in blood and shattered illusions, but perhaps, just perhaps, the final accounting would tilt towards justice. Epilogue, where the trail ends. Autumn arrived on the high prairie not with gentle persuasion, but with the sharp, clarifying bite of frost in the pre-dawn air and a wind that stripped the last stubborn leaves from the cottonwoods lining the creek beds. The sky overhead seemed wider, impossibly blue, washed clean by the passage of seasons and the slow settling of dust after a summer of violence and revelation. At Blackwood Manor, the transformation was less dramatic but equally profound. The imposing stone walls still stood sentinel against the vast landscape, but the atmosphere within had irrevocably shifted. The suffocating weight of dread had lifted, replaced by a quieter, more somber mood, the quiet of convalescence, of reckoning, of rebuilding from ruins. The wheels of justice, once set in motion by Emma Reed's harrowing ride and the explosive contents of the oilcloth package she delivered to the Pinkerton agency in Cheyenne, had ground forward with ponderous, often frustrating slowness. Marshal Brody, true to Alexander's assessment, had proven stalwart. Armed with Emma's detailed report, Thorne's fearful confession extracted under Brody's stern interrogation, and the damning NR&T documents, he had ridden into Dust Devil Creek, not with tentative questions, but with federal warrants, and a steely resolve that even the town's corrupt sheriff hadn't dared oppose openly. Thorne and Mrs. Albright were taken into federal custody, transported under heavy guard to Cheyenne to await trial. The proceedings became a sensation, fueled by whispers leaked from the territorial capital and sensationalized accounts in newspapers back east. Thorne, facing overwhelming evidence and hoping for leniency, turned state's witness, his cultured voice dripping venom as he detailed the conspiracy, naming names, confirming the land grant fraud, the blackmail plot, the murders of Silas Blackwood and the prospector Rourke, whose hastily buried remains were eventually located in a shallow grave not far from the Box Canyon, guided by Thorne's reluctant directions. Mrs. Albright offered no deals, maintained a stony, hateful silence throughout, ultimately convicted alongside Thorne for her role in the conspiracy and accessory to murder. Their sentences were long, served out in the harsh confines of a federal penitentiary, their desperate grasp for security ending in iron bars and public disgrace. The fallout for Thorne's powerful partners, the railroad men and politicians he implicated, was more complex, more ambiguous. The Pinkerton Agency, working through legal channels and leveraging the power of the press, managed to trigger investigations, congressional inquiries, and public scandals. Fortunes were damaged, reputations tarnished, some lesser players indicted. But the true masterminds, shielded by layers of influence and expensive lawyers, largely evaded direct prosecution. Justice, Emma learned with a weary cynicism that settled deep in her bones, was often incomplete when challenging the entrenched power of wealth and connection. Yet the NR&T's stranglehold on the territory was weakened, their fraudulent land claims challenged, their aura of invincibility cracked. The truth, however costly, had inflicted a wound. Back at Blackwood Manor, life adjusted to a new, fragile equilibrium. Alexander, shedding the last vestiges of the restless, detached younger son, stepped fully into the role of head of the household, not with his father's autocratic style, but with a quiet competence and a sense of responsibility that extended beyond balance sheets and land deeds. He worked tirelessly alongside Marcus to untangle the financial mess Silas and Thorne's dealings had left behind. Creditors were negotiated with, assets were carefully managed, and slowly, painstakingly, they began the process of stabilizing the Blackwood holdings, focusing on legitimate timber operations and ranching, letting the more dubious ventures wither. Marcus, leaner, quieter, his injured shoulder healed, but serving as a permanent reminder of his brush with death and betrayal, proved an unexpected asset. Humbled by the ordeal, stripped of his arrogance and entitlement, he worked alongside his brother with a diligence he'd never shown before. The old rivalry dissolved, replaced by a grudging respect and a shared understanding forged in the crucible of their shared crisis. They didn't always agree. Old habits sometimes flared, but they talked, listened, made decisions jointly. The alliance held, strengthening the foundation of the family far more effectively than Silas's hoarded secrets ever had. Eleanor remained the most fragile piece of the reconstructed household, shielded by her sons from the ugliest details, the full extent of Silas's crimes, the specifics of the NR&T fraud, her own unwitting role concerning the documents. She slowly began to emerge from the depths of her laudanum-induced grief. The drug was gradually, carefully withdrawn under the supervision of a discreet doctor Alexander brought in from Cheyenne. Clarity returned not as a sudden flood, but as a slow, painful dawn. She understood that Thorne had betrayed and likely killed Silas, that Mrs. Albright had been complicit. She grieved for her husband, perhaps mourning the man she thought he was rather than the man he truly became. But her overriding emotion seemed to be a fierce, protective love for her sons, a gratitude for their survival that overshadowed the horrors she dimly perceived. She rarely left her rooms, finding solace in quiet needlework and watching the changing seasons from her window, her mind scarred but slowly healing, content perhaps with the partial truths her sons offered as a shield. Bessie and Martha remained, their loyalty, once tested, now seemingly absolute. They ran the household with quiet efficiency, their silence no longer one of fear but of shared history, of endurance. Jed, too, stayed on, his taciturn presence a steady, reliable fixture in the stables and on the range. And Emma Reed? After delivering the documents and her report in Cheyenne, she had been debriefed by senior agency officials, commended for her courage and resourcefulness. The Blackwood case was considered a success, despite the incomplete justice served upon the architects of the conspiracy. She returned east, resuming her work, tackling other cases, stolen jewels, labor disputes, fugitive pursuits. She moved through the familiar world of investigation, deception, and observation, yet something had shifted within her. The stark landscapes of the West, the oppressive silence of Blackwood Manor, the raw emotions she had witnessed and experienced, they stayed with her, etched into her memory. The face of Alexander Blackwood, his quiet strength, his impossible choices, his unexpected trust in her, lingered persistently in her thoughts during quiet moments, a bittersweet ache she couldn't entirely dismiss. The heart's compass, once awakened, wasn't easily quieted. Nearly a year had passed since she'd ridden away from the manor. Autumn had returned, painting the eastern forests in brilliant hues, a stark contrast to the austere beauty she remembered of the prairie fall. A letter arrived at the agency office, forwarded through official channels, addressed simply to Agent Reed. The handwriting was bold, familiar, Alexander's. It contained no declarations, no overtures, just a simple, factual account of the trial's conclusions, the stabilization of the estate, and a quiet inquiry into her well-being. It ended with a single sentence that resonated deeper than all the preceding facts. The prairie is quiet now, but the silence feels different. It was an invitation, subtle, hesitant, leaving the choice entirely hers, an opening, nothing more. She held the letter for a long time, the crisp paper cool against her fingertips. Her life was here, with the agency, the work that defined her. Returning west, returning to the world of Blackwood Manor, even a changed manor, felt like revisiting a dangerous, emotionally charged territory. Yet the pull was undeniable. The unresolved connection, the man who had trusted her against all odds, the landscape that had both terrified and captivated her. 2 weeks later, Emma Reed found herself stepping off the train onto the dusty platform in Cheyenne, dressed not as a maid, but in practical, sturdy traveling clothes suited for the West. She hadn't resigned from the agency, hadn't made any permanent decisions. She had simply requested leave, citing personal business. Henderson, her Cheyenne contact, met her with a raised eyebrow but asked no questions, arranging for a horse and supplies. The ride north towards the Blackwood lands felt surreal, familiar, yet different. The vastness of the sky, the scent of sage and dust, the distant line of rugged hills, it welcomed her back with a stark, unsentimental embrace. As she approached the manor lands, navigating by memory, a sense of trepidation warred with anticipation. What would she find? What would she say? She didn't ride directly to the house. Instead, drawn by an instinct she couldn't explain, she angled towards the west, towards the rolling hills that eventually tumbled down into the canyons. She found him near sunset, not far from where the trail dipped towards Redemption. He was on horseback, his familiar bay gelding standing patiently beside him, watching the sun bleed orange and purple across the horizon. He wasn't patrolling, wasn't working. He was simply watching. Waiting? He turned as he heard her approach, his expression initially guarded, then softening almost imperceptibly as he recognized her. He didn't seem surprised, merely accepting, as if her arrival was an eventuality he had anticipated, hoped for perhaps, but hadn't dared to demand. He dismounted, walking towards her as she reined in her own horse. "Emma," he said, his voice quiet, holding a depth of unspoken emotion. "Alexander," she replied, her own voice catching slightly. They stood facing each other for a long moment, the vast, silent prairie stretching around them, bathed in the dying light. The space between them felt charged, filled with the memories of shared danger, betrayal, trust, and the undeniable current that had flowed between them from the beginning. "Your letter," she began, needing to fill the silence. "It found me. I hoped it might," he said simply. He gestured towards the land around them. "Things are quieter now. We're rebuilding. Marcus is finding his footing. Mother is healing slowly." "And you?" she asked softly, searching his face, seeing the lingering weariness beneath the calm exterior. He met her gaze, his blue eyes holding hers. "I'm finding my way, learning to manage the legacy, not just the business, trying to make amends where possible." He paused. "It's a long road." "Truth often is," Emma murmured. Silence fell again, comfortable this time, companionable. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery afterglow. "Why did you come back, Emma?" he asked finally, the question gentle but direct. She looked out at the darkening land, then back at him. Why had she? For closure? For answers? Or simply because the heart's compass pointed here? I wasn't sure," she admitted honestly. "Partly business, perhaps, to see how the dust settled. Partly," she hesitated, "personal." He took a step closer, the space between them shrinking until she could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell the familiar scent of leather and the clean prairie air. "The silence felt different after you left," he said, echoing the line from his letter, his gaze intense. "Emptier." Her breath hitched. The admission, quiet and understated, resonated deep within her. He reached out, his calloused fingers gently brushing a stray strand of hair back from her face. The touch was feather-light, yet it sent shivers down her spine. "My life is complicated, Alexander," she whispered, acknowledging the chasm between their worlds. "The agency, my work." "I know," he said softly, "and mine is here, tied to this land, this family, its ghosts." He didn't try to minimize the obstacles, the differences. "I wouldn't ask you to give up your life, Emma, or to step back into the shadows of mine." His hand dropped away, leaving a tingling warmth on her skin. "But knowing you're out there, knowing the truth we uncovered together, matters." He wasn't offering easy answers, wasn't promising a future free of complications. He was offering truth, honesty, acknowledgement of the bond forged between them, a bond that transcended circumstance, duty, even betrayal. Emma looked into his eyes, seeing not just the rancher, the heir, the man burdened by secrets, but the man who had trusted her, warned her, fought alongside her, the man who saw her, Emma Reed, beneath the disguise. What future could they possibly have? A Pinkerton detective and the master of a remote, scandal-scarred ranch? It seemed impossible, fraught with compromise and potential heartbreak. Yet, standing here under the vast, star-dusted prairie sky, the silence no longer felt empty, but filled with a fragile, tentative hope. She didn't know where the trail would lead. She didn't know if their paths could truly merge, or if they would always run parallel, forever marked by the events at Blackwood Manor. But as Alexander met her gaze, a faint, genuine smile finally reaching his eyes, she knew one thing with certainty. The journey, the cost, the discoveries, they had led her here, to this moment, to this man. The heart's compass, however treacherous, had pointed true. What happened next remained unwritten, another secret held by the vast, silent land. But for the first time in a long time, the path ahead, though uncertain, didn't feel entirely lonely. The dust had settled, revealing not an ending, but a new, complex, and perhaps hopeful beginning.